Red Bulls in play.
afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Well, you're not with us, unfortunately, because we have had technical issues. Apologies for what we hope will be a delay in stream. Just as we were going live, something has gone wrong. So if you are watching this, it could be Sunday afternoon, and you will have been refunded your £6. You'll be having a Sunday dinner and a couple of beers or a glass of wine, and you should be in a good mood.
Sounds quite good.
That's the voice of Matt Braley, who will be joining me throughout the first half of this match, we hope. I believe they are going to have a break after 15 frames, possibly a second break after another 15, just because of the temperature in here. Rather warm, not only for the technical staff at Beard Productions, who are in a panic mode as we speak.
Yeah, quite a stressful time for them there, I think, really.
I'll update you on the first 4 frames, because they haven't been recorded, I believe. The opening frame was what could only be described as being scrappy from both players. I think both Simon and Shane had a couple of opportunities, Shane managing to edge it. Simon then with an awesome shot in frame number 2 to level things up. The last couple though, Shane has shown a little touch of class and opened up a 2-frame gap for the first time. Race to 25, international rules.
Yeah, that opening frame, it was a little bit of a scrappy one, like you say. It wasn't the best of starts, was it? I think you expect that in a match like this. If not helped, I guess, really, with what's gone on. They've had like a bit of a delay there, and whether they just weren't quite focused, and a couple of little mistakes crept in, didn't they?
Yeah, it is worth mentioning that both players were, quite kind in the fact that they did stay and wait for 25 minutes to give the technical staff a chance to get going. But unfortunately, it's just not happened. These things do happen. I suppose it was going to happen eventually.
So we've got Simon at the table here. It's off the break. Quite a nice split. It's a little bit of work to do here. They're not straightforward, but
lots of left-hand side on the cue ball.
It's a nice opener. Come out quite nicely.
And I think he's got the perfect angle here on the yellow just to the left of the 8 to screw into he will hope will be a cannon into the red. And if the yellow just to the right of the 8 ball passes, this is a good opportunity, Matt.
Yeah, he might have to go into the yellow. It's like just a more gentle one, but we'll see. Yeah.
No, you were right. That's okay. Now if he's on, the one to the right of the 8 ball, he might not even take that. He could just top this one through below the black and play the yellow up into the top left. I think Simon's around about 27 in the world provisionally, and Shane's at I think 7. So 29 maybe and 7, something around there.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be right up there, Shane, obviously, because of that fantastic opening season that he had.
Oh, it's unprecedented. 2021, certainly a year for the safe cracker. And has proved it's not a fluke by winning another one also recently in the Ultimate Pool Series.
Not too sure about that shot that Simon played there tonight. I think I'd have been leaving that one alone. I think I'd have took the one below black and maybe come off the bottom rail, tried going up onto the one on the right hand side near the middle and take it to the top pocket and drop him behind the other, but it's not landed too bad considering, but it could have been snookered, hasn't it?
She's okay. Now if this is quite a thick cannon on the red, you should be able to just bob this yellow into the top left, play it nice and slowly.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether he goes the other way and takes the one below black now, then maybe take the one into the middle and drop onto that yellow as your last ball.
Yeah.
But I guess it's difficult to tell sometimes quite what the angles are.
Well, that's why you're here, Matt. I'm just here for the padding.
You're
here to tell us which way they should
go.
You'll
be far better at me than that. I'm probably better at calling the shots.
I don't think so. I remember watching. You did all right last time. I think I did your week at the Masters.
Oh, right, yeah.
Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just watched it.
Which one was it? You was definitely at the Masters when I played Fitz.
Yeah, I was definitely there. Whether I was commentating or not,
Yeah, no,
played
yeah,
very well, didn't he? Because you took out Si, and then you took out another professional,
Neil
didn't you?
Rayburn.
Neil Rayburn, yeah.
I've just played the Masters again. You know, they.
Yes, so.
Yeah,
I didn't bring that one up though, did I?
Yeah.
See?
That's it. That's the one I thought you meant.
No. I'm not like that.
The one where I lost.
Yeah, the one where you lost, yeah. He has gone your route, Matt.
Yeah, and he's played that to perfection, I think, really.
Correctly so.
Not far off.
I think you've got to say, there's probably around, I would say around 60 people in here at the minute, maybe.
Well, at least.
Maybe 70. And 99% of them are Simon Fitzsimmons fans, as you would expect. And looks like he's going to give them something to cheer about. Back to just one behind.
Yeah, nice clearance there from the bouncer.
Interesting, Matt. I was just looking through before I came on at both of these players' cash game records. I'm just going to have a quick look. So, Fitzy, who for a long time was unbeaten for money, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he played Jordan. Yeah, he played Jordan Shepherd and lost.
Yeah.
But for a man that has gone into so many cash games as heavy second favourite, comes out winner an awful lot. I remember the John McAllister game.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm from round here, so obviously I know yourself and I know Simon. We know the quality of him, but it was always interesting when you hear on social media that, especially when he played John, no one gave him a note.
Yeah.
Everybody wrote him off.
It's crazy.
It was incredible.
Because, like you say, he had such a great record for money. And every time he went into a match, he was classed as second favourite, and he just kept winning. And people were like, yeah, he's not going to win this one, and then he'd win it. And yeah, nobody was really giving him the credit that he deserved. I went over and watched the one against McAllister, and yeah, it was superb.
I mean, when you look at who he started off with, he's played Carl O'Donoghue. In fact, these players, both of them, have played similar opponents because they're both at the top of the game. They both played Carl O'Donoghue. They both played each other twice before, for those that don't know at home. This is actually a trilogy match, as you would call it, because they both won one. And there was, I believe it was around lockdown, they'd set up a neutral venue. I think it might have been Dishes down in Crewe. And it just didn't come through for, I think, because life just stopped for everybody for a couple of years. And then I don't know how this, obviously this is Simon's home club. Shane must have just agreed to it and just thought, I'm heavy favourite. I mean, they obviously both fancy themselves. It was interesting when I spoke to Shane before the match. I said, do you believe you have any significant advantage in the game going in? And he said no. Which I thought was a little bit odd, or maybe he's just balanced character, knows the game, obviously just fancies it, thinks he can win. But
I think Shane fancies himself against anybody, really, especially for money. It's got an unbelievable record there, and he's not afraid of anybody. He's taken on a lot of big players, so you can't fault his confidence there. But it is a big game for him, travelling all this way and taking on Fitzsimmons, in his own backyard.
Yeah, for the small amount of £27,000. I'll just finish running through Simon has played. We did have these on graphics, but everything has gone to pot on that side of things this evening. So we started off with Martin Power, a local lad from around here. Played myself. Carl O'Donoghue, that was a 28,000. Daz Cheatham, Craig Lakin, John McAllister, John Chambers, Shane Thompson, Lee Anderson and Stephen Webster. They were all wins. His only losses have been Shane, Craig Lakin and Jordan Shepherd. And the only three.
Yeah, and with Lakin and Shane, he's actually come back and beaten both as well, hasn't he? So, the only one that he's actually behind to is Jordan Shepherd.
However, it's got to be said, he has sat down. When you look down Shane's money list, it is just incredible.
Yeah, that's some list. That,
So we've got Craig Lakin, Cy Fitz twice, obviously, Andy Crowsdale, Greg Batten, Carl O'Donoghue, Ben Davies twice, Neil Britton, Craig Waddingham, who he beat, Brian Halcrow, Darren McVicker, Alex Dunlop, Ian Alley, Matty Smith, Robbie Butterworth, Oli Bale. And I think there's even a couple of more on there. Now, with Shane's games, obviously, he was given starts, wasn't he, against Carl O'Donoghue, I think, on 2 out of the 3 occasions, but he won all 3.
yeah.
He also gave Ian Alley, was it +5?
He did give him
or
a
did
start.
He start off -5? I can't remember.
I can remember he gave him a start, and with Ben Davies he got a start.
Yeah, he got a start with Ben Davies, yeah. I think the days of Shane getting a start are definitely ended quite a while ago.
I think when you win, what is it, 90 on 4 Ultimate Pool titles?
Yeah.
Then I don't think you're going to be getting many starts.
No, you're not getting starts, I'm afraid. I mean, to beat, though, I think Craig Waddingham was -3 and he was +2, which I know is, a 5 difference, but Craig Waddingham's just, in my opinion, one of the best cash players ever.
Fantastic.
He's up there with the likes of Mark Boyle.
I mean, when Craig Waddingham was back playing the money matches a few years back, he was unstoppable. It was fantastic. Absolutely to watch.
So many. The guys like you said, Boyle, Farnsworth, Clint, the guys that can do it over such a long race, and many more, by the way, just the first ones that came to mind, are just incredible players that can keep up that level of play over a race to, minimum of 25, usually sometimes 31. It's an awful long time.
Big shot here from Cy. I'm guessing he's probably going to take this yellow to the top pocket and try and nudge into the red.
This will open up everything for Simon, but he's missed it.
Missed it. It's not too bad with him covering the pocket. It would have been all over if he'd got it.
Yeah, and I think he's covered the pocket in such a manner there's no chance of that red slipping by the yellow. So only a loss of turn of a skill shot available. Could play short position on that red. It's not necessarily a situation where Shane can't go game here, but
I think he's looking at the loss of turn shot. I think the only problem he's got is his white would have to be absolutely on a sixpence. So
for position up there, Matt, and also does that 8 ball? Where does that 8 ball go? Does it go into the right centre? Does it go into the left corner?
It'd be a bit of development there.
Questions, that's what's going through his mind now. Key part of this game is decision making. It's what separates the good players from the great.
And the thing is, he doesn't have to play the loss of turn straight away. What he could do is the ball that's sort of closest to the blue spot, he could try and drift that down towards the yellow just to sort of put it in front of the yellow, make things tricky for Cy, and then play the loss of turn shot at a later point. You don't have to play it straight away.
I think he may feel that's a bit risky, but we'll see. He is playing sort of your shot. He is playing the loss of turn.
He's gone for the one where you've got to be perfect, and
I think he is perfect.
It's a great shot.
That is very, very good indeed. Coming in at 2 p.m. this afternoon, looking like it's paid off. Well, Shane was actually here yesterday, I believe, but when I got here, he was having a practice on the table.
Yeah, I was chatting to him earlier on. They said he came down yesterday, had a good practice, and stayed locally, so that then he was bang up for the game. It's quite a long drive, really, for Shane. It's a good few hours.
Well, for Shane's chauffeur.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's a great shot.
We were waxing lyrical about how good that loss of turn shot, but he left an edge for the yellow.
Yeah, well, he had to swerve it round to get that to turn it over.
That's the second time in this match he's had to play a swerve shot, and the second time he's got it, but not happy, which tells me this yellow's very close to this 8 ball.
It is. I'm wondering whether he might end up playing the double into the bottom corner pocket and stunning up.
You know what I'm thinking, just looking at body language, Matt, is this may even be touching ball and he doesn't have a shot on it. I'm not sure.
I think he's going to end up on a double either way. I would imagine it'd either be a double on this one into the middle or a double on the other one into the corner.
Well,
and one thing I'd say about Sai is he's top notch at his doubles, so
absolutely
he will fancy it if it's on.
It is the double, but it is wide and quite a long way wide, it has to be said.
And he'd fancy Shane to be taking these from here. I think although it was a tougher double, I think I'd have probably gone for the one in the corner, because your position was just absolutely guaranteed if you got it. There was just nothing to do whatsoever. I think even if you get that double into the middle there, you're still hoping that you're going to miss that yellow, come up beyond it into the corner.
Well, not as played, you don't feel there, Matt? Surely he was looking to sort of leave the cue ball up near the top cushion.
Yeah, there was a comment from both players at the tables playing a little bit slow at the minute. So yeah, some of these shots, I think you hit that normally. I think you're probably coming out another foot there maybe. I think you're just going to have to get used to that, aren't you, if it is running a little slower.
A bit slower, but also very, very grippy, this cloth. Same cloth that we're used to seeing on the Ultimate Pool Tour, Strachan Superfine.
You can't see it being an issue really here. Personally, I think he might be looking slightly different to me, but I'd be looking at this one to the bottom left. I'd take the one along the rail, drop it in, take the one over the middle and go up the table, one at the top end, back down, and the one to the right for the black. But I think he's going to go slightly different.
I think he's going to go for the one on the right first.
Yeah, I think so.
That's where my mind was taking me, Matt. But
yeah, I think
which means he's definitely going left.
Yeah, for me that's just an easy last ball for the black, but and I don't really see much of a difference in the pot on that one on the rail, whether you take it right or left. It's easy enough either way.
I think what we do see with Shane Thompson nowadays is such a measured approach to the game. Yeah. I mean, for the first couple of frames, the noise in here was incredible. Yeah. And Shane just looked like he was practicing in his local. Yeah. He really did.
Yeah. Not phased.
Not phased, not rushed, just didn't have any effect on him whatsoever. Yeah. And that can be said for a lot of players, but it couldn't always have been said for Shane.
Yeah.
You know, you're looking 8, 9, 10 years ago when he started playing cash games.
Yeah.
It was, we were dealing with a different Shane Thompson back then, someone who could get flustered, show his emotions.
It's experience, and he's got a lot of it now, from his cash games and from his tournament wins.
For those interested at home, that £27,000 pot has been made up a lot by backers, but both players have had a bet on themselves.
I think you've got to really, to be honest, as a player. I mean, for me, you've got to have a decent bet on yourself. If you're going to play a game like this, then you've got to back yourself for it.
Well, I was going to wait to the end of this frame, but you're no stranger from the cash game arena yourself, are you?
No, I've had quite a few money matches. I've not played one for a while now, but yeah, I did used to like them. And I'd always make sure I had the biggest bet. I'd never let anybody have more money on than me. Just because it just shows that you are fully up for it then,
Fair enough.
If you lose a match, you're feeling it, as much or more than anybody else.
I was thinking it might be because you couldn't bear somebody to win more money than you.
Well, there's that as well.
But you don't have to, because you get your percentage as well. Yeah, of course you do.
Yeah. To be fair, I never used to take a big percentage. I always used to take
10%. You were, weren't you?
Yeah, so quite a small percentage really when you're playing these games.
Well, there might be a 99% audience favour for Simon, but it's Shane that's keeping them nice and quiet for now. referee today, Richard Rhodes. For those with an eagle eye will recognise him, I'm sure. Came with all the gear. Did you see him turn up? And a suitcase full of stuff for reffing. Oh, absolutely.
I didn't need,
he had
needed much
everything.
other than white gloves.
He even had a pen just to mark the table if it wasn't, measuring where the 8 ball should go and the top ball. Yeah, he had everything. Very
he's
well
not messing
prepared.
about then, is he?
I was very impressed.
He's a very experienced ref. He's been around a while.
And he's a big lad as well, which helps. Great haircut. Don't you think?
Oh, superb.
Absolutely.
I've tried copying it.
You started that about 15 years ago,
I
did
certainly did.
6 months in, but definitely an advocate, as is the man at the table.
It's looking like it's going to have to be Reds. Not a bad split. It's a little bit of work to do. Not absolutely straightforward.
Yeah, you just feel this opening shot. He wants to take the one over the top left-hand pocket. It's all about the cannon afterwards, or if he even plays a cannon. And that's okay. In fact, that's better than okay.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. That he played that pretty much to perfection there, really.
Do you feel, Matt, that even at the beginning of a cash game like this, staying in touch is very, very important? And if you do feel that, where do you think the gap starts to matter?
I'm quite the opposite, actually, with these. It doesn't really bother me going behind in them. Because the amount of cash games that you see, where somebody will go behind and be quite heavily behind at times, but then as soon as they start to come back, if they're the sort of person who can keep their head about them and they can come back, they really put their opponent under the cosh. So it's just all about keeping your head if you do drop behind.
I think you're absolutely right in a way, because it depends on the player.
Yeah.
You're playing someone that's, goes up and down quite a lot, and then you can run off frames very quickly. The last game that I did was Craig Lake against Michael Tomlinson, and I don't think either player will mind me saying it wasn't the highest of standards throughout. Michael well and truly deserved his victory, but Craig just couldn't seem to get going. Nor could Michael, to be fair, but he was doing enough to stay ahead. And Craig's a good example of a player that, when he gets in that zone, starts reeling off very quickly. He likes to have that swag
about him, doesn't he, really? And if he's got the confidence, then he's going to rattle them off.
And I don't feel that necessarily applies to these two, because I just believe both of these players are so mentally strong. But I do feel that the start of the game is more important for Simon than it is for Shane.
Right.
I do, definitely. And a five or six frame gap, just nothing to do with bottle, because Simon's got an enormous bottle. I just think it may be too much to catch. He's indicating he didn't like that at all.
Yeah, do you think he got a kick? He didn't look happy.
You can see the cue up in the air, always a sign. Going dancing.
I mean, he was slightly lucky a minute ago, about 3 Reds ago, where he was coming down the table towards the middle pocket and he was so close to going in off. Yeah, it's made it tricky now. He's probably just going to have to accept a bit of a thin chip on the black here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Always tempting here to start getting that cue ball flying around the table, but just not worth it.
Yeah, but I can remember back to when I was playing money matches quite a while ago now. I had a couple where I just went off to a massive lead, kept going, happy days, that was it. But then I had one where I went off to a 7-0 lead and the lad came back to 7-all.
Oh.
And it really, mentally, it puts you under it that bit more. Everything just becomes that bit more difficult, and you're sort of second guessing yourself a little bit, and it can be quite tough really when somebody's come back at you.
Well, it's the old argument of this game's played between the ears. It really is at this level.
It is 100%. Once you get to a certain level, you can all play the shots, but like you say, it's just having that focus and that strength just to keep it going over this kind of distance.
When we're sat here, we always say things, well, if you can win 7 and he can win 7, why would you be too fussed? But it doesn't feel that way when you're out there.
No, definitely.
you're thinking, hold on a minute, I was 7-0 up 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, what's gone on here?
Yeah. So it looks like we are going to be flying this cue ball around. Or is he? Yes. Wow. Surprised by that.
Very surprised by that.
So he's obviously trying to miss that yellow and then come round off another 3 cushions.
Why not just leave yourself a thin chip?
Yeah, I mean, even a shot from where he is now, where he's landed, he probably would take that.
Yeah, I mean, in or over there, I thought, from where he was there, I thought he could have got slightly left of the blue spot, and you wouldn't. You'd fancy your chances to get it. You'd be backing yourself to make that one.
Ah, he's such a good potter, Shane. You wouldn't bet against him potting it from where it is. But Simon Fitzsimmons won't mind one bit as he bounces into action.
Yeah, it's an important frame now, this one for Si, because you shouldn't really be losing from here, so you've just got to make sure you do things right, and that's not the greatest shot to start him off.
Has he left an edge?
I think he's certainly left him seeing it how much, whether, I mean, there's not much on, admittedly, whether it goes to the top left, maybe it does, but you'd still have to play some shot to pot it and get round. But Shane will be happy just to be able to see it.
Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. Wow.
What a shot.
Shot of the match so far. Incredible stuff.
Wow.
Brilliant from the safe cracker.
That's going to hurt, definitely. I mean, that from where he'd left his red there, he shouldn't be losing that frame.
Naughty finish, and gave it a bit at the end. Do like to see that. Do get a bit of emotion out of Shane.
Fantastic shot to point in the top left, but it never should have been left that.
Shane Thompson straight. He did 5 frames.
So, bit of daylight, and can he capitalise and punish his opponent even further? Frame number 8. Wow. He will be devastated at that.
You're not going to catch a break much better than that. He controlled the white perfect, really got into him, and just shows there's a bit of luck in the break.
It's an amazing game, that, isn't it, really? You just, given what had happened at the end of the last frame and the way you hit that break, you could guarantee 3 or 4 balls. And all of a sudden, everything shifts round, and within a few seconds, we could be looking at 5-3, not 6-2.
There's only one ball really here for Si to deal with, and that's a yellow that's against the red, and obviously it plants if he can get onto something to plant it, or he can try and break it out. Would
you be tempted by, well, he's not doing, he's going up into the corner.
Was you thinking the plant then?
Yes, I was thinking the plant, Matt. I was going to ask your advice, your expertise.
He would have been tempted, but the only problem was his white was going towards the red on the back rail, and I think he'd have been struggling to get the position, so he's going to try and screw into it now instead. That's perfect.
That will do nicely. Frame at his mercy now, and obviously that was this frame was broken off by Shane Thompson, so a minute or so and we could be looking at 5-4. How things can change from playing such a magnificent shot to losing the next 2.
It's a big difference. Shane pots the ball there, goes on, clears up 6-2, and Si had been ruined that mistake that he made, but now he's right back in it if he takes these. So what's your background in the game then, David?
Losing to most semi-professional, professional and amateur players most of the time, yeah.
Is that generally how it went for you?
I'm pretty good at the game, apart from I can't hit the middle of the cue ball.
That could be an issue.
It's not very important, is it?
Unless you can really judge how the side's going to go on, then yeah.
Yeah, stone cold useless. Great opportunity this now, really is.
Yeah, there's a few ways he can take these now. It's just how he feels comfortable about it, and you fancy him to get these all day long.
Knowing both players quite well as I do, I know what Shane will be sat down thinking about in his chair right now.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute, I played a magnificent shot, cleared up, and now it's 5-4. It could be.
Game's cruel, kind of thing.
It's very, very cruel. Ye olde pool gods.
I'm assuming here he's not on the yellow to the right pocket, so I'd be tempted to take the one in the middle here and try and come back, leave yourself straight on the one to the left. Yeah, it should be just enough. So then you can drag it back, leave the one to the right last, and it's just natural to get on the black then. You'd like to have been straight on this one to the left, but it's easy enough this.
Looked very, very sharp in his practice, Simon, and speaking to a couple of people around the club who practice with him regularly said he's been in absolutely blistering form.
Yeah, I played him a few weeks back at him Festa 21, and he looked superb then, to be fair. He played fantastic, so
come on.
Yeah. What, who won?
Well, we know who won.
We'll leave it though.
You got double figures?
No, we ended up, he took an early lead, and then I rattled about 10 in a row off without him getting a shot. So I ended up going 20-15 up to 21, and then I only got one more shot, lost 21-20.
21's what a match.
Yeah, it was a fantastic standard.
You need to get on the socials and get this live, these sort of games.
I don't do none of that.
Yeah, I mean, worth mentioning for all the technical difficulties we've had tonight. People seem to forget what Beard are here doing. They've travelled the length and breadth of the country, sometimes for very little money, just so these games really, and the passion of the man behind everything, Paul Molden, is basically just to record these games and make sure that they're available forever to watch.
I mean, some of these games, the standard of them is just absolutely outrageous, really, and you want to be able to go back and see these games again.
Absolutely. How many matches do you think have been played, which people talk about years after, that have never been recorded and people can't watch them? It's just a travesty to our sport.
That's it, if you go back sort of 10 or 20 years where they weren't really doing all this recording, some of the the big money matches at the time, they just weren't caught. They're only there in people's memory, and you hear about them and you think, oh, they sound fantastic, but you just don't get to see them, do you?
And human memory is not always the best at recalling situations, especially not when you're viewing a pool match.
You'll definitely get some biased opinions.
Well, you've usually had a sherbet or two, haven't you, when you're watching? Things tend to get a little bit exaggerated.
Did you watch the games with Waddingham going back years ago when he played Boyle?
Oh yes.
Yeah, I mean they were fantastic.
They are brilliant games. Absolutely.
I mean, around that sort of time, I think Waddingham was probably playing the best pool in the world at the time. Realistically, he was pretty much untouchable. Some of the former players, your likes of your Mick and your Gaz, they weren't playing it so much at the time. It was sort of back when they just sort of moved away.
Yeah, and them aforementioned players who, it's spoken about a lot as being the goats of the sport, and I'm not getting into that because you'd be hard pressed to find many players that would argue against calling either of them the goat of English pool, but there were so many that neither of them have ever really dip their toe into the cash game arena. I don't know of a Mick Hill cash game. I don't know of one.
He's definitely played some,
has he?
But not the games you'd necessarily expect. So, like, I know that he did play Gabe O'Malley at one point. And Gabe, I'm sure he'd say it himself, he's not in mixed league. I think there was a start involved, and I think it was a comfortable win, as you'd expect realistically for Mick. But he doesn't play the big game. I mean, obviously, we know the one that everybody would like to see money game wise with Mick. You hear about it every time that Mark has a few Madrids, but
absolutely, yeah.
But I don't think we'll ever see that game, to be honest with you. And that would be a fantastic game, to be fair.
Never say never.
Yeah. I suppose you do never know, but I can't see. I guess Mick's probably got nothing to prove there, effectively, and. I think the terms are there probably only be if it was up in the northeast, so I can't see it.
I think it depends on your character. He's. I mean, from what I know, he's probably just not keen on the atmosphere. Having 200-300 people,
possibly, yeah. Some
it's not for
like
everybody.
It, some don't, do they? Yeah.
I know for a fact both of these players absolutely love it.
Yeah. I think you can't beat it when it's like this, can you? I know I love it. Yeah,
no, absolutely. All eyes on you. And I was speaking to Shane before, as regular listeners will know, we commentate alongside Shane Thompson, usually myself and Nick.
Yeah.
And he's usually our resident professional. He travels up because he lives local to Nick's area. And I said, I bet you're glad you got a cue in your hand, not a microphone this time. He says, yeah. Absolutely. Much prefer having the cue in my hand.
Yeah. But you can't beat it when everybody's watching like this, and especially if things are going your way as well. That always helps. I remember the first sort of what I'd class as a proper money match that I played over at 147.
In Leicester?
No, near Leeds.
There's two. There's one in Leicester, isn't there?
There is one. Yeah, there is.
I thought I went there the other week.
Yeah. I'd come in at the last minute to play somebody, and ended up I went there on the must have been the Friday, or the Thursday or the Friday, to have a little bit of a practice. Normal pool all looked nice. Had a bit of a practice. That was it. Came in the next day to play it, and they'd completely changed it all around. Put one table in the middle, big arena around it, loads of people in there watching. I'm like,
did you not love that?
What's all this about? Yeah, I loved it. It was the first sort of time that I'd sort of seen that, really, and no, it was brilliant. Like, you can't fault it, can you?
It's one aspect of this game that I absolutely love. I've been very lucky in the fact that I commentate for a couple of different people, and watching the psychology of somebody come into a pressure situation, whether that be a big cash game or an arena.
Yeah.
I think you get more of it in tournament play, because the guys that choose to play for £27,000 and above have to have a bit about them.
Yeah.
You're not going to see nerves from either of these two.
Yeah, it's
for example.
Unlikely, yeah.
But when a player does well in a tournament and they're in unknown territory, watching them either shine or melt makes good viewing. It really does.
Oh, you can definitely see people fold, without a doubt.
Well, as we were chatting away, Shane has managed to take frame number 9. 3-frame gap, and it is a breaker serve, so Simon's going to have to do something to close the gap, and he'll rather do it sooner rather than later, I should say. Easy for me to say. I think we're halfway through till the first break.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to really worry about as yet for Si. There's plenty of time in this match. He's got a few frames on the board. He's had the chance to get settled into it now. It's just a case of getting a few opportunities.
Yeah, no need to panic or feel despondent. He was telling me before about the game. Ian was saying before about when he played Lee Anderson, and he was 24-18 behind, or something like that. 24-19 behind, was he? Yeah. I don't know. Were you there?
I wasn't there at that.
I think he was 5 or 6 behind.
Yeah.
Raced to 25 and managed to win the lot.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I don't like hearing that name because that was my first ever money match loss. So
was it?
Yeah.
So what's your record, Matt? I know you've played an awful lot of games.
I think I've played probably maybe 20 games or so overall, somewhere in that region. and lost 3. So
How many?
yeah. So not bad for the people that were backing it. It was all right.
I'm
Especially
sure.
with it only being 10%.
A very popular man around these parts, I should imagine. Excellent break once again. My Shane this time has been rewarded with a couple of reds.
Yeah, I made the mistake with the last one that I played of not actually using my cue, and I'd just got a new cue. I don't know why I thought about it. I've had the same cue for like 20 years.
Right.
And I played with it, and God, that was awful. That was terrible.
You lost, did you?
Yeah, I lost. Yeah, and that's literally the last one I played, and that's going back a while now.
Have you stuck with that cue?
Yeah, I stuck with it for probably a good year and a half, something like that, because I was hardly practicing anyway, and I thought I'll just stick with it, see whether it works. And in all honesty, the cue was never the problem. It was the fact I don't practice. So I gave up on the cue and literally started playing better instantly when I went back to my old cue. Well, why did they ever change?
Well, I think what you're doing there is it's a mental thing. You're just relaxing back into how you felt for so many years
exactly,
when you hold the cue,
Yeah.
and then you just play off instinct when you've been playing as long as you have, instead of thinking about things. How's the cue going to play out? I mean, different cues throw wider than other cues, don't they?
Yeah, it was certainly a bad decision, especially because I literally changed every bit about the cue. I literally went for it. Oh, that was a surprising one there from Shane.
We weren't paying too much attention then, Matt, but I was a bit shocked by the colour choice there. Were you?
I don't
You
know.
weren't paying attention either, were you?
I was like, I mean, I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I think what he was thinking is that ball that's over the middle there, he'd use that just to knock out his only bad yellow. So I can see why he's gone yellows, but I just think he played an awful shot.
I think the conclusion I came to was that the obvious problem, red didn't pass into the left middle, and maybe it doesn't, which
quite possibly
would make sense.
I think the issue that he had there, I mean, for me, I think he just played the wrong shot, because I think the ball that he was playing was the right ball. But I'd have been going twice across the table, keeping it down low on this side of the table so that I could play that one over the middle and knock the other one out. And you're just keeping it simple. You're not doing anything too fancy. He's had a little bit of a result, to be fair, where they've landed.
Yeah, big opening shot here for Simon, and not particularly any obvious safety for him. Can't get through to the easiest pot, this one nearest us at the bottom of the table. Not really much else to go at. Difficult here. Maybe come thin off, well, is taking this on. Don't expect to be played with any pace, and it wasn't. But it was extremely accurate. Would have preferred an angle on this red. Virtually impossible to get the cue ball away from the cushion now, so going to be forced into another tough pot if he's to continue with this break.
Yeah, it's massive, this one, about whether that red near the yellow that you mentioned goes into the middle. Because if it doesn't, I mean, you struggle to see how he's going to manage to get out, but maybe it does. One good pot to the top right, and he might be able to leave himself on it.
Once again, apologies from everyone at Baird. She'll be listening eventually to this. Hopefully problems will be resolved, but if not, I'm sure full refunds will be given. I believe we are back. I missed too much, I don't think, Matthew.
No, I mean, a bit of a crazy miss there from Shane. I don't know whether you saw that one or not, but he's gone for one to the top right. And I mean, he was looking at it like it was very tight, but he missed it very away.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate with the result by the looks of it as well.
Yeah, it was. The one that he missed just went right up near that red, and he just made things tricky. It's the red that would have gone into the middle.
Key frame this, you feel?
Yeah, I mean, if Fitzy gets this 1-5-4, I think he'd be quite happy with that, really, with the way things have gone.
Well, I think the score's wrong on our screens. I believe it's 6-3 at the minute, because Shane did win the one before.
Right.
So, take us to 6-4. Okay, so this has got to be played off. He's going to try and do a lot with this shot. He's going to try and play this red off the yellow, is he?
Wow,
up at the top, and then top spin through into the other yellow.
Is that on?
To create a path for the cue ball.
Is it? Is it on, you think? It's going to have to be some.
This is your job, man. If I've got this right.
He's going off the other one.
He's going off. Nah, he's going off the yellow.
That was never on. That was never on.
It was never on.
Maybe a double kiss in or something like that. That was never on.
What do you know? You've lost loads of cash games, you. What is it? 3? 17 and 3, is it?
That's it. Yeah. Shocking.
Remind me to keep my £20 in my wallet.
I think maybe if it had gone for like a really bad cut back onto the one that's sort of near the yellow spot, I suppose you could class it as, then maybe, but not that one they were playing.
No thoughts of any safety shots for Shane here. Yeah, catches it nice and thin. That was just as played. Cue ball back over to the right hand side of the table. And a 4-frame gap could be incoming here.
Yep, you'd be shocked to see Shane miss from here.
You just feel for Si at the moment that he's playing well, and he knows he's playing well. He's just struggling to get go. Oh, wow. No excuses for that, I don't think.
Bit of a commentator's cuss from me, I think, there, but I mean, that you shouldn't be missing from there, should you?
An unforced error. An unexpected unforced error. Did he take it for granted? Only he will know as he sits back down in his seat. It's got to be said, Shane's had a couple of chances to really start putting nails in this match.
Yeah, perfect. He's really getting the crowd up.
He loves it. He can't believe, you could just see him smiling, Simon. Can't quite believe the noise. Well, if you need any more encouragement, it's just there. Good news for Simon Fitzsimmons, good news for us as well. I believe we are in fact live.
Superb, that's what we wanted.
So, just once again. Yeah. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Once again, we have missed the first 9 frames. We are now well and truly live. The scoreboard error that you've just seen was in fact my fault, but not the technical issues for the last hour and a half.
You're not taking all of that.
Absolutely not. No, welcome everybody for those that are joining us. Thanks for bearing with us. You have missed an entertaining 10 frames. Has to be said. Shane has had a couple of chances to increase his gap. Missed an awful ball in that last one, and it's Simon who has capitalised, and the crowd rewarded him with the loudest cheer that we've had so far. We're live from up in Bury near Manchester at a fabulous club, Martini's on the Rock. I have never been in a club like this in my life, Matt.
It is superb.
It really is.
For anybody that doesn't know, it's Ian Martin's club. So Ian Martin's big on his snooker. Plays on sort of like borderline sort of tour level. And yeah, he's really done a good job here, hasn't he? It's fantastic.
It's just a building in general. We're in the middle of a retail estate, and you have to come up the stairs. It's just on the second floor. There's a balcony that runs all the way around the outside. And in fact, you know what, Matt? I did have a word with Ian Martin before, and during the first interval, I'm sure we'll get to see that little interview and some magnificent footage of this great club.
Yeah.
Really is.
It is. It's an impressive club.
It really is impressive.
Anybody who gets the opportunity to give it a go, I'd recommend it. You know, it's also like a bit of a wine and cocktail bar as well. So it's good for the women to come along and have a bit of a drink as well.
Yeah, I think that's how Ian worded it. He says you don't get the usual pool and snooker clientele in this club. And he's absolutely right.
Yeah. Well, this will be a disappointing one here for Simon, because he's just had, that great frame there where Shane's made a really big mistake. He's ended up taking it out, and you just want to punish him then. And he's just lost the white straight away into the corner pocket.
Had a couple of these though. We had a key moment just a few frames ago where Simon played a lap safety shot, left Shane an edge, and I'm sure we'll get it on a highlight reel eventually. It was a long pot up into the corner. He went round off 3, I think maybe 4 cushions, full length of the table, landed absolutely plumb on the black. You thought this is the chance for Shane to start really pushing forward in the game, and then as soon as he broke off, went dry and left dollies for side, didn't he?
Yeah,
we've just seen it.
Just a reverse of it.
Yeah, just seen a reverse of it. So
I mean, that shot from Shane was literally a shot of the match right there. It's like you'd struggle to beat that one. It was absolutely fantastic to the top left. Like you said, come round off 3 or 4 rails and absolutely plumb on the black that you would have said he would have struggled to get on. You literally had to get right down the bottom end of the table. You're going against it. You've got a pot that probably only had half a bag to the top left. You're full length of the table playing it. Fantastic shot.
We were both simply amazed he managed to get the pot, and the position was even more impressive. Yeah, shot of the match that was. But regardless, I think the match has just been dictated by the balls at the moment. Both players playing at a similar level. You wouldn't say both were at 100%, probably around 80%.
Yeah. Oh, and there we go again. Just highlights it. They really are both struggling with the break.
Yeah, amazing, because both in practice were crunching it. I watched them both for probably 30 minutes each today, and Simon especially was hitting the break.
Yeah.
I mean, we know how big his break is. It's his biggest weapon, but he was just making balls after balls after balls just constantly. I don't think I saw one dry break.
I mean, daft though it is, I've been more annoyed as Shane losing the white in the way that he did than I would have been for Sai, because losing it into the middle like that, it's criminal, really. You just shouldn't be putting it straight into the middle, arcing it into the middle, going into the top corner. You're only slightly out, a fraction out. You've caught the white well, but you're just a fraction out on it. But losing it into the middle is a pretty poor break, really.
How's the layout then? Because these yellows look very nice indeed.
Yes, I'd say so. It's fairly straightforward here, really, for Fitzy. I think he'd like to have come a bit more there. I think he was looking to play middle there, really, so come a little bit more, play the one to the left middle and then the one to the right middle. But I'm pretty sure they plant to the bottom left if he needs to, or he can still take this one into the middle.
Opting to play a cannon. This worked out well.
Frames like this are absolutely crucial, aren't they? When you get a straightforward chance like this, you've just got to be taking them, relatively easily and making sure you get them. You can't afford to be gifting Shane any frames.
No, and given what happened in the last frame with Shane being gifted it, you just feel it's critical for Simon to repay the favour here.
Yeah.
And you can see that he's just taking his time. I think maybe because he's not perfect on this yellow, just have to cheat the bag ever so slightly to create the angle for the white.
Wonder if he'll maybe just go past the ball in the middle of the table so we can take it to the bottom left there. Yeah. Just gives him options then, you know. So if he's not quite right, he could have took the one to the bottom right then. So it's perfect here.
Earning your money here, Matthew. Earning your money. Fantastic stuff, that. Yeah, and just swing this round. 8 ball in the same pocket.
Yeah.
7-5 and Simon to break next. Interesting with Simon, he does lift up ever so slightly, doesn't he, when he pushes the cue, or is it just afterwards? Not quite, can't see it on this camera angle. Just a little bit, no mistake though. 7-5. Just feel like we're just starting to go up a level here. Yeah. Always does when the crowd get behind the man.
And you can hear there, he's definitely got the crowd behind him. There's no doubt about that.
I thought they were shouting on Michael Van Thompson for a minute. Still prefer the rendition of Hey Jude we had about 3 frames in. That was very good indeed. But it wasn't Hey Jude, it was Fitzy. Yeah. Big thanks to our sponsors, Smart Rack, Alan over at 8balldirect.com. 20 of them are to be won by anybody that's purchased this stream. If you've managed to calm down, I'm sure we've had a few angry emails in. First 9 frames did go amiss due to technical difficulties, but we're back live now. Apologies once again. There's a look, and blinds that you can see just behind Simon. Full length glass where you can see outside. And that open makes a fantastic atmosphere. Well, cheers from the crowd, but this at first glance doesn't look like a simple opportunity.
Well, there's definitely chances here, but he's got a bit of work to do. He's got to break out on those 2 on yellows if he elects to go that way, or the reds are definitely on.
Yeah, I'm struggling to pick a colour set here, Matthew.
It's close because the reds are so much easier as starters. And to be fair, all the reds go, realistically. You know, the one that's sort of down near the black spot still goes into a few pockets. The one near the yellows, you know, you can get on it bottom rail, can't you, and get that back.
If you go in reds, you'd like to tidy up the top of the table first, wouldn't you? It looks like he's at top of the table when we were looking down at the table, bottom of the table, nearest us. So key shot straight away. Can he just pop this into the centre pocket, hold the cue ball for a thin snip on this red to the bottom right?
Yeah, if he's got an angle, he'd like to screw into the gap, but I'm just not sure whether he has. It's difficult to see. So if he could screw into the gap, then he's perfect.
Risky, though.
Yeah, if you've got the angle, you're laughing, but if you've not got the angle, then yeah, it would be risky. The good thing about reds, where you can get away with maybe making a mistake on them, whereas I think the yellows, if you went for them all out, yeah, he's got the gap. Perfect.
Confidence, make you feel good, them sort of shots.
Yeah, with the reds, he had that sort of option where even if it didn't go quite right first shot, you know, he had options there for playing safeties and that. The yellows were all or nothing on that first shot. You play the breakout, you get it right, you dish in, you don't, you might have lost a frame, realistically.
So ideally here, Mark, does he want to play on the one that's right on the breaking line? Would that be perfect? Because although it's not a problem, it is the hardest ball to get on.
Yeah, I mean, ideally if he could. You mean the one that's sort of below the yellow?
Yeah, just to the right. Yeah, the one on the
They
breaking
can,
line.
but I was just about to say what he might consider. I don't think he's gone quite as far as he'd have liked. He's leaving himself a double on this one, and then he's kind of perfect. And because he's very confident with his double.
He is.
I think if he'd just gone on another couple of ball rolls on there, I think he'd literally just stun the double in, drop that one in near the yellow, and it's all done. Now it's just a little bit tougher.
Yeah, you expect him to get the double, no problem. It's all about what sort of kiss he gets on the red. Anything should be fine, really. He's always going to have to plant.
Wow. I think.
Where's this 8 ball? It is going to stay on the table.
Wow, that's a result.
Only just.
Yeah, it's a result.
What that does, though, is it creates a big problem for Shane because he really did need that pocket for his finish.
I'm quite surprised though with Fitzy, because I thought what he might have done instead of that was to take the plant to the top left and then get himself perfect on the double. It's just he had an easy opportunity just to get himself right, and then he couldn't miss the double, and it's just a straightforward finish.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on there. Just a bit more clear thinking from Si, but very easy when you sat here.
Well, exactly, that's it. It's different when you're out there. He's got whatever 60, 70, maybe more people all cheering for him there, and it's easy when you're sat here, isn't it?
One thing you haven't got out there at least is a shot clock.
Yeah.
And a match clock in a cash game. It's just pure pool. First to 25. The best man win.
That shot clock certainly ramps the pressure up, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Anybody out there listening, I'm sure there's plenty that have played under 15 seconds. It's just quite frankly ridiculous.
It's horrendous, to be honest with you. I mean, I can see why they do it. I've got no issues with it. He's got away with it.
Has he fluked it in the corner? Yes, he has. And it has to be said, that pocket's not been friendly to the safecracker so far, because he had an even simpler ball than that into the left centre a few frames ago, and he missed it. And
it was a bit of a shocker, really, wasn't it?
We were doing our usual thing, chatting away and taking the frame for granted, and it really was. Shane's probably played the shot of the match so far, but he's also played the miss of the match for certain.
And it did cost him the frame.
And it's worse news here because I think he's very straight on the yellow to the corner, which is his only pot. So I just can't see a way out for him here at all. He's going to have to play a very delicate safety, but tough to get in behind these two yellows.
Yeah, he's definitely got
Tight
safety options. I mean, if he just literally just thinned off that yellow on the right-hand side, he should just nudge into those two. He splits them up, leaves him snookered. It's definitely an option. You just got to get it right.
Yeah, I'd like to hit the right-hand side yellow, you feel, a dead weight. That's okay, but he has left a double here, you feel.
I'm not as keen on that shot, to be honest with you. He's left him seeing the red, and I just thought if he did it very thin, it was slightly trickier, admittedly, but he just split those two yellows up and left him snookered.
For Simon, though, if there is a shot on where he can clip the right-hand side of this red, it's how much he can hit without bringing in a double kiss.
Yeah, I mean, if you can see the right-hand side of that red, you're looking at trying to get him tucked up the top left of the table, get him in behind those two.
You wouldn't attack here?
I don't think he needs to here if you can see that, because I think you've got options there, because he's still got these two yellows that are tied up. He's got the yellow that's near the black. It'd have to be some finish from there from Shane.
True. I just know how aggressive he is, and I'd be terrified of going up to the top left, me. I'd be in off every time.
Sometimes a mistake that people make, they give people too much respect. And, in the end, you end up making mistakes because of the fact that you're that worried about sort of leaving them something that you actually end up leaving them something even easier.
That's what I feared at the double kiss. And this time, Shane does have a shot. Is it easy? No. But I don't think he's got another option here. He could play off the yellow that is furthest left and once again try and get in behind, but I don't know. You're weighing up percentages here, aren't you?
Yeah.
What are the odds of getting it? And even if you do get it, what are the odds you're going to get ball in hand from it?
He's definitely got a shot at the aggressive one here, really, hasn't he? To bang it in the bottom right, come round off two and try and get into him. Worst case, as long as you get the pot, if you don't get the breakout right, look at the safety.
You're playing this in hope more than promise. The fact you just land on a ball.
Yeah. You can't guarantee it from here, but you'd fancy if you get a nice kiss that there's a good shout there that you're going to land on one of them.
Well, he's certainly in no rush. Knows it's a key moment, this, because a chance to nick the frame despite missing that ball to the centre only a few minutes ago.
Another shot that he could try, but I think it's quite tricky, is to play the one on the left-hand side, the one that's queuing up now, but try and play it with a load of bottom left, drag it in, and get in behind those two. So you're sending that yellow out off the back rail and get in behind those two, but
very difficult.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get that right. You leave him on, he clears up, and you're annoyed that you've not gone for something a bit more aggressive.
He is going cushion first, though, here, Matt. Off the red. Oh, he's missed the red.
Oh, Baz.
Has he had second prize? Because I think he may have tied these two reds up. Not all bad news. There we go. They're going to need a nudge.
But again, Ty doesn't need to go for this. He could just play off those two reds, get it in front of the yellow.
And as we can see, the two yellows that are nearest the cue ball are no way near a plant into the top right pocket. As we look down on the table, bit of a different view. That I do like that view.
So you never elaborated before then, with your level, so have you had any cash games, have you had any good wins? Or?
Golden rule of commentary, Matt, is to never talk about yourself.
Is that what it is?
Prefer to remain anonymous.
Right. And you're sticking with that golden rule?
Absolutely, yeah, I've played a couple of games, I've had a couple, nothing major at your level, yeah, I enjoy playing the game. I'm not sure we've ever ran into each other. I used to play a lot when I was younger, as so many of us do, but family, commitments, and now a single dad, so
life takes a lot of my time.
A little bit, yeah, and I think certainly last year did an awful lot of this and just let the drive go to actually play.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where I didn't want to play and didn't enjoy it, and I don't see the point then. And I enjoy playing. But
Well, I remember when I saw you in Stoke, you said that you were really enjoying the commentary.
Yeah.
And you was kind of enjoying that more than playing.
Yeah, this is much better, yeah. You never miss, for starters.
Well, it always helps, that, doesn't it? Yeah.
It's gone wrong. I think also, I spend a lot of my time now around the best players in the world. And I genuinely believe I am terrible. And I'm not that bad, but I just believe I am because you lot are so good. That's all it is. Anyway, back to the action. Won't mind this staying on the table, you feel? Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him play it thick. A purposeful miss. Interesting, that shot before with the double, when he had the cross double, and the fact he didn't get it has just put so much more mileage in this frame.
Yeah.
And do you feel, Matt, that when you're playing out there in the arena and you get a game like this, which has gone on for 7-8 minutes, which isn't that long, but
it
in terms of the cash game, does it carry more weight?
I would say in a cash game like this, obviously it's a nice frame to win when you've had you've had your chances. All you can hope for when you're playing these games is that if you do get a shot, you take that frame, and that's literally the way that you're looking at it. If you've had your shot, you've had your chance. But I'd say these sort of frames carry more weight for me when you're playing under the clock. Right. Because when you're playing some of those games on the Ultimate and you're limited to maybe 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and you're playing a game that's lasting 10, 15 minutes, all of a sudden it's accounting for a large part of the game, and you think you really need to win it. Especially if you're on some of those like the Monday night ones where they can only be 20-minute matches, and you can get the first frame going on for over 10 minutes, and all of a sudden it's massive. You literally can't afford to lose that frame. I think with these cash games, I think you can get away with losing this one from Fitz's point of view, but it would be a nice frame to pick up and just keep that score close, not go 3 behind again.
I really like what you said at the start there, where you view each frame separately, and if you get a chance and you don't get it, you sort of feel like, well, that's frame gone. And then if you get another chance, you're in the right frame of mind, because you're sort of thinking to yourself, well, this is my second chance, didn't think I was going to get this.
That's
giving yourself no opportunity to feel negative, and that's very important. Oh, it's not as played. Didn't mean to cannon that yellow out of the way. Did mean to hit the one he hit. wanted it to send it away from the Ella and leave the cue ball behind the other one.
Yeah, but back when I was playing these games, that's just kind of how I used to look at it in terms of visits, you know, so it was kind of, if I had a visit in the frame, I felt I should be winning the frame, you know, and there's kind of no excuse, even if your visit isn't very good, you know, and you've not got clearance on, but you've got some kind of shot, there's always a shot, you know, there's always some kind of safety, you can make things difficult for your opponent. And I think as soon as you get that visit, if you lose that frame, you think, well, you know, it's my fault really, you know, even if it wasn't an easy opportunity.
I know you're friends with Simon, and you obviously had that practice. We weren't live when you told this, were we? So just tell us again. You had a game with Si last week.
Oh,
we're going to repeat.
Yeah, probably 2 or 3 weeks back now. And yeah, it was a cracking game. We had a first to 21. He took an early lead in it, and then I rattled off about 10 frames in a row without him getting a shot. Ended up taking a 20-15 lead, and only got one more shot. Lost 21-20. Just he took 5 off the break, and I had 1 shot in the other. That was it. So in theory, off what I've just been saying, I should have won that one where I had the 1 shot. So.
Did you ever play Simon?
Yeah,
I mean, I know you've known him a long time. Did you ever play him for a decent part at one point? Because you know you're from similar areas, but
we are. To be honest, we never played for money. No, because I think we've kind of been mates, since we sort of got on the scene, really. And yeah, it's one of those games that never came about. And I always tried to avoid playing anybody I knew anyway, any of my mates, and that just because it's not for me. I was only really playing money matches just to kind of improve my game. It wasn't ever really sort of about the money as such, and that's why I took a low percentage, like I said before. I'd always have a big bet on myself, and and it was all about me kind of learning really more than anything else.
It's just a shame so many games, like we said earlier, haven't been documented. That's what beer productions are all about, really, at the root of it. Yes, you have to pay a small fee to watch these games, and yes, tonight things have gone wrong. Apologies have been made, but the core of this business has always been to document the game we love so it can be viewed for years to come. And I've just been told that if you do want a refund, you can email in and you shall be granted your wish. But it's not big business, this. These lads have come up from, Devon, Bristol way, down there, a lot of them. Travelled an awful long way. We've been here since Thursday, I believe. It's all right for me. I've just had an hour drive up here. These lads have been here 3 days.
Yeah, like you said, they certainly put the effort in, and obviously, technical difficulties, sometimes you just can't be helped, can they? There's nothing you can do there, so...
We do appreciate all the support, and if you have bared with us and you do not email in, thank you in advance.
I mean, like you said before about just documenting these games, we mentioned earlier on that there's been some massive money matches over the years. When you're going back sort of 20 years ago, some of the big games at the time, like with the likes like Ronan McCarthy, who used to be a massive money match player. And Keith Brewer, who doesn't play so much now, but I know at the time he was playing a lot of money matches. Darren Appleton, and they've had these big money matches that you've just not had recorded. People haven't been able to see him. You only saw him if you was there at the time because the streaming wasn't the big thing then that it is now.
I think you're absolutely right. Ronan being a perfect example, arguably one of the greatest cash players to have ever played this game. His reputation just precedes him always, and how many of his games are available to view? A handful. I mean, I remember the one against Carl O'Donoghue, which was, I think it was his last one, but even went to a decider, didn't it? Do you remember? What an atmosphere that was. Wasn't the nicest of endings after the match, but even still, so nice to be able to go back and watch them again and again. As for this man, he's just glad he's got a cue in his hand and not a microphone. Although he won't be feeling as good as he was around 20 minutes ago. Things starting to go in favour of the bouncer.
Just needs a nice shot here, does Fitzy, just to open this red up, not leave Shane on anything.
Beautiful.
And now all these reds go, and Shane's got to pull something out here.
Does he have a double to the centre? It's the only shot I can see.
Yeah, he may do, but he's going to be extremely awkward queuing and probably needing to screw his white out of the way to get it.
Has got an option of a safety, can clip then off the yellow, hide the cue ball behind the red. May only just bide him some time though in this game.
Yeah.
Won't really do him any good. Shane always looking for a positive outcome, but now I can see over the table, not even sure the double's on.
Yeah, I think if he cues down on it, screws his white out of the way, he'll straighten that up and he'd be able to get the double. And then if he does, then the clearance is on. But such a tricky shot. I mean, certainly, tucking him up like you mentioned behind the red, much easier.
Cueing over the ball and then trying to screw back where he is just insanely difficult.
Yeah. But as we've mentioned before, that middle's definitely not his favourite tonight. So it'll be the best putt he's got in there, that's for sure. I'm not sure what he's looking at there. I mean, whether he's thinking of thinning off and trying to knock the red safe, but certainly tricky.
I think he just feels every time he comes to the table, everything's just getting infinitely more difficult all the time. Has chose a more aggressive shot, but that's going to be a foul, is it? Yeah, he's told the referee before the referee even called it, as we come to expect. Cushion first, just before he made contact with the yellow, and has to make contact with a cushion or pot a ball.
Has he done enough just to make it awkward? Does that red still go or not?
I don't think that red passes, no.
It does make it a little bit trickier here for Fitzer.
It's ball in hand, could be tempted to put the cue ball short position on the red and play it across, but they're niggly little shots, aren't they, when you've got to go so close to the red?
Close to it, they certainly are. Yeah, it needs a little bit of thinking, this one here for Fitzy, because he's not even got like an easy breakout shot or off the yellow. It's just not straightforward. And one shot he would have, he's not looked at it, but he could play the double off the red that's on the bottom left as we look at it.
Just spot, you took the words out of my mouth, Ben. No, I say that.
There's a big bag and try and open the pocket up.
It looks like he's playing into it from this angle. You see why he's gone in from this one?
Yeah.
And he's missed the pot and potted the 8. Wow.
Yeah, I think I'd have been looking more at the double than that shot, because he could have actually played the double even off the back rail as well, and then it kind of coming at an angle where it's nudging the yellow up the table and probably going in.
Did not expect that. You give ball in hand away, you don't expect to win the frame at that visit. That's exactly what has happened. You just feel that if they do take the break, when I was told they may do, for people watching, I know you've only just managed to get us live, but I believe they are going to take a couple of short breaks in this match. The temperature was very hot in here this afternoon, so every 15 frames is what I was told, but only short breaks. We'll see if that transpires. Referee once again making sure all balls are tight. Couldn't believe with the amount of equipment he turned up with. Redid the line on the table before we started, brushed and ironed. Fully prepared for what promises to be an excellent remainder of this match. We've only missed the first 9 frames. Nothing to cry about in the long scheme of things, is it?
9 frames.
Come on,
when
it's
you're
just a game of pool.
25.
These things happen. Let's crack on. Shane will be wanting to crack on, especially after that mistake in the previous frame by Cy Fitz. Can he open up a 4-frame gap for the first time in this match?
Looking at that break, I would say yes. That's
Yes, they're not bad, are they?
it's about as good as you could ask, really. That he'd be very happy with that.
He's been threatening to pull away, it has to be said, from probably 3-1. He's had chances to pull away, and he's let Simon back in. At least that's the way he'll see it.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair comment, really. I don't think Si's really forced his way back into it. I think Shane's just let him back into the match. And he did there, to be fair. He made the mistake there, and Si could have been right back in it there and made a mistake himself.
I'm a big believer that dictating the pace in a pool match, especially a money match, has a big indication on who's going to win. And so far, the game has been played at Shane's pace.
Yeah.
Simon plays a lot quicker than this.
Yeah, it certainly does.
I don't like to focus on it too much because a lot of people out there will say, oh, does it matter? Why does it matter? I think it does. When you're in your regular rhythm, you're leading the match, you're controlling, you're at the table all the time. Things are very easy. And this whole match has been played at Shane's pace and not at Simon's. Simon's a fizzy player.
He is, yeah. I mean, when Si gets going, he's going to be rattling frames off in a matter of minutes. So this won't really suit him, where you've got quite a long gap really before he gets back to the table.
That said, if he's sat on his chair now, he'd be thinking, can we share these last two? And then come back after a little break, and things can change all of a sudden. Will he use the red? No. Ashiela must pass without moving that said red.
Yeah, I think he goes comfortably that one, doesn't he?
Playing on the one over the centre next, is he?
No, I think he's playing on the one at the bottom.
Oh, he's playing on. He was tricking me. He came round and had a look.
I think he's just looking at for where he's going to be off this next shot now, really. So he's just going to drift this one in, run up the table. Yeah, looking at that red. If he's anywhere next to or into that red, then he's happy there. So
much prefer when playing a shot like this to use the ball as sort of a marker to aim for, rather than playing for an intricate gap.
Yeah, the only thing you've got to be careful of when you use the ball is that you don't do it so slow that you drop onto the ball.
I was just about to say, he nearly did that. Yeah. I thought that's exactly what was going to happen, but perfect execution. And the noisy crowd are very quiet all of a sudden. A couple of Shane fans in. It's nice to hear. 9-5, they'll probably be happy. Whether it's a fair result after 14, I'm not sure. I think Shane definitely deserves the win over the first 14 from what we've seen so far, but
yeah, I think he
deserves the lead.
Yeah.
Thanks once again to our sponsors. 20 of them up for grabs if you have bought the stream this afternoon. Just had it. I've just been told off, not 20. 5. What are you telling me 20 for?
Yeah, I mean, Si's coming back to the table here, 9-5 down, and in his own mind he'll be thinking, if I don't make such a mistake when I've got ball in hand, it's 7-6, and would Shane have taken that one out? So he could really do to bounce back by taking this frame before the break.
You almost feel as if this is a must-win frame for Simon. Didn't contact the pack well there at all and has been punished for it. Cue ball dangerously close to the centre pocket.
Yeah, it's like I was saying to you earlier on, that I don't necessarily think you have to get off to a lead in these matches, and sometimes it can almost help not to, when you do get back into him, because if you're the person who's sort of in the ascendant, you're coming back into the match, you're kind of putting pressure on your opponent, and they're looking at the fact that they had a 5, a 6, a 7 frame lead. All of a sudden, your back levels, and they're thinking, God, like, what have I got to do to get away from this guy? But obviously, that's all dependent upon the fact that you can come back against them. And Shane's not going to give much up, when he gets going. I know he's made a few mistakes early on, but the more the match goes on, I think the less mistakes he'll make. So if he drops too far behind Fitz, he's going to be very reliant on the chances going his way. It's going to become quite tough.
Yeah, at the moment, he's been forced to sit and suffer after that ball in hand opportunity where he potted the 8 ball. Pretty much sat in his seat. Break coming at the right time, you feel?
I've just had a message to say that the android is watching and is enjoying the game. Said to say hello to you.
I much prefer that name. Glad to see he's adopted it.
I take it you give him that one then, did you?
I think he used to use it, he said.
Right.
I just think it rhymes better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic play. And talking of good doublers of the ball,
yeah,
he likes a double.
He does, yeah. Well, that's his billiards experience. He probably, I'd say, he is the best in the world at playing a ball off a ball.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because the shots that he pulls out like that are just absolutely ridiculous, and it's all from playing billiards as a kid.
I can't remember how many times now. I did know his stats off the top of my head, but I know he won the world junior billiard title.
Yeah, well,
I can't remember how many times. I'm sure he'll message you now and tell you.
At one point he was playing for England at snooker, billiards and pool, as a junior.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so he certainly got the angles there, there's no doubt about it. I did put that one forward for him, angles.
It's android though, isn't it? It's just the way he plays. Not happy, Shane here, taking in an inordinate amount of time.
But like you say, he's kind of dictating the pace, and Fitzy won't be liking this. It's just not his game. I did ask, to be fair. I mean, it's unusual. You don't generally see it at a money match, but I did wonder whether they might have a clock on it.
Shane's not necessarily a slow player.
He's not. No,
he's really not. But do you think maybe it's part of his game plan? Both players not firing, both in 4th gear, and that's when the meta game comes into play. And if he thinks it's in his advantage, just to slow up just a tad. If he thinks it's going to wind side up. Simon, being one of the players that is comfortable probably playing at 15 seconds, he's probably quite happy to play this at 15 seconds.
Yeah, he takes a lot of the shots like he's not really thinking about it. So I think he really is a bit like a Jordan Shepherd type player.
Yeah, Jordan Shepherd, Craig Waddingham, all a bit like that. Tom Cousins doesn't even look like he wants to be there most of the time.
That's the thing. Cousins is a bit of an unusual. He's not particularly quick, but he's not slow either. Cousins, he just kind of ambles round the table like you don't want to be there, but doesn't ever miss.
Him, I think he must be a Welsh thing. Well, I don't know how Welsh Tom is, to be quite honest with you, but that's another conversation. Him and a player called Ben Davies, them two, the most nonchalant of pool players I've seen. I mean, Shane's played Ben a couple of times, and I think it's 1-1, so let's hope for a trilogy in that. That'd be good. Very nonchalant round the table.
Not sure whether Ben's, probably playing enough now to want to have another game like. Obviously, Tom's kind of at the top of his game at the minute, really, and he's barely losing. Really, he's been on fire of late.
Fantastic player. Oh, wow. Another miss. And the cue went down. Wow. Not so nonchalantly there.
I'm not surprised. You've got to be disappointed with a miss like that. I'd be disappointed with a miss like that in practice, never mind in a £27,000 money match.
Well, we said we saw one similar to that from Shane a little bit earlier on, but scoreboard dictating emotions out there right now. And it just means so much more when you're 9-5 down rather than level.
I mean, these Reds, there's a little bit of work to do with them, but they are there. There's nothing to say he couldn't get these. And that's assuming he does want to go for him and he doesn't just tuck him up, no.
Yeah, little double kiss tuck up could be on the cards. If he chooses to attack, the Red, does he just filter through these 2 yellows at the bottom. Wow, looks like he's playing this off the yellow, is he? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the red that you're on about to the bottom left.
Yeah, does it just flick through?
It'd certainly go off the bottom of the 2 yellows. You just glance it off that one.
Just have a little look above the table. Oh, looks, well, no, yeah, just it's going to have to be played off the yellow.
Yeah, you just glance it off that yellow. I think you'll be fine with that. And then if you do, thinking a bit ahead now really, but if you glance it off that one, you could then take the red near the black and you've freed up the pocket for the other red into that same bottom right hand pocket as well. Well, we're looking far too far ahead there.
Caught in 2 minds a little bit there, wasn't he?
That's his pocket again.
Yeah, it's the same one. 3 in that pocket so far.
Yeah, some real shockers into that pocket for.
Massive frame this, I feel. If we are having a little break after this one, you know, Shane Thompson 10-5, but we'll be delighted. I just feel it's massive for Si. Is he on this yellow? Does he have a shot?
It's close.
Well,
I would say just.
He can play it off the yellow. Do you think he can turn it over? Lots of left-hand side?
I think just.
I prefer turning it over than trying to play it off the yellow.
Yeah,
gotta be honest, because so much distance between the object yellow and the pocket.
Yeah, and you're also potentially putting that yellow safe, you know, something like that.
Everyone offering you drinks here.
I know, yeah, nobody's offering you. What's going on here?
Local legend. He won all them money games. Well, he has played it.
Making up for it.
He has played it off the yellow, and that had to be very precise. It was a big shot for Simon Fitzsimmons. Yeah. Still got a little bit of work to do here.
Such a big frame for him here, really, with the mistakes he's made in this match. I think, you know, if he was to get this frame, I don't think he'd be happy, but he wouldn't be too distraught, really, you know, going in at 9-6.
Okay, needs that to come away. Well, I don't think he's got any other shot than just to pot this yellow. Possibly disturb the 8 ball slightly and leave himself a double, but he's going to push the red in the way of the double if he hits it too hard. Yeah,
this is tricky because he can't just drop it in because the double then becomes quite tricky. He's looking at that and he'd have to screw his white. The way you could see the way he took his hand up then, he's not happy with that. He'd have to come through at least a little bit there just to be able to give himself the double.
Does the 8 ball go, well, we just changed camera angle, but does it go into the bottom right hand pocket? Because if it does, he can just drop this yellow in and then play the double.
Yeah, but I think what he doesn't like is a double kiss on the double. I think if you can do that, if you can run it through, get very close to that 8 ball and just leave yourself a double, then fine. If you're not 100% convinced that you can leave it, I think you'd have to bring the white ball back a little bit and then play a cross double.
Also goes in the top centre as we look. So if he goes a little bit far, brings the cue ball down towards the right hand side cushion as we look, you'll have a thin snip on the 8 into the centre.
Yeah.
Is that on?
I would say no. He's either dropping this in to leave a double into the middle, or he's bringing it back through the cross. It looks like he's going to drop it in.
How straight is it? Doesn't want to go behind the 8.
It's like I was saying on this, if you don't think you can definitely do it and it looked very tight, I'd have brought it back. Because if you bring it back, you guarantee yourself a cross double.
It's going to be a hit and hope. And he has potted the yellow. Unfortunately, the cue ball.
I think it's a poor call, really, to be honest. I think he'd have been better off bringing the white back a foot or so. Cross double it, white up and down the table. You just guarantee yourself a shot.
Well, you wouldn't blame him if he did feel frustrated up to now. But if he is feeling frustrated, he's got to use the next 10 minutes to really get himself refocused, because the first 4 frames when he comes back out, he's got to start making inroads. I feel 5 frames is a massive lead between these two players.
The one thing I would say if I was Si, I'd look at it as, yeah, I've not played how I should play. You know, he definitely hasn't. He's not played to his game.
Absolutely not.
But I'd also look at the fact that Shane hasn't either. You know, so it's not like you're coming back thinking, well, I'm going to struggle to get chances here, because to be honest, Shane's given plenty of chances here.
Yeah, I agree. The game has been loitered with errors from frame number 1, where both players got 2-3 chances, and we've not been without unforced errors in the remaining sort of 6-7 frames that we've watched and been live. It's not been the dish fest we expected so far. Are we going to get a break? I think so. Yeah, both players are going to leave the arena. Please don't worry. We will be back, but the stream will be restarting while we are away, so don't panic. Just making sure everything's okay, and we'll be back in around 10-15 minutes. Hello and welcome back. I'm sure you're all very happy we are back and live so we can continue watching the action. Safecracker with a commanding lead at the moment, 10-5. He's dictated the pace of this match so far. It's resulted in a 5-frame advantage. Straight away though, Simon with the first opportunity. Once again joined by Matt Burley, but only for a few minutes, I've just been told, as a certain Mr. Steve Mills is on his way in to relieve you of your duties for the evening.
He certainly is, yeah. The England manager there is looking forward to getting on the comms, I think. You notice that Shane just lost his white ball again on that break. He nearly went in off on that left middle. I think you're going to see a lot of that tonight with him. He seems to be losing the white quite a bit. Yeah,
considering at the beginning of this game, well, the first 9 when nobody could listen to us or watch it, we were saying that the whole game could be dictated by the break, and it's just not turned out that way. Turns out you can just never predict anything in these matches. I think we make the mistake of assuming that both players are going to turn up and play at 90% and above, and that is exactly what it sounds like, a big mistake to assume that, because a lot of the time, even at this level, you don't play your absolute best pool when there's so much money on the line.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there straight away, Fitz has gone wrong on that shot. You know, he wanted probably another foot on that cue ball there so that he could take the one what you see now to like the top centre as you see it, and then just bounce a white off the rail and free up his bad ball. But unfortunately, he's not left himself that angle. So now he can play the same shot that he wanted to play, but the problem is he's got rid of an easy ball that was over the middle by getting himself into that position.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to play this cushion first and then hopefully into the yellow. It gives him a chance to land on one of possibly 2 balls then, maybe even 3. Didn't want that sort of kiss though, needed to can that yellow more thick. This is now a big pressure pot. Can pot the one that is in the centre of the table, just near the yellow. Can he get through to the one that's just a little bit further left?
Yeah, I mean, if he's got to go for that one that's on the right-hand side, top left pocket, that is a tricky shot, really. That. It's on, but it's not easy.
I don't see any other option.
Yeah.
I mean, where the red is that he's closest to isn't ideal either, because getting position on that to pot it is quite difficult. Yeah, not surprised to see a miss there from Simon. Won't be feeling great. Has had 10 minutes to try and recover. Did go outside, get some fresh air with his close friends and his good lady. But just struggling a little bit. It's just a bit off. He's off camera, but he's showing a bit of emotion sat in his chair. It's not good to see if you're a Simon supporter, which of course you are.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, I am friends with Shane as well, but obviously Si's my practice partner, and you know, I want to see him win this match. I've not had a bet on it, I've avoided a bet on this match, but that's more because I mentioned earlier that I've got a bit of a kiss of death when I back people, to be honest, so I think Si will be quite lucky if I don't back it.
Yeah, if you are playing, do get your opponent to message Matthew.
Yeah, I really am bad. I definitely don't pick the winners.
These 2 yellows that are closest to the 8 ball, this break really does come down to whether either of them 2 pass into the bottom left. Now obviously the one furthest left does, but can't really land on it. It's the one that's closest to the 8 ball.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, we had an overhead before, and yeah, I think it goes personally.
Yeah, I think it definitely does. So,
and assuming it does, you know, from Shane's point of view, he should be fairly straightforward, really. You'd be expecting to see him take these out.
All about 2 shots time, though, leaving yourself the right angle on that said ball. You're going to be nudging into the 8 and have to land high on that yellow.
Yeah. You either want to be high or straight, don't you?
Yeah, it doesn't like it because the stun shot, I think, here is going dangerously close to the centre pocket.
Yeah,
Or is he just... Well, from there, he looks like he's okay.
It's more like a stun run, just going down, just going past the centre pocket, really, that.
He wants to be right behind this yellow news, the bottom right, though.
I mean, to be honest, I'd have thought that looked almost perfect, really.
Well, we've seen this and mentioned it a couple of times already, this match, that Shane's not a slow player.
Wow, that's the wrong shot, that, for me. I mean, that...
He's trying to just nudge the 8 there.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even say that unless that doesn't go, because it surely does go, that yellow, and that had to be a stun shot. That had to be a stun run.
Well, I always put my opinion in, but with a pinch of salt, Matthew, to be honest, because he's have a professional player next to me. I certainly would have been playing on the one on the top rail.
You've got to do there. You just, if he stuns that across, he's on that one on the rail. You know, brings it back very slightly, and he's got that yellow to the bottom right as well. It's not a good shot if you can see that red.
I'm not sure you can see enough of it to attempt the combination shot here. Simon coming around straight away to have a look, and
the thing is, he doesn't need to see all of this red here. If he can just see the left-hand side of it, he's got enough to be able to play the loss of turn, even if he's coming off the rail to play it, and then he'd just be able to screw the white up the table. Nice and safe.
I also know how Simon thinks, and it's uber aggressive most of the time.
He'd like to just play the combo shot, get them both in, clear up, job done.
Yeah, because I sense, just watching him around the table, there's a lot of frustration there at the moment in how he's feeling, and he just wants to get going, go up through the gears. And, you know, Shane dictating the pace, just not allowing it, and also the balls. I was expecting a lot more break finishes, even in the first 15 games.
We did mention quite early on that the table's probably not running quite as quick as he'd like, and I think that's obviously had an effect on the split that they've had. And
wow, what a shot that is. What a shot.
Yeah, so that has made it a little bit trickier for them.
I mean, that was do or die. You're looking at 11-5 if you miss that red.
Yeah. I noticed that the ref give it a good iron, in the break, so he'd like to hope that's just, spread it up a little bit.
Yeah, Richard Rowe's been spot on from the moment he arrived. Look at that. Right shot or wrong shot, that took guts.
Still a question about how you go about these, though, because that red is in a very, very tricky position down at the bottom of the table.
Well, can he use the yellow as a marker if it does pass into the centre pocket? Does it pass between the 8 and the yellow into the left centre?
I wonder if he might go for a bit of a cheeky one and try and screw down with a load of right-hand side off the bottom off the side rail, hit the yellow, pot it, back rail, and out onto the red.
Well,
so you're freeing the pocket up.
I'm going to disagree with you. I think he just. I am for once. I think he's going to use the yellow as a target and just
go into it.
Nice pace. It's all about pace. This shot. Well, that looks a bit pacey for me.
I think he's played the shot I mentioned, but just not got into it quite enough.
He did play your shot. Yeah. I thought it passed into the centre pocket.
Yeah, like I say, if it passed into the centre pocket, your shot's the right one all day long, because you don't even need to pot the yellow. You don't really care then whether you do or you don't get it. It's a bonus if you do.
Need something.
He left the double?
Well, I don't think you can see enough of it to double it into the centre. He can play cushion first, though.
Yeah.
Which is what he's looking at. Needs something a little bit special here.
This is the kind of thing that would get the crowd right up for it if he was to pull this one out.
Wait for the cheer. Left centre the target. Not quite.
They were very vocal early on when Fitzy was getting the frames, and they've just not had anything to shout about for the last few.
And like you said, it's not as if he hasn't had opportunities.
Right.
Shane hasn't been in at his best, but chances like this really are bread and butter for the world number 7. And the man that's got an extensive cash game record that we are going to take a look at. It takes a 6-frame gap as we say goodbye to Matt Brearley and we say welcome to the England manager.
Right, I'll catch you later on it.
Well, hopefully see you for the conclusion of this match a little bit later on. Thanks for joining me.
Cheers.
Welcome, Steve, as we just look down at Shane Thompson's cash game prowess. There are some big names on there, Steve. What do you think of that?
Yeah, he's a machine, isn't he?
He can hold a cue, can't he, for sure?
Oh, definitely.
That is seriously impressive when you look down there. I mean, yes, I know starts were taken, starts were given in some of the matches, but even still, incredible.
Yeah. I think he's one of the best money players around me, myself.
Yeah, he's definitely with some of the names that are on there.
Oh, yeah,
Sure.
Yeah. You know, O'Donoghue won World Under 23s, I think he won, Carl. He's a very good player.
Played him 3 times, Shane. I think he managed to get somehow a 5-star for 2 of them matches.
Well, I'd call that good management.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's a big compliment considering your profession. Well, one of them.
One of them, yeah. But whoever manages Shane does a very good job, I feel.
Well, that will be a gentleman called Mr. Ian Smith, I think.
Well,
He's been sat in his corner for all of this match.
Well, the guy's quality. If he can get him starts against anybody.
Well, as I said to Matthew before, I think the days of Shane getting a start off anybody are well and truly over.
Yeah. I mean, this is the 3rd time these have played, isn't it?
It is. It's 1-1 between the two. Yeah. I asked. Who did I ask? I asked Shane just before the game. What were the scores? He replied with no idea.
Well, same again though. I mean, Bouncer's a class act, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, Simon went probably his first 8 or 9 games. We'll have a look at his record, probably within a few minutes. He went a long time without losing a game, and then Sheppy beat him. He's lost a couple more since. Off memory, I think to Craig Lake. We will have a look after it.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, he had a great cash game record. I mean, Simon's a cash game player. That's where he comes from. Yeah. Tournaments, neither in nor there for him. You speak to him, this is what he lives for. But at the moment, the whole game is being dictated by Shane.
Well, it is. I think, and size mistakes.
Both of them. Have you watched since the start? So you've been since the start?
I turned up at probably about the 3rd frame I got here.
Shane's game's definitely not been without
mistakes.
Without mistakes, yeah.
Simon, had a brilliant England career. Youth.
In junior.
Oh yeah, he was brilliant. And under 23s. The captain of the under 23s.
Yeah, I've known Si quite a long time because I'm from the local area as well, so I know his youth prowess and his CV, so to speak. But I just lost interest in that side of things.
You did. I'm gutted.
I think. Well, I'm sure you are. I mean, you do feel it's a big commitment though for the players.
It is, yeah.
Not so much financial reward. It has to be said. I mean,
there's no financial reward.
Just playing for pride.
Yeah, you're just playing for your country. I mean, Shane loves it. To be fair, he absolutely loves playing for England.
That's what you want from your players.
That's what you want, yeah. And he's a brilliant one-frame pool player. You put him in and Shane never bottles it. Really good one-frame player. But
that's what you want. That's what it's all about. You don't have to. I always think when you're in a team, even at lower level, because a lot of people listening probably just play county, or not just county, but interleague, or even just pub level. You want a team of players that are not necessarily the most talented. Yeah. You just want them to have bottle. That's
exactly.
It. Because there's nothing like the pressure. I first met you, and you don't remember this, I think around 15 years ago in Blackpool at the Norbrack.
Yeah.
And I had a little chat with you. I said, what do you do? He said, I manage the England team. I says, oh, that sounds all right kind of job. You said, you haven't got Ben Flack in your team. That's what you said to me. I'll never forget it. I don't know why I've remembered it.
Don't say that. I love Ben.
I know. He's a great one, he said.
Yeah,
I
I did
a bit
say,
of an handful
yeah.
at one point.
He is an handful. He is a lovely bloke, Ben. But he is... Yeah.
That's exactly what you want, though. You want players that are just bolted with a load of bottom. That's it. That's what it's all about, especially one frame pool.
They all are. To be fair, the England side is really good. You know, they're all at that standard. You know, you've got Carl Sutton, Mike King, Kenny who leads from the front. You know, and every one of them. One frame pool. The Aaron Davis now. Aaron's really come out into his own now in the team. You know, I don't know whether you watched the final in Clarny last year. Brilliant, weren't
Watch everything.
Brilliant, weren't it?
Yeah, exceptional. And was it this team shootout? It was probably the best thing pool-wise on TV I've ever watched. But I was gutted I wasn't there to commentate.
I was gutted you lost.
Yeah, I was gutted you lost as well, but it being English, of course.
Yeah.
But I just thought, as a visual spectacle, and pool's moved on quite a lot recently, especially with Ultimate Pool. And you know, the streaming and the coverage, it's all great. But I just thought that team shootout was really something else to watch. Yeah, it really was.
To be fair, it was good to be part of it. Even though we did lose, it was really good to be part of it.
You're just not used to losing too much, are you? That's the problem. So when you do lose, it hurts a little bit more. It's a bit
of a shock, Yeah, Callum did us a bit of a favour during that shootout. Yeah, exactly. You're looking at the watch there.
I've got to know Callum a little bit, as I have done all the professionals doing what I've done for a while, and what a character. And I'll just leave it there.
He is, yeah.
A man who just doesn't care where he is or what people think, and what a strength to have as a pool player, because
he's a good player, Callum, to be fair. And my team talk was virtually non-existent before that final in Killarney. You know, because
weren't earning your wage there, were you?
No, Callum did all the work for me.
Oh, brilliant!
They were all that wound up because of exactly what you did, looking at the watch.
Yeah.
So
is that how it went down with the England team? Was there anger at that? Was there just a bit of need?
Not really, a bit of needle. Yeah. If I'm honest,
riled them up. Yeah, riled them up.
It did. Yeah.
Okay.
Because just did us a favour. It did me a favour anyway. Yeah, it did. It did, I suppose. But Callum just did it for the crack, didn't he?
Oh yeah. For me, I thought it was hilarious. Even though it was against him, I really did.
I think everyone is an onlooker for it, really.
Yeah, I can understand how you take offence to it.
We want to win, don't you? You want to win. You're representing your country, and the lads wanted to win. You know, and Callum is mates with all the same lads.
I know he is. Yeah, I know.
So it's not really a big issue. I was drinking with Callum after the final. You know, I finished up drinking with him in the bar. And there's no bad feeling whatsoever.
No, it's not. It's just at the time you use it as a motivational tool.
Oh, that's exactly what I do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anything that makes your job easier.
Exactly. If there's a bit of scope to work with, I'll use it.
We'd be happy to know you're getting paid in Woolworths vouchers for this.
I'm not.
Like we said before, Steve, this has been the pattern of the match. Simon is trailing by quite a lot, but he's not been without chances. Shane has missed balls.
Yeah.
And more than a handful of them now.
To be fair, Simon should be getting these now. Player at his level.
I think he's just really, really struggling. He came to the table in practice just before the game and looked unbelievable. I even noted how sharp he looked to him and someone close to him around. I'm not going to name them, but someone else said, yeah, he's super sharp. He's been practicing a lot. And it's just when the whistle goes, even when you're as experienced as these two are, things can happen. And the best pool has been left at home for now by both players. But B game wise, Shane has been quite a bit better, it has to be said.
Yeah.
But there's time yet. We're not even halfway.
Well, that's it. There's a long way to go, isn't there?
Surely not a full-length double. Surely not. Looks like he's heading into the yellow. It has done. Not really done him any favours because the yellow still passes. All about the yellow on the left-hand side now, how close that is to the centre pocket.
I think it does.
Can you just cut this in? Shane coming round to have a look at that ball. Steve standing up.
Yeah, I think it does. I don't think it's as tight as what it looks on the screen.
I think he has to go game here.
Yeah.
Has to.
Yeah,
Would just like an easier opening pot. Has got the opportunity to take the one over the pocket, but can't avoid the cannon on the 8 and such. Can't guarantee position on his next ball.
I'm pretty sure you're right. I think he will go.
Every now and again, you can get one right. just every now and again. I usually have a professional player next to me, but I suppose, did you play a bit, you, Steve? 'Cause
Not to a brilliant level.
not too.
I can play. I play in the same team as Matt. Same pub side
our
as
previous. Well, you live there close, don't you?
Still do. Still do. Yeah, still playing the same team as Matt, but he's like a level above anybody else in the league.
Wow.
Never mind our team.
That was a nautical mile away, has to be said.
It was.
And well, to be fair to him, give him his dues here. He's got the sandpaper out, so I'm guessing that was a miscue. Either that or very good acting.
Yeah. It's funny you were saying about Ben Flack before. I rung him today to see if he were coming.
He lives miles away, doesn't he?
Yeah, so
They
does
live-
Shane.
Shane. You come up with Shane, he lives down there, yeah.
Yeah, he lives near Shane.
I just never forgot that conversation with you. I don't know why.
It's
I was
true.
I was only
remember.
about. You remember it, do you? Yeah,
I remember.
I had hair then.
I remember saying it.
I liked you that much. I copied your haircut.
Yeah, I remember saying it about Flacky. I do. I love the bloke though, honestly. He's won us so many titles, him, in the England side. Put him on. How you were saying about Bottle, that bloke has an abundance of it. Put him on at the end.
Oh no, it's just a catalogue of errors at the moment in this match. Wasn't he your last man a lot of the time?
Virtually
Ben?
always.
Yeah, I've watched a lot, you see.
Yeah.
Armchair
well, you
fan.
have, yeah.
Armchair fan extraordinaire.
Virtually always. I mean, at the moment, Ben had issues, so he dropped out the team.
Yeah, but I say he had to retrial this year.
Yeah.
When are the trials, or have they been?
They've been. He didn't get back in, unfortunately.
Oh, I bet you're fuming, aren't you, really? Because it's been a long-standing memory of your team.
Ever since I managed this.
Wow, that's a long time.
I took over in 2010, so 12 years now. 13
Oh, so
years.
it must have been around that when I saw you, maybe one of your first 2 years.
Yeah. I mean, now we have Giuseppe and Aaron there. They're normally at the back now. So I'm giving away my team. But
yeah, I mean,
Giuseppe,
Aaron comes across just like he's got ice running through his veins, that lad, most of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to play up at Savannah's where he used to play out of. And
did you?
I remember him being 13, 14 and just like...
He was playing for my interleague team at 13.
Yeah.
When I used to run Norman's.
Right, okay. Oh, you ran Norman?
I ran Norman's elite team.
Right.
Me and a guy called Harry Roberts.
They won a bit, didn't they?
Yeah.
They did.
Won a couple of times at Yarmouth.
I remember coming up against them when I used to play that. Down in Yarmouth, yeah.
Did we win?
Oh, yeah, you won the year I went. I went a few years. I think you won 2 out of the 4 years I went, something like that.
Twice. It's a few semis and finals as well.
You always talked about, though, you go to places like that, there's 600 pool players there, you hear about the teams to watch, and they were always spoken about.
Well, like that, I mean, we had Aaron then, 13-year-old, and he was brilliant then.
I remember him at that age playing the local comps up there and just being blown away by how good he was.
Yeah, he was brilliant. He was.
And I know he's listening as well because he's already messaged in.
Is he?
Yeah, tell David Arne is listening.
Yeah, he was. I mean, at that time, Matt, who we just sat with you, he was always like one of the main players in the team.
It's hard to forget with Aaron, and we won't mention him again, how young he still is. He's only 25, I think.
Have you seen much of Ryan?
I know of Ryan when I used to grow up, obviously. I mean, just phenomenal at snooker. Ridiculous young age again. Wish him all the best. Hope he manages to turn pro, but so much more difficult now.
Yeah.
I know Jordan Shepherd's been putting a lot of time in to get there, and always found it very difficult, despite the amount of hours he's putting in, and we know how talented he is. We need to get back to the game here, Steve, because Shane with 6 frame advantage. Every frame is just massive at the moment for Simon.
Si should get these now.
Just slightly. What he wanted is, he wanted to be the other side of this red, just so he can get high on the last one to the middle. I think he's perfectly straight. There you go. In fact, he was just slightly off the wrong way. Now, he was in a position like this around 45 minutes to an hour ago, where I think it was Shane actually, where you leave a thin cut, and Shane tried to do something drastic with the cue ball.
When he tried going around the angle.
And just messed it up. I don't think Simon will do this. I think Simon will just drop this in. Yeah, and he has done. Slightly thicker than the opportunity that Shane had.
Yeah, he should be fine. Should be fine. I'd expect Simon probably. The shot you were referring to before, I thought Shane had done virtually the same.
He's missed the 8.
He's
missed the 8. It's funny, you know, Steve. You've seen a lot of pool players, as have I, and I would have played the shot exactly as he played it. Lots of left-hand side to throw it in.
Definitely.
Shane would never play it like that. He plays everything plain ball if he can.
Yeah.
And it was a bit snatchy, we have to be honest. It really was.
Yeah, I agree.
And he's left a big pocket for this. Can he get the 8 ball out, open up the pocket for the other one? Oh. Hanging cue once again.
Ooh.
He cannot believe he's played it at that pace down the rail and it's gone in without making contact with the 8.
Yeah.
And he's going to be forced into playing a safety here, but he'd prefer to be a little bit further up the table, because this is very delicate if he's playing into the left-hand side of the yellow as he looks at the shot.
You're right, that's definitely what he's doing. There's no other option though, has there?
Not particularly, no. Can't see any advantage in continuing the attack here.
No.
And it's worth mentioning, Shane, obviously, extremely silky smooth cue action, very good, but a long cue action doesn't lend itself kindly to this sort of shot.
Oh, I agree.
Very difficult.
Very good touch player, Shane.
Yeah,
for a big guy.
Yeah,
you
big guy, silky smooth cue action. Yeah. But when you're just a delicate shot, you need a Simon Fitzsimmons cue action.
Yeah.
Bringing that cue back just half a centimetre.
Yeah.
Nice little nudge. You see, Shane's very similar to Chris Mellor in the long cue action. And you almost have to decelerate. Look how far back he goes. Wow. He thought he could cover the pocket, obviously. He is absolutely livid. That's the biggest show of emotion we've seen so far in this match. Despite being 11-5 up, about to be 11-6, he is absolutely livid.
Here come the cheerleaders.
I love this. I really do.
Yeah, he's got good support, hasn't he? Kean leading the way there. No, Kean's over there.
Yeah, his version of Hey Jude a bit earlier was fantastic.
Yeah, it was, yeah. I would imagine quite a few of these have got money on Simon though as well.
Yes, I've been here since about 2-3 o'clock, so I do know some figures, but nothing will be divulged on here. No, I have not. He's looking at me going, have you got money? No. I would say out of all the professional pool players that I know personally, the two that I know the most are probably these two players. Yeah, I've worked with Shane quite a lot because we're Beard. Yeah. And then Simon I've known since I was trying to play. And just get along really well with Si and Phil, when we're at events, I sit with them quite a bit and always have a chat. So wanted to leave this alone. I think a lot of people especially across social media, people I've spoken to said Shane couldn't lose this game. My personal opinion was it's much closer than that.
Yeah.
Much closer.
I were actually saying to Matt last night, it's really close.
Well, you got to remember, both of these players have played and beaten John McAllister for starters. I'm sorry if John's listening, but I'm using him as a benchmark. You don't beat a world champion as good as John McAllister unless you're any good.
Yeah, he's a good player.
And it's 1-1 between these two, like you said before, Steve.
Well, that's it.
I just think the margins that make Shane favourite are mitigated by the fact Simon's at home and he loves this arena. But as things stand at the moment, he's got to go up through the gears because he's just not playing at probably 70-80% yet, Simon.
This is the first time I've been to this venue. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Oh,
Great
it's exceptional. I had a little chat with the owner, Ian Martin, before.
Yeah, I know Ian.
I think we are going to show that to the watchers in the next break. It's penciled in for 30 frames. Way off, yeah. Got to keep hold of our England manager until at least then.
No worries. Yeah, Ian's actually played under me once. An event in St Helens.
For country?
No, he's played
for Interleague.
Normans, yeah.
Wow, the crowd giving it large while Shane's at the table as well.
That's what you get, innit? When you play away.
You know, a lot of people are quite intelligent, and Shane showed quite a lot of frustration at the end of the last frame. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind seeing that in players as long as they don't bring it into the next visit at the table. And well, have the crowd done their job?
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a great atmosphere in here so far, and I hope it does stay this way and doesn't roll over into something else as it can sometimes do. There's no bad blood between these two players, I do know that for sure.
No, I think they're pretty big friends, aren't they? You know, they get on. I mean, Banks is sound anyway. He's a really nice lad. Simon, sorry.
Yeah. they both are. They really are. Well, I mean, opinions have differed on Shane.
He's calm right down now.
Yeah.
The keyboard stuff's gone. He don't do it anymore.
No, he doesn't do anything, does he?
He's terrorised people, didn't he? Do you remember?
Yeah. And take great pride in it as well.
Oh yeah, loves it. Loves it.
Key visit to the table for Cy Fitz. But a golden opportunity, you have to say.
Yeah,
you feel he just wants to get rid of the three reds at the bottom of the table first, then go up to the top. Oh, sorry, yellows.
He's on the yellows.
Yeah, my mistake. That's okay. Do the two yellows that are touching in the breaking area need a nudge?
They look like they do, don't they? I'm not sure where the bottom one goes. You know, in the bottom right-hand corner, I think it's. I don't think it goes, to be fair.
If they do, it'll be a soft, deep screw off this one. Wants to be high, but isn't. So he better hope it goes, or he's got an angle on this yellow up to the top right.
Exactly.
Is he back in check in his long game? We've just seen Shane miss a red up into this corner, but it was a lot more difficult than this yellow. Looks to me like he has a nice angle.
I think he's got to develop them, like you said.
And he's hampered by the red, which doesn't help. He's got the pot, but that's where the good news finishes. Can he snip this yellow?
Yeah, he's on it.
He's very straight. He's on it. But can he control the cue ball? How thin is it for the potting angle? It's a great. You see from there how thin does it look?
Yeah,
but when we were right
really
behind
thin,
it,
Yeah, it didn't look that bad, did it, from there?
On and off the side cushion.
It was missed. Oh, no, it's gone in. It looked like it had missed.
I thought he'd missed as well. So if he's straight, bring the cue ball straight back to where it is now will be the target.
That's a great shot, that.
Only the pace kept that in. Any harder and it stays out.
It looked to me with a far knuckle, to be fair. A great shot, Simon.
It's worth mentioning once again, both players' opinions where the table was playing a little bit tight, especially down the cushions. Wow, I am shocked by that. I thought he was going to come backwards. He's now got a tricky double. If he come backwards, yes, he'd have a tough 8-ball, but at least he's got a clean shot.
Yeah,
I'm just a little bit shocked by that.
No, I'm a bit surprised myself.
Now, this is really tricky.
He needs it. If he misses, he's leaving an open table.
He's got it.
Yeah,
He's got it.
Yeah, great shot.
Just looking for any sort of catalyst to get himself going. Look at this. He's getting the balls out for the referee. Get them gloves on, Richard. You need to get a march on. Well, he's
I think he's after racking his own balls.
Yeah, well, breaks haven't been brilliant for either player so far. Now, for me, the referee hasn't done anything wrong.
No.
I think he's just been looked. They seem to have been splitting fine as far as I'm concerned. But Simon this time has chosen to rack the balls himself. He did look at Shane and Shane said, yeah, carry on, I'm fine with that. Simon up and pumped, but still 4 behind. Hit that break much better. Controlled the cue ball. Well, you're acting yourself, but you still not got one. And I've got to be honest, they split better when the referee racked them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a lover of that. It's as if he's putting the blame on the referee.
Yeah, I thought Richard dealt with that really well, though. He just looked at Shane and said, "Are you okay with this?" And that's all that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Took it well, but I haven't seen a bad split because of we know when we see a loose rack. We've watched enough pool. We know, and I haven't felt the need to mention it once.
They're just not going in, are they?
No.
You know, they're smacking them open. And
also, they've not controlled the cue ball, neither player.
No.
Shane, on his last few, have come dangerously close to the centre, including going in. So
there's been a few instances where the white's gone in, haven't there? I think Simon did it a couple of times before the break.
And Shane, once again, the crowd got rowdy. Simon won one, and he's just taking his time. Now, Steve, I mentioned this with Matt a couple of times, and I believe this is now, I mean, all right, he's not got the easiest opening shot, fair dues, but I think he's making a conscious decision to manage the crowd a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, you've made a load of noise.
They're trying to keep him quiet.
Simon is, trying to go through the gears, get going, and Shane's just thinking, well, you know what, I'll just take a minute
bit,
here. And he's just controlling it, and it really does matter. Yeah, no surprise to see a safety. Now, if he'd got tight up behind that yellow, would have been exceptional. As it is, Simon does have a pot to the centre, and given what's just gone on in the last few minutes, I'd be very surprised to see him not take this on.
Yeah, I agree. He's going to have a go, I think.
Good shot. Great opening pot. Does this yellow snick inside of the other one, or is he forced into a plant? I think he does have a ball to the left centre, so it doesn't have to deal with these at the bottom of the table, but awkward queuing if that's the one he chooses. Couple of options.
Yeah, it does look tight, doesn't it? The shot you were the shot you were referring to.
Yeah, it looks very tight. Overhead. The plant it is. Has he got it? Yeah, a couple of times with Simon, I'm pretty sure he won't watch this back because I know him, but he's had a couple of other options and very easy for us to see, but just hasn't sort of given himself time to weigh up other shots, and if it's cost him. Not saying it's going to cost him now, but you know, he had the yellow into the centre where he didn't have to do anything with the cue ball.
Yeah.
Because then he can play the other centre and go up the table. He also, if he wanted to cue a ball, he had the long one that's over the centre pocket up into the top right.
Yeah. I mean, that did look, well, it was awkward anyway, wasn't it? To say the least.
A lot of when you're trying to plant a ball into a corner, you want as little distance as possible between the two balls. So.
Just looking for the easiest route out, aren't you? It's not easy for Shane though now either. Shane's not in the best position here.
What he has done is he's tried the lossy turn there.
Yeah.
What he has done is he's given himself, Simon, the best colour set.
Yeah, definitely.
See, looking at here then, this problem yellow touching the red, is there a possible way of potting that off a red into the centre? Is that what he's looking at? Looks very difficult cueing though.
Yeah,
there you go.
Red, that's the only shot in it.
Second red is the target. Yeah. Half ball into the centre. Oh, you never miss one set here.
Never. It's a great shot that. Well, they're there now, aren't they?
Absolutely.
That is a great shot.
Stuff. Frame well and truly at his mercy now.
Yeah.
Well, it was loud, but it was short-lived. I've been told that before.
Yeah, I know. Can imagine. I've been there. Yeah, still pretty easy. These is just.
Yeah, if the black only does pot into the bottom right, not the bottom left, the one at the top will be his last ball. There you can just leave a natural angle and drift down.
Yeah.
So it's going to be top right, right centre, top left. You feel?
No.
And that 5-frame gap from the break, well, it's not going to be. That tells me the 8 ball passes into the bottom left.
Yeah, he's playing the cover now, isn't he?
You know what? I could swear it doesn't though. I really don't.
I don't think it does.
So he's gonna. I don't think it does. So he's okay though. Can just screw back, but he's just doing a little bit more work with the cue ball. You know. I'm not saying he gets this probably 99 out of 100, but I prefer the other way because you're playing with natural angles.
Yeah.
You're not giving any work for the cue ball. And there you go. He has got it, but only by an inch or so. You know. And then. Them little margins in the game make the difference over a long race.
Oh, he's getting caught up with the fans now, Simon.
These lot don't seem to mind which way he wins though. But I know from spending a lot of time with Shane that he will have picked up on that, Shane. Yeah. He's really into the intricacies and finishing. He analyses the game to a degree, and quite possibly one of the reasons that he's agreed to play this game, because it originally was supposed to be at a neutral venue, and obviously maybe feels he's got an advantage. When I did ask him before the game, he said, I don't feel I have one, but he's probably not going to tell me. He goes near. Maybe he just feels that he goes about finishes a better way, and any sort of slight advantage might show its face over a long race. Time will tell though, everything at the moment going in the Bury man's favour. Well, ball potted off the break, which has been a rarity over the last 5 or 6 frames. But and he doesn't look happy here, but I think this is quite a good opportunity on Reds. Yes, there's one obvious problem, but I feel he should be a little bit happier than what he looks.
He never looks happy. One time he's happy is when Carl Sutton's here.
Is it really?
It's
a little bit of a bromance there, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, mate. Honestly. Carl's is very good friends, him and Carl.
Starting rumours, you will.
It don't matter. It's true. It's true.
Great player. He lives down Lowestoft, doesn't he?
Yeah. They're like room together all the time, you know. The England side, real big friends. They abuse Nando's all over the country.
Reds are going to be his choice. Now, how is he going to deal with the problem? This is good. If it runs a little bit further.
Yeah, he needs to go at the problem ball as soon as he can.
Yeah, he wants to play it out in such a way he's guaranteed a shot on another ball, and that ball most likely be the one to the bottom right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, didn't want to take this ball. Has got the angle. How's his look? Not brilliant, I don't feel.
Still got the one to the right centre, hasn't he, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't think he'll go for it, though. I think he'll leave the white behind the yellow, probably. You know, try and...
He knew that was going to be the risk, though, because he wanted that ball to be his guarantee. Played it as well as he could, I felt. But
yeah, he did. I mean, it was the right shot. He needed to get that out while he still had options on the table.
Can he snip this one in? Can he see enough of it? See, it looks like it's right over the pocket on the screens, but it's just a little bit awkward from where the cue ball lies.
Yeah.
Like you said, Steve, he has got a safety option, but that too needs a delicate touch.
To be fair, I think that's the better option, mate. I think that's what he's looking at now. You know, leaving the white behind the yellow. I don't know.
This sort of situation, though, where we are now, is like a microcosm of the whole match in general, because this is what it's come down to, decision making. That's what has dictated who's in front.
Yeah.
This time it looks like the attack, but he doesn't like it. It's not a natural path for the cue ball unless he's missing the yellow at the top, which I think he is. Difficult to tell for me. I think he's missing it by quite a way, actually. But then he's probably going to be forced into playing a plant. We'll see. We'll see.
Tricky shot because he's queuing over the red as well.
Not nice at all.
No, I'm surprised. Surprised him going for it.
Choosing to drop
Great
it in.
shot.
Played it very well, and he's on the one over the pocket.
Yeah.
So choices here. Plays the plant, tougher shot, but little nudge on the 8 ball, could drift down to the bottom of the table, could work out very well indeed. See ya.
I think he's going to pop the one over the hole and try and get on the one on the cushion. He's either going to try and screw through the gap, or he's just going to drop it in and play it along the rail.
Well, he certainly looked like he was going to play that. But the 8 ball doesn't need a nudge, and you see he's just coming round to have a look. So yeah, I like your shot now.
Yeah. That's what I think he's doing. I think he's looking to top it through, catch the yellow, and send the white towards the right hand side. I think.
Whatever he's doing in his own time, as he has done all match. go. Wanted half ball, and it was a little bit more fuller than that. So, big shot needed here.
I think he'll go across. I think he'll come off
the right cushion.
Yeah, he might do. Oh no, he's not. He's just gonna. He's not going to attack, I don't think, from there. He's probably just going to leave the white on the cushion. And he's leaving Simon not a great deal, to be fair.
Well, I'm right behind this yellow, and he can pot it.
Can he?
Yeah, we've been in this position before where Simon didn't win the frame, but he got the pressure pot, and it was very similar to this. But he's maybe thinking, I started this second session 5 behind and now only 3. When you're chasing, you don't want to give frames to your opponent.
Exactly.
But, well, he's coming thin off it and playing safe. There we go. Wants to be in behind this, but isn't. This is going to leave Shane an opportunity, which Simon definitely didn't want to leave him. Didn't come thin enough off the yellow.
The problem he's got here is if he does attack, he's going into the yellows. If he does try and pot it clean in the bottom left pocket, he's going into the yellows. Yeah,
I think you've literally just got to play it, bob it in, dead weight. I don't see any other choice.
No.
There's no point playing it at pace because you don't want to go the other side of them 4 balls.
No. 100% you're right.
You said that a lot. I quite like you on Coke. You never
you're doing well here.
Oh, you never listened to me before.
No, I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Get you charging £7 a month so you can take me to where's the European champ? Yeah, Morocco. Yeah, getting in your suitcase if things carry on, Steve.
Oh my God!
A long way away, has to be said.
Wow. Come on, bouncer. They're all there now.
Love a bit of impartiality from co-commentary.
Oh, they're there, aren't they?
They are there. No real problems. The one on the right-hand side, toughest pot.
Top cushion.
And this is where he's faced with, basically. Does he play it now, straight away? Does he try and get better on it? Does he think he can get better on it? Is it all eggs in one basket time? For me, you drop the yellow in the centre, but Simon's just trying to work out, can he play short position on that yellow a little bit later on down the line?
Yeah, it doesn't go past the black, does it?
Definitely not. He's good, but he can't make him go round corners. That's how I know he's not feeling 100% here, Si, because he'd just take this on.
Yeah.
Yes, it's tough. Yes, there's very little margin for error, but
he'd have been down
he just backs himself 100%. And the problem he has got is if he plays short side of it, it doesn't go in the left centre, the bottom centre as we lock down on the table.
Because of the red.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it passes into the bottom left now because of his own yellow. So
no, I don't think it does.
It's decision making. Well, he's leaving it for now. So up the table we go. He may end up playing it to the centre pocket in 4 shots time.
Or he might go long. He could potentially drop it in. If he gets right behind it, just play it long.
Yeah. He's got to get there first though. This one not a guarantee. Wants to leave an angle and has done. Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah, I think it's perfect on that.
Here we go. He is going to end up playing it. Well, this time, well, he needs a lot of left-hand side to get short side of the yellow. So I think we might see your shot here, Steve. Yeah.
I think he's going to go long, mate.
I'd be very surprised
Just
to see
dead
him
weight.
drop on it to the centre anyway, after refusing it 4 shots ago. There you go. He definitely wants it long, Steve. You're right.
Yeah.
Straight as possible, though.
Exactly. Maybe. Yeah.
That is
Perfect.
plum.
Yeah.
We've questioned him a couple of times this evening, it has to be said. But you've got to play the shots that you're comfortable with. And he's played on this. Look at that. Eagle eye. That's in. Oh, he's trying to let the crowd up. He's firing. He's letting Shane know he's feeling good now.
Great shot, that.
It's game on, Steve. Well and truly game on.
Yeah.
It's funny, for the first 3 quarters of this match, Simon's really struggled. It's been so difficult, and now he's probably feeling like it's the Daily Star crossword or something. It's just a walk in the park for him.
Yeah, he's feeling like, here we go.
Shane, though, looks okay. It's not bothering him.
Shane will be fine.
You sign up for this, you know what you're getting.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll have expected this anyway.
Absolutely.
Coming to somebody else's venue. It won't be a big issue, I don't think, for him. And there's still a long way to go. So.
Absolutely. Neither player reaching the halfway mark as yet. They split beautifully. A little bit of congestion in the middle of the table, but things can be worked out. So much so there is an argument for yellows here.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that one bad red in the cushion. And also you've got the one down near the black spot. Where it's a bit limited where you can pot it. Not used to, I think. I think yellows might be a good option, to be fair.
Yeah, yellows, things are just more open, a little bit more room to manoeuvre that cue ball.
Yeah.
Get rid of the one on the breaking line first, come across to the other side of the table. But the last couple of hours have taught me one thing: don't try and predict Simon's shot selection, because he literally just plays how he wants. That's it. I'm just coming round to have a look at that one now. I like this. All your work then is at the bottom half of the table. Okay. Well, did he overrun that slightly? Was he trying to get on the one near the 8?
Yeah, that's the ball I think he was playing for. Shot.
Great shot. Great camera angle.
Yeah.
Whole demeanour's changed.
Yeah, he's flying now, isn't he?
Yeah, just watching him round the table, just everything's changed. Shot. Just nothing to go wrong with Simon Skewitch. Love the way he plays the game. I mean, it's not the most aesthetically pleasing cue action. It's not like his opponents, for example, but there's just nothing to go wrong. Yeah, there's no big pause, there's no big drawback, but it's effective.
Yeah, he's a real good player. Really is.
The steely character for sure. Just looking, if he plays this plain ball, will he be able to see enough of his last yellow? If not, it just adds another degree of difficulty because he's going to have to raise the back of the cue and either stun or soft screw this in, which I think is what he's decided is going to be the right shot.
Yeah, he's looking at stunning it, isn't he?
He'd love to just drop this in, but there's no insurance policy because it doesn't pass up into the top.
No.
Has to get position. Big key moment to get back within one. Well, has decided to play it plain ball and use all of the pocket. I think he's okay here, Steve.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's all right.
Nice little soft screw. Well, he can play this a couple of ways if he doesn't fancy a soft screw. I suppose he could just, well, it is going to be a soft screw. That's what you get for second guessing yourself when you're not a top player, that, Steve, you see.
Looks like it's going to one for him.
Not hampered, certainly hindered, but you just feel this is a certainty. He's back within one. And while Simon's away, can we take a look at Simon's cash game record? We'll take a look at Shane's before. There you go, not so bad himself.
Wow.
I believe if you calculate all that, he's 50 grand up overall, or somewhere around there, which sounds like a lot, but probably not over 10 years, is it?
Yeah, like you said, John McAllister there.
Yeah, Shane played and beat John McAllister as well. Oh, we've got the amounts on this one as well. Yeah. Fantastic. Didn't have them on my notes, I know that. Look at that, Carl O'Donoghue for 28,000.
Yeah, it's no easy task beating Carl O'Donoghue.
Absolutely not. Lee Anderson game, it got spoke about before. I believe he was 24-18 or 24-19 down. Ian told me before, I had a little bit of an interview with him and he mentioned that game. Sorry Lee if you're listening. Been reminded of it, I think 3 times now.
I think they used to play in the same side at one time, didn't they? Because Simon played for Lancashire County Pool.
Possibly then.
I'm not sure
Lee
whether
Anderson's
Lee
a
were in
Blackpool
the
lad, isn't he?
Yeah,
Blackpool, yeah.
Yeah, Blackpool. I remember him doing really well at the Worlds one year. I think he got to the quarters or semis, I think he got to. He's a good player, Lee.
And that's what Shane is currently dealing with, as well as his opposition. He's started to fly, it has to be said. Has left the arena for a little break.
And he's gone for a comfort break, hasn't he?
Well, it's like an upside down Weatherspoons in here, isn't it? I mean, it's nicer than a Weatherspoons.
Yeah,
a
you
lot
have to
nicer
go
than a
downstairs.
Weatherspoons. You have to go downstairs, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of an hike, isn't it? Yeah, I think he's getting his own back on Shane a bit here. You know, letting him stew a bit.
Maybe. That part of the game fascinates me. The psychology. And it does go on.
No, definitely.
And if you sense your opponent's doing it, you're going to do it back.
Oh, definitely.
There was no doubt whatsoever that Shane controlled tempo, and it's played a big factor, but Simon coming in, speaking to some of the fans as he comes back in, you can just see he's bouncing, let's be honest. He certainly feels he's well and truly back in this match, as do most of them. can Shane rectify his mistakes on breaking? There have been but a plenty. Much better, but still dry. And I think he may even have choice here. Despite being sandwiched in between two reds, I think he's got options.
Yeah, he's got the. I think he's got the yellow behind the black, and the. Well, he's got a couple of reds, I think.
What do you like here, Steve?
Me, don't know. Probably yellows. Yeah, yellows, because you've got the yellow on the right cushion. That can be your shot on to get on the black at the end. Play the one behind the black. Yeah, that's what he's doing. The one behind the black, and then yeah, good shot.
Doesn't want to be behind this red, and he is. And I don't think he's got a double available on this yellow.
No, he's been really unlucky there. A great shot as well.
I don't think this passes the 8 and squeezes in the corner. Let me take a look. Oh, well, maybe it does. Maybe it does. It's tight. You've got to go close to the 8 ball.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other option. He's got to have a go at it. Yeah, it looks really tight, that.
It is. You see, you make the mistake a lot of the time of looking at that and thinking, oh, yeah, it goes in. It really does. You're not taking into account how high up he's got to hit the cushion. Well, there you go. He's overcompensated.
Yeah, it was hard. Very hard shot.
The thing is, you go the other way, you risk potting the 8 ball if you get it seriously wrong. You really do.
Exactly, yeah.
And he's done that once already in this game.
Yeah, he did.
Time for Shane Thompson and his fans just to take a bit of a deep breath here, really. You know, you're still winning, you're still ahead. Yeah. Have you been the better player for most of the match? Yes, just not the last few.
Yeah.
You know,
you get that though, don't you? With these long money matches, you'll have a player who'll go on a bit of a roll for 4 to 5 frames.
Absolutely, that's exactly what's happened, really. Both players were giving chances to each other for the majority of this game. You feel whoever tightens up, just stops making unforced errors, is going to win. And I know that sounds a little bit like layman's terms, but
you're right.
It's not been a dish fest, is what I mean.
To be honest, what you were saying about Simon, that's what Simon was doing. Well, is doing. He is on a bit of a roll.
Yeah.
You know, he's relaxed a bit. He's playing really well.
And he's quite happy for both players to just go at every finish. And if you make a few mistakes, so what? But that's not Shane's game. Shane's more of a perfectionist. To do things the right way. There you go. Great shot. Great shot. Can he cut the sheller back? Oof, I'm not sure. It's extremely thin.
It's a 1 in 10, that.
But he's not
really fine.
He's not gone gung ho. He's realised if I play this, whatever Simon does here, I've got an opportunity.
Yeah, he's put the brakes on, hasn't he?
I think he's got to play the cut, surely. Wow.
Brilliant.
1 in 10's enough for this man.
Brilliant shot.
1 in 10.
Absolutely.
No reward though.
Yeah, brilliant shot.
Just look where this cue ball lands. How's he missed everything? Well, he just nudged the yellow ever so slightly, but he's only got a double here, I think, or another cut back.
Another cut back, yeah.
Can tell you're enjoying this, Steve.
That one of the best shots I've seen on the in the match. That
it's great watching.
That was a really, really good shot. You know, he had like chopping the paint off it, weren't he? Real good shot, that. It really was. Like you say, it's been unlucky because not a great deal of benefit from it.
He might be nearly 40, but there's nothing wrong with his eyes.
To be fair, I think the shot you said, I think he's got to play the cutback.
He's got a cutback or a double, and Simon likes a double. So I like the cutback as long as he's hitting the red full ball.
The red, yeah.
If he's hitting it, just feathering it, I don't like it because that cue ball can go anywhere. The double, you can control the cue ball.
Yeah, you might be right. The double might be the better shot.
Well, what's he doing here? Top, bottom right? Surely not. No, I don't like that. A step too far, I feel.
Well, just shows how confident he's feeling.
Yeah.
He's taking a shot like that on.
There's confidence, but there's playing full length into a blind pocket, isn't there?
Well, yeah.
Isn't it? No, I see, again, you know, we had two other options there.
Oh, definitely. I think either mine or your option were the better option, I think.
But we've seen Simon do it a couple of times. He almost feels like he needs to... I get the feeling that the pace is more important than playing the right shot. He just feels, I need to be in this rhythm, and yeah. You know, and if that involves maybe making a slightly wrong decision, I don't mind. That's more important to him, and you know, who can question him? Man with his cash game record.
Oh yeah.
But at the moment, it's definitely been a separation point between the two players. That said, what's he got?
He can put it in the middle, but
and get to the top cushion.
That's what he's going for.
Yeah, nice. Needs it to travel, and I don't think it has.
No,
in fact, it definitely hasn't.
No, he's not on it. I think we can tell from the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, Shane said, yeah, he's playing a bit slower than his table, but he knew about it. You know, we've had 21 games on it already. He knows the pace of the table, so.
It rhymed at the break as well, wasn't it?
I don't think you can blame the table for that. It's player error, I'm afraid.
It was a shot where I don't think he could have hit it much harder. I think if he'd have hit it any harder, it'd have probably jumped out.
Needs a recovery pot. And I'm not sure, you see, the shaking of the head before. If you put that shot up for Shane 10 times, he gets it, probably 10. But because he's put himself in that position,
put himself under pressure,
he's made the mistake that's caused him to play it. He's not in the right frame of mind, and it just matters so much. Everything going in Bouncer's favour at the minute.
Should get these, shouldn't he?
Absolutely. Has he played the wrong shot selection? We have debated, but it's not costing him at the minute. Shane is not punishing when he gets an opportunity. And that could be have said for the first 3 quarters of that match, but the other way around.
Yeah. It's a matter of picking his way to the black now.
Yeah, I think the black. I think he can see enough to get on it in the bottom right or the bottom left. So whichever he prefers. Yeah, the bottom right gives a clearer shot.
A bit more open, yeah.
And I think he's thought the same. I mean, I will say Steve did actually pick the bottom right, but he only pointed at the screen. he didn't tell anybody else. So I thought I'd jump on the opportunity.
Yeah.
You know, tell me I'm right again.
Well, I think bottom left now.
Oh, you're absolutely right. How have you done that? Oh, you're a mind reader.
Cheers, man.
The referee will have a keen eye on this, but I think the 8 ball's just slightly in front, so absolutely okay. Steve changed his mind twice, got it right. So has Simon Fitzsimmons. 22 frames in, and we are all level.
Overacting his own again.
Yeah, he's continued this trend. Well, I don't think it's made any difference on the break. I'm going to put that out there straight away. I think there's been nothing wrong with the referee's racking whatsoever. But because Simon's on a roll, it's going to continue.
If it's in his head, then he's going to carry on doing
absolutely. He's not analysing the game like we are. Yeah. We get to sit here and watch. He's just thinking, I'm winning, so I'm going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I'm going to crack on, yeah.
Knew straight away, you saw him turn away, you can rack him yourself, you can hit him as clean as you want, but you put the cue ball up towards a pocket, you're always going to take the risk, and at this level I feel that's a mistake. At my level it's just unlucky. And yours, it's just unlucky if you go in the top pocket. You're not as bad as me, Steve.
I would expect these to be a goal, to be fair. Can't see Shane missing from here.
Yeah, a very clean-cut opportunity here for Shane to get straight away back in front. Can't ask for any more, and a lot of the frames have gone this way. Given the pattern of this match so far, though, he certainly won't be taking it for granted. You almost feel like, you know, obviously we know he's going to get these, but he's just using it as an opportunity to sort of clear his mind a little bit. You know, table time, take your time, get your mind right for the next one, because these are just Christmas presents at this level.
I think so. Yeah, definitely.
You know, just take your time, get yourself back in a rhythm. Things haven't gone your way so far after the interval. And it is worth mentioning, and we haven't talked about it a lot, because he is so experienced at this setting and arena, but it takes some metal for anybody to travel, you know, what's it, 400 miles, 300, 350 miles, something like that, 300 miles, something like that, you know, with a handful of people, and it really is a handful of people, and play for such a large amount of money. Anybody that does that certainly gets my respect.
To be fair though, I mean, the crowd, they are clapping him when he's clearing up. They're really good crowd.
Yeah, he's been fair up to now, no trouble whatsoever. Just been a great atmosphere, which is what it should be.
Yeah, like I said, though, even though they're backing Simon, they're still cheering Shane on.
Yeah, they've been fair. Will they be fair at that match, do you think?
Story.
Can't wait for the big one. Chris Patient and Nick Finn should be on the mic for this one. I think it's down towards London Way, is it?
Who do you think's the favourite in that match?
It's in Braintree in Essex, sorry, not London Way.
Who do you think's the favourite?
I have no idea. The fave? Well, the fave's Ian, isn't it? And that's as much as you're getting out of me. I believe the pot's already at 100,000 and could go nearer towards 150, possibly even 200.
Both really good players. I know Sean pretty well. He is good. But
I've never seen the like. Ian's a very good. Again, Ian, in my opinion, similar ode to Simon Fitzsimmons. Built for cash games. Love it. Really looking forward to that. Might even go down and be a spectator. Be nice to be a spectator. Not work. I thought I'd be watching this on Mr. T.
It's enjoyable.
Well, that's true, yeah. No, I tell my children it's work. The draw for the 5 free smart racks will be at the conclusion of this game, I'm sure, and posted on social media. Yeah, not taking anything away from this game, but that's a big one, that. Really looking forward to. Whether I go down or watch it at home, I'm definitely going to be tuned in for that.
So where are they playing?
Braintree.
Well, that's where Sean's from. He's from
Yeah, it's
Essex.
around there, yeah.
He's an Essex lad,
well,
isn't
he's Ipswich, isn't he?
Yeah,
I'm sure he lives in
I
it.
think he's...
Someone will message me now. I'm pretty sure he lives in it. He's either from or lives in Ipswich, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's big mates with Chris Day.
He is, yeah.
He plays in their interleague side, and I think he plays county for the same team for Essex. You know, with Chris, Darren Price, all them lads.
Well, you'll meet all the best county players, won't you, when it goes to England trials?
Yeah, if they come through, yeah.
Come through.
They
Do you not go and watch the trials, Steve?
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah.
Of course I do. I'm welcome them through when they come through.
You don't get any wild cards then? Nothing like it's all by the book, you've got to qualify, that's it. You don't pick your players.
Yeah, it's nothing like the other countries. They've got to come through the system, otherwise they're not in.
Love that. Really, I mean, it is harsh on people like Ben Flack, but it's there for a reason. And whoever you get in replacement, do you know who you've got? I'm sure they're
well, they've already come through this year. Yeah, we've still got a decent side, still got a really good team. You know, obviously whoever come through beat Ben in the trials.
It's true. Still blows me away a little bit how long Lee Kendall has been playing international pool. That's just
it's 30 years.
It's just incredible.
You know something?
And he's never had to retrial, has he?
He did in the early days. Yeah, he told me.
Okay.
He did, but the guy's brilliant. He leads that team. Honestly, they're a totally different entity when he's there.
And do you know that he was the founder and creator of the Six Red Shootout?
Oh yeah, I know.
He thought it up.
I know.
And it was such a pleasure to commentate when he had to do one. Referee getting the cheers, but
honestly,
who'd be a referee? Who would be a referee?
I consider it an honour to be involved with Lee. To be fair, he's done everything in the game, hasn't he?
Yeah, really has. Really has. And now he's running it.
Now he's in there, yeah.
Well, that side of it anyway. Well, no joy really off the break for either player.
Good chance here.
I'm trying to think. I think we've only had one break and finish, which is incredible. We've had reverse finishes, but not break and finishes.
Yeah, that Six Red Shootout, what you're on about, it's brilliant, isn't it? Brilliant format.
Personally, I love it, but I'm a spectator. I've had to play in them at an amateur level and they are horrible. So. And they all look like they all have a home here, but
he's just got a
he's
plant.
got to be careful.
Yeah, it's getting the plant right, I think. You know, on the left-hand side. He's just been looking at that now, and I think he's going to go for it early doors.
2 shots time, maybe once. Well, is he coming back now for the gap?
I think he is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
That's nicely played.
As long as the balls don't go wrong off this, then it's a pretty decent chance.
He's just got, I mean, the first red he hits should stay where the second red is, because it looks pretty straight, and he is able to hit it straight. He's just managing that cue ball.
Exactly.
Doesn't want to cannon the red. Wants to come off the bottom cushion and then back out again, I think. Has the option to screw or play with topspin. I prefer just natural angle here. Just play it natural shot. But I've said that a couple of times, and Simon usually does the opposite.
He does the opposite.
There you go. He's screwing.
He's
screwing
it.
in.
Stunning it in. There you go.
He just took a chance, but this time it has worked out. That 8 ball, I think, passes into the bottom right. Not sure about the bottom left. It's a bit closer to that yellow than what it looks on the screen.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at that in a second, I'm sure. There you go.
Definitely comes in this side, I think.
Does it need a nudge? Does it need a nudge? I'm not sure. Hasn't got a full pocket. It's still a little bit awkward, this. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him take this one off the table, just run through. Wants to be a little bit straight. I think he's a little bit short there. Like to have been straighter. Pronounce your T's.
Yeah, he's going for his awkward ball now.
Yeah,
I definitely think the black goes in the bottom left wing. I think that's where he'll be looking to take it.
Well,
I think he'll play this one now, then the one across the cushion. Yeah, it goes. I'm pretty sure of it. Oh no, it's going totally different. It's hard work, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's not perfect here either. He's going to be high on this red. All he can do is just drop this in. Can play with a touch aside. Just take your medicine though. Wow, he's played with a lot aside. Well, you better be right, Steve. Yeah. I don't think he's got a full pocket here.
It looks to me as if it goes, to be fair.
The good news is he can play this quite positively, which helps the shot. Like that. I just feel with Simon, when he's able to cue a ball, chances of it going in increase. Well, there we go. It must go in clearly, Steve. Yeah. Wow, it was half a pocket, but he was confident. And it's parity after 24. Call a winner from here.
I wouldn't have liked to have called a winner at the beginning. Never mind from here.
It was funny listening to different people's opinions around the club and across social platforms. It's amazing how opinions can differ so much. Can't lose from both sides.
Now, who did Matt think before when Matt were on?
Well, he wouldn't go against Si, I don't think, because they practiced together, but he hasn't had money on it.
No, he wouldn't.
He says it's a kiss of death if he.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah, it's a kiss of death.
If he'd have put money on Simon, he'd have lost by now.
Yeah. Great separation between the colour sets.
Yeah, it's definite yellows, isn't it?
It is yellows. If so, is there an opportunity to pop this one to the top left? Maybe give that 8 ball a nudge?
Yeah, he's going to come round. And
looks very thin.
3, I think.
Would love a kiss on the 8. Well, obviously he wasn't on. That's a poor shot. That really is. He's still got a pot on here, but he's going to be disturbing other balls, and he's not going to have full control of the cue ball. It's okay. He's got another opportunity here to go into the 8 if he wants.
Yeah.
But he does like a double. Will he turn it down or will he try and nudge it out? There's your answer. But he's missed it.
Yeah, with the right shot.
So close. Now then, is there going to be another attempt, or is it time to just accept and plan a route so he can get nicely on the double?
Play a back double.
I mean, if you land perfectly, anywhere, sort of like where he is now, would be okay. A little bit further up the table, possibly, but
like I say, it's not the easiest black because it's up towards the middle pocket. But I think if you get there, I think you might be right.
Needs a nice kiss, and he's got one. Now, he wants the one over the centre as his last ball. You feel, there you go, playing for the gap. And then off the one to the centre, he can manipulate the cue ball to get perfect position.
Yeah. He's had another go at the black, I think.
There we go. Not sure. I think he's just slightly high on this yellow, meaning if he has to go further up the table, he has to punch it in off the side cushion. If he's perfectly straight,
I think he needs the white where the yellow is.
Well, I think that's what he's looking at.
Just leave the white
maybe
where the yellow is.
Yeah, maybe he is very straight. The cut back.
Yeah, back double.
Back double, yeah, cut back double. Lining it up now, making sure he's happy. I think I'm right in saying, and nobody can correct me by the way because we missed the first 9, Simon hasn't been in front all match.
Has he not?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I think it went 1-0, 1-1, 3-1 to Shane. I'd have to watch back. Memory's terrible short term, but just been confirmed actually. He has never been in front. It's taken 25 games, it's not there. Well, I'm surprised he missed it because he could, he put the cue ball exactly the way he wanted to. But
I think it was a lot harder than what it looked like.
Yeah, he wanted to be. It was the shot before to leave the yellow to the middle. He wanted to leave more angle so he could push the cue ball up the table.
Yeah, he had a couple of goals to move that black because it was so far up the cushion towards the middle bag. You know what I mean? I think that was a really hard shot. She's just going to try and snooker him now, I think.
Good safety, but always risky, letting your opponent back at the table
have a shot, yeah.
For this 8 ball. Now, odds against is an understatement for potting this 8. However,
it can happen.
Crazier things have happened. So it's a 2 cushion. I can't see where he's going to. That's a good contact, right? But I couldn't see where he was going to fluke it. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. I much preferred up the table with left hand side. Yeah, your margins are low, but you've got, if you do make contact, at least it's heading towards a pocket.
The one thing what he has got go, well, I don't even know whether Shane will go for it, but now it's just a loss of turn shot, isn't it?
It is. I mean,
he's not got ball in hand.
He's got an easy safety shot here, and he might attempt it because if he cuts this back, well, can he just play the one in the left centre?
Yeah, definitely.
Surely. I mean,
yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. No mistakes as expected. One nearest the pocket next. No, obviously not. Just had enough angles. I thought he was perfectly straight on that, and he might have been because you can just cheat the pocket and create an angle, which I suspect is what happened there. And this is nice.
Yeah, it's perfect. Anywhere but straight. Right. Oh no.
Nice. Needs to run. That's okay.
If it had run another 4, it'd have been in the back. They were going, weren't it?
Look how far he is off the table. Beautiful low. Beautiful stroke. Very good.
Yeah.
Back in front. And Simon's wait to lead this match continues. 5 more to be played before another short 10-minute break, which I've got to say, I quite like. Usually we just have one break, 20 minutes, half an hour. I like this, little 10 minutes a couple of times. I think we might even look at raising them blinds. You never know. Who knows?
Everyone
the
will
producer doesn't know. Maybe Ian Martin knows. I'll ask him.
Well, they were around here before, weren't they?
Smart rack in use. Referee happy. Interestingly, Shane's never checked the rack, I mean, he'll know the ref. The ref does a lot.
Richard, yeah.
Yeah, he does a lot with Ultimate Pool. So full confidence in him, clearly.
Yeah, he's got confidence in him. Oh, look at these.
Well, you take a look. Just position onto the red at the bottom of the table. A few shots time though yet. I actually like getting on it next ball. That is okay, I think. Yeah, just come down the table. Doesn't want to
give himself options with either one of the two reds.
Doesn't want to bring the middle pocket into play here though. There we go, perfect line. Well, little bit short of pace, but he's okay. He can just screw on and off the side cushion, bring the cue ball over to the right hand side of the table.
I think he'll be playing that last red into the middle.
Oh, there you go. Well, I'm so used to you telling me I'm right. I felt the need to get one wrong.
You're always right. But you may.
You're married, aren't you? You're just used to saying it.
I'm told.
Yeah.
I don't even know where she is. She's here somewhere.
You're always right. Just slipped out of your tongue so easily.
Yeah. Well, you have
so
been.
Used to saying it.
You've done well. To
I
be
bet
fair.
for your wife. There we go. Nice and easy. And you're absolutely right there, Steve. Just natural angles makes the finish easier.
I've watched him play hundreds of frames.
Well, it's interesting. They both attack the game so differently. The amount of times I've said with Simon, will he play this? And he always seems to want to play the stun or the screw shot. He feels more comfortable with them shots. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just looking at it from a pattern play point of view.
Well, that's what it is, isn't it?
Shane is, he's using, to put it in perspective, his cue made by Jason Owen is a 10mm tip.
Yeah, I know.
And Shane is an advocate for plain ball potting when you can. Likes to keep things very simple.
He keeps Jason in business as well. I think he snapped the top of that cue a couple of times.
Whereas Simon He's what I call an out-and-out raw pool player. Can he get some joy from his break? It is just unbelievable the amount of dry breaks you've seen in this game. I mean, what is the 5 balls in the bottom half? Yellow on the halfway point, the rest in the top half.
There's nothing easy there though, is there? And what he's going to go for? There's nothing easy.
No, I don't think he has any shot on a yellow. So if it's going to be an attack, it's going to have to be reds. Possibly this red he's closest to, right down into the bottom right.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad shout, because if he gets it, he's going to have a good opportunity. It looks like that is going to be his choice. I like him for these sort of shots, Shane. I just think they're a touch shot.
Yeah,
he's a touch player. They're sort of like made for him.
Yeah.
You just got to tell yourself, you know, I'm going to look good when I get
He's just got to back himself, hasn't he?
Well, change. See, if that's a stun shot into the bottom left, I prefer him for the other one. Oh, it's tight, that.
Yeah,
that
the yellows are in the way, I think.
But he's got a big pocket, hasn't he? He's thinking using the side cushion, possibly. No, we're back to this one. Full length of the table. We'll know. No. Never looked comfortable on the approach to the shot.
No. And the reds are sitting now as well, I think. I think the second red away from the white, you know, just above the baulk line, I think goes. I think that'll be his first ball, and then they're all there.
Yeah, wants to come down the table as early as possible.
Yeah, you need to clear the areas, don't you?
If this was a full pocket to the bottom left, I think he'd take that ball. The fact he isn't doing tells me it's not a full pocket. Have a little look at that. In fact, it might not even pass at all. I can just see another camera angle.
It's a no-go.
I think it's very tight.
No.
There you go.
Don't go. No, you were right. It's normal. It doesn't go. Oh, it's going yellows.
Of course he is. We were only looking at reds. Yeah, absolutely. Slowly learning how to commentate on the home match player. Should know, I've played him enough. There we go. And to be fair, it's not a bad choice. I'm disappointed in you, Steve. You didn't spot it earlier.
He was looking at reds as well, then changed his mind at the last minute.
Just a little bit more angle than what he would have liked, I think. So you can just see him queuing down. Opting for a different route, but this has gone wrong.
It has.
And unless he can get through to this one up to the top right, which does look tight, maybe struggling to carry on with this finish. He's having a good look. He's right in front of me for the shot and looks very tight.
I think he
sneaks in this. Beautiful. Absolutely superb.
Brilliant.
Beautifully struck. There you go. Fantastic bit of cueing. Had a bouncer. And that's nice as well. Should be no problems here. Make sure you land low on this yellow to the centre. Don't go high, and he has made short. Wow, he's a little bit too low here.
We've brought the reds into play now.
Yeah, does it pass up into the top left? I don't think so.
No, I don't think it does.
So this cue ball has got to do some travelling.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't pass. That's what he's looking at now, swinging it around the 2 cushions.
If you're playing for the gap between the 4 reds in a line, if you're playing for the gap between red number 1 and number 2, as we'll call them, it's not a big margin for error. Has to be said, it's just a little bit lapsed, that. There you go, bottom and left hand side, is it? Ping it round, ping it round, and I don't, is he there? He's coming round to have a look. I don't think he is.
I don't think he's on it.
Has he got a shot?
Yeah,
well,
has.
He's on it, but he's not on it to the centre.
No, he's got to go to the top, I think.
Now Simon likes to stun and screw balls in, as we've seen. And this, you've got to give it every chance. You've got to play it slowly.
He's got to go for it 100%.
Are we looking at 15-12 or 14-13? We are right behind this. What a great view. Sometimes we don't get to watch it live. Big shot coming up to get back within 1. There you go, you see. A good example of what I just said. He likes to cue through the cue ball. And I don't mind that, because I feel that myself when I used to play. I get that, but it's just not that shot. It's not the right way to play, in my opinion. And
I think it could be 15-12. Be surprised if Shane misses from here. I would, honestly.
Yeah.
But as you've seen tonight, nothing's
you could
beyond the realms.
Yeah, I don't think you're stretching your forecasts too far there, Steve. 6 balls in the open.
Yeah, well, we've thought that a few times, though, haven't we?
I mean, eat your hat comes to mind.
Had it a few times, though, where they missed.
More chance of your hair growing back than him not getting these.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
And mine.
This is what I was saying about players going through phases. And Simon, we're flying now. Shane's won. Yeah,
but I do feel, most of the frames have just been won on mistakes. They've not been.
Yeah.
Opportunities haven't been grasped.
He was really unlucky there, Simon, to be fair. It was just that one shot, weren't it? Well, where he didn't come far enough up the table.
Feel a bit harsh, but it was careless not landing right on the last yellow. Had to land with the right angle to the yellow. If he lands with that right angle, he doesn't have to play the ridiculous shot with loads of bottom left, try and pinging round. It's just so difficult to judge, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
You're playing with bottom and side, you hit that first cushion, the cue ball starts to accelerate, and it's just difficult to land in a gap that was probably around 6 to 7 inches, which sounds a lot, but it's not when you're trying to play around off 2 cushions.
No. Might have been better, isn't it? With a bit more pace, making sure the white come out. Give himself a few more options.
Thank you, Sean Story, for your message. I've read it. Game is in Braintree, and he does live in Ipswich. Thanks for listening, Sean. Hope you're well. Best of luck next month. I say listening. Maybe he's got us on mute now. You never know.
Give over, he likes me. seen him for a while though. He were in Ireland. He come over to Killarney.
Yeah.
Him and Chris.
Great player.
He is.
Just great player. So consistent.
They both are. Both really good.
Anyway, can't wax lyrical all day about the players we know well.
Yeah.
We've got two of them on the table currently doing battle. Shane Thompson, despite not being at his best, oh, that was a big change in break. And that almost looked like a cut break off the front ball.
It was.
It looked like he came off the front ball almost.
Yeah, so he's trying something new, isn't he? Because he's not getting anywhere hitting it front ball. He's
not got anywhere.
Not got anywhere now, no.
I know Shane reasonably well, and he will just feel that the break is keeping his opponent in the game. That's how he will feel about it. There's a lot more to it than that when you analyse a little bit deeper. There's been a lot of mistakes.
There has.
The point is, you've just got to keep your mind in the right frame. Got to keep positive. He's not happy. He's visibly not happy, but you're 15-12 up.
Like I said before, it's Shane always looks a bit like that. He never looks absolutely over the moon, but he just plays through it.
Not unless he's picking up a trophy.
Unless he's picking up a trophy,
and if he does win, he better give me a smile.
I won't worry about that. Put the winning black in Ireland, and his cue went west. Just launched it. Bet Jason were happy. All his good work flying through the air.
A little bit too hard. Just these little niggles will be bugging Simon, I'm sure. This looks a little bit thin. Can play this one if he chooses, but runs a little bit of a risk. Just come round off two cushions. The one in the centre. May even land on the other one up into the top left.
Could hit the red here on the cycle. Oh no.
There we go. That's okay. Is it okay? Well, it is okay. He'll have to be okay because he can't do anything with the cue ball here. So coming round to see what his last shot is going to be. Look at that. Horrible. How much angle does he have? I think he's okay. This cloth is so grippy. It really is. There you go. Now, you couldn't have played that a few years ago on an old cloth. It just wouldn't have happened. 15-13. 2 more to play before the break. Is Shane going to take in a lead? Or will Fitzsimmons have another good 10-15 minutes? Well, 5 to 6 minutes if it's really good, I suppose. Last 2 to go. Important he wins at least once, you feel, here, Steve.
Yeah.
Just 1 out of the 2.
Simon, yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful break. Straight up and down the centre of the table. Well,
it sounded like John Virgo then, didn't I? Where's the white?
Yeah, you can't be doing that here, I'm afraid. You'll be out.
We're not
having any of that, Steve. We've become quite good friends over the last hour, but if you start quoting John Virgo, you're out.
Fair enough.
Yeah. There's limitations.
I apologise.
Only that. I've got to admit, I did it once and I was in a bad mood for 3 days.
He's just got back in. They sacked him,
He
didn't
has, yeah.
Yeah,
And he's
they've
very
brought him back.
popular, I know. Probably the most popular commentator, but it's not for me.
No, it does my head in, to be
So,
fair,
yeah,
when he
it's
says it.
not for me.
Where's the white going?
Yellers, surely.
Yeah.
Right. For once, we agree on something, all three of us.
Yeah, I thought Simon might have changed our mind.
There we go. Two at the top of the table. Come back down for these two at the bottom. Well, he could go either way, to be fair. If he's nicely on the yeller to the bottom left and just top through, leave yourself a natural angle to drift back up the table. There you go, that's what he's looking at. With the 8 ball being placed where it is, in fact, it does make more sense because the 8 ball does go to the bottom right but doesn't go to the top right, so this is probably the correct decision. Just gives him more margin for error on his last ball.
Yeah.
Going this way. Tee shot coming up. All about pace. Oh, needs a favourable nudge. He's okay. I think he's on the one nearest the pocket. Didn't want to be anywhere near that red, I don't think. Yeah, he's okay, you can just see there.
I wonder if the other one goes in the middle, you know, the left middle.
No, he's coming back out for it in the same pocket, surely. Oh dear. That. Well,
it obviously didn't go because I think he'd have just dropped it in and then played the yellow in the left-hand middle. You know, and then just brought the white up.
Well,
you know what I mean? I could see the mirror in your shot as well.
I mean, look at that. I mean,
it's in the,
looks like a man that's run over his own dog, doesn't he? Q getting planted into the carpet.
No, he's not happy.
How much of the top cushion can he see? Is there well, 2/3 of a cock hat available? You can have that one.
I think that's.
I don't think it's there, to be honest. Let's go quite close to the middle pocket.
And then to get the white on the black as well.
Yeah, but you really are. You're trying to find something here. You can. He understands the magnitude of what could happen because it's Shane to break next, and it could be 17-13, and that's a big difference. Well, where can you fluke it? Bottom left off the top cushion?
I have absolutely no idea from there.
Well,
I think
about the only pocket it passes into.
Yeah.
But your cue ball's going over towards the two reds, so
he's going to pump it, isn't he? Yeah, he's
double
going bottom left. Bottom left is going.
No, in the middle. In the middle, and it was close. It was tracking, but yet again, a mirror image. The last frame sort of been handed over to Shane with balls in the open.
I don't think Shane will go for these. Be amazed. I think he'll play the where the two reds are together. I think he'll play the right and red and leave the white snookered.
Once again, we'd just like to apologise for everyone that bought the stream. We did have a technical issue at the beginning of the match. Unfortunately, made you miss the opening 9 frames. These things do happen. Thank you once again for your understanding. Can he see this yellow?
I think. I'm not sure. I think he can.
No.
Can he not see it?
I don't think so, but it's got to be worth a little swerve, has it? See if we can get it moving towards the pocket, up the cushion.
I think whatever he does with that yard, he's going to be playing it with pace, get it moving.
I like the thin snick. I'm not sure there's a double on, so cushion first and just send it up there. That's what he was trying. Simon just making it a little bit too easy for his opponent in the last couple of games. Didn't go in cleanly. At home all the same.
No. Gets this right, he's in prime position, isn't he?
Well, a little bit in between shots, but I think he's okay.
I think he's fine to put it in the middle and then come down to the one on the cushion. Yeah, good shot. Just pick your spot.
Yeah, I mean, he has to go up and down, but absolutely nothing in his way here. I'm sure back of his mind, well, he didn't. There's a camera angle still catching us out. I'm still be thinking about the next one here. Biggest frame of the match coming up, you feel. One more to play before the break. Simon praying for a chance off the Shane Thompson break. Big cheers, and he's going to need all the help he get. Settle for a little bit of luck here. Shane hasn't broke well, hasn't potted a... Wow. That cue ball went in the corner so fast, I thought it'd come off the table. Just cannot find his break. Look at this. Straight in. That is very poor. Caught the front ball, straight into the corner.
Like you say, he's trying to play a cut break off the front ball.
But it's just so difficult. I mean, visibly frustrated, I think, is a nice way to put it, Steve.
Yeah. He's not happy.
Yeah. Stewing. Currently stewing.
Yeah.
Needs to calm himself down, needs to remind himself. It's difficult because he knows he's no way near at his best, but some games don't always lend themselves that way, and you're ahead.
Yeah.
You know, you're in control. There's more pressure on his opponent at the moment.
Oh, definitely.
Trying to give Steve a nudge to tell me which colour set's the right one, but he's just not having it. Just going to drop you
Reds,
in.
I think.
Right, okay. Well,
think
you know
reds.
what? You know what? That was my first thought, and now I'm thinking yellows, but
There's only one.
I do
There's
miss
only
that
one awkward red, and that's the one.
It's only one awkward yellow.
Yeah.
The one furthest left doesn't have a pocket, I don't think. May pass into the bottom left. Difficult to sort of pick a colour set.
Whatever I said with Si is going to go the other one anyway.
Right. Right, well, you go reds and I'll go yellows.
He's going reds, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Difficult to play position on the one on the bottom of the table. That's going to be the key to getting back within 2 at the break.
All the rest aren't too bad. It's just that one ball.
Is that okay? Well, he's played on the one next to the 8 ball, has he? Yeah. Just drop this in. Or is he coming back? Just drop it in.
To be fair, I thought he'd have got rid of the other one as well, at the top end. You know, first shot, I thought he'd have potted that. You know, clear your areas. And then everything he has to do is in this half of the table.
Yeah.
Where now he's got to go back up and come back down.
Save that cue ball doing too much mileage. Because this shot is what it has all come down to. Yes, he's on the red. I don't think he can avoid a cannon on this yellow. Directly above the red. Depends how thin this red is. If it's
Might
very
even hit the other red.
There we go. Maybe he can avoid it.
He's going to be really close to the other red. Oh no.
Well, not if you play it like that, but he's missed the pot.
No.
Giving Shane an opportunity. It's not easy though. I think despite missing, he has got most of that pocket. Unable to tell whether there's room for the yellow to pass. Will Shane...
If I'm honest, I think he might be able to put the yellow on the black spot and maybe cannon into the red and clear the pocket. Maybe.
I like that. Whether it's there or not, I don't know. But I like it.
Even not the yellow onto the red. Well, no. Shane doesn't agree.
Wow. That was the correct shot.
Great shot.
This is now a great chance to open up a 4-frame lead. Remember, we started this sort of mini session of the match. We're playing it in thirds at 10-5, finishing at 17-13. Given what has happened during this session, will be a magnificent result for Shane.
Oh, he'll be happy.
Oh, he'll be over the moon.
Probably won't smile, but he'll be happy.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, you can't expect such miracles. Just one plant. Wants to make sure he lands low, so his cue ball travels up the table with the first ball that he plays near the 8, next to the 8. And that's not brilliant, to be fair. Maybe tempted to play it now.
I think he'll take the yellow above the black in the bottom right hand.
I could do that, or in the right centre. So he's still got options here. I think if he plays the plant now, he's guaranteed to be on a ball. I can almost hear people screaming at the TV saying no. But I didn't like it, and that's why. He's okay though, still here. It's thinner than he'd liked, but should be okay.
I think he's struggling there.
Well, that's why I thought he was going to play it one shot before, Steve. Sort of guaranteed. He was nicely on the plant, and he almost guaranteed to be on the,
His other
the
option,
first
you
ball.
know, is the yellow just above the white, played off the cushion into the red, into the corner bag.
Well, I'm right behind that, and I can see down the table, and I don't think the gap's big enough, personally. I think it'd need a lot of pace.
Right. Yeah. Now I've stood up and had a look at it, yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
But I think, I don't know.
Here we
I
go.
know he's playing your shot.
It's all about controlling this cue ball. He's missed the pot. He's missed the pot. Just what Simon Fitzsimmons needed. He doesn't have any problems here, Si. Yes, he's got a red down the cushion, but the red towards the centre goes in off the yellow, so no real problems. Keep yourself in the game, and I said this a few frames ago. I think the break's going to come at the right time again. Well,
He's not happy with that.
he's not going to be happy with that because he's in between shots. Doesn't want to play the middle of the three reds. That means he's going to have to play the red on the right hand side last. So does he feel that he's forced into taking the one down the cushion now? Key moments in the middle stage of this massive encounter. Well, he is taking the middle one, the easier of the two pots. Oh, it's a friendly nudge off that 8, Steve.
Yeah.
Really was. He could have found himself right over on the left-hand side of the table. Okay then, red off the yellow, control the cue ball. Get as straight as possible on this last red. And that is not ideal.
No, it's not easy, this, is it?
If it was a
Do you think he'll go with the double?
Well, I was just about to say, if it's a straight double, if he's looked at it and gone, this is a straight double, he will take the double side, despite it being into the corner, but I suspect it's not.
Yeah, we're taking notice what you said earlier on, that he likes a double.
Yeah, he does, but I still believe he should have taken this ball when he had three reds on the table. Yes, it was difficult, but he had a friendly nudge off the 8 to just be in this position. And now this is tough.
Yeah, I think he's going to go the double.
You could be right. You could be right. You're not. That's a superb pot.
Great shot, that.
3 behind. Not at his best. Under maximum pressure.
What a shot.
Likes to play them at pace, though. Doesn't give them all the opportunity.
Good shot,
if they're in, they're in with Simon.
That was a great shot.
And we're going to go to the break. 16-14. I think they're going to take 10 minutes. Just sit back. I did speak to the owner of this wonderful club, semi-professional snooker player Ian Martin, just a few minutes ago. We'll be back in 10 to 15.
COVID, so something I've always dreamed of doing is opening my own snooker club and pool hall,
Welcome to Beer Productions. I'm live with Ian Martin, club owner and semi-professional snooker player. Ian, first of all, tell us what inspired you to take on such a big venture. This is a fantastic club.
I must have been mad. I don't know, to be honest. I had an events business which went under during COVID, so something I've always dreamed of doing is opening my own snooker club and pool hall. And bar, to be honest, so
the important bit.
Well, yeah, massively. So this kind of like all escalated into such a massive project. Like it's a huge building to take on, something I've never done before. I really did kind of like bite off a lot taking over this place. I'm glad I did. I think the place is amazing.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, at the front, it's so unique for a club. We were just saying outside how the clientele, should we say, it's not your usual snooker club clientele.
No, it isn't. We're very kind of like heavy on the gins and cocktails. We try to attract couples and a lot of ladies and stuff like that. And when the sun's out, that balcony is just next level. It's an amazing place. It's great to see around the club just this afternoon. So many youngsters are here, practicing as well. No, absolutely. Like my son's been over in the corner playing on table 4. He loves his snooker and pool. Got a lot of keen young players who come in. So it's just, it's a great place. Like, even if I do say so myself, it is a fantastic place. No excuse for yourself being a semi-professional snooker player, as you put it. Yeah. No excuse not to practice, I suppose. But moving on, I mean, how excited are you to have such a big game in your club? Well, obviously it's like two giants of the ultimate pool world. You know, like you can't ask for a better money match in your snooker and pool hall. You know, it's fantastic. I don't think the pool tables in that area will be getting used tonight because I think the crowd's going to be too big. It's 1-1, I believe, in money matches between these guys. Yeah, so it's the trilogy tonight. I feel where this may just go, but predictions, come on, you've got to give them. Well, obviously I'm a Simon fan, aren't I? So I've got to go Simon. I think it's going to be very close. I watched him over in Blackpool against Lee Anderson, and he came back from like a monumental, like he was like something like 24-18 down or something ridiculous. I can't really remember the scoreline, but he ended up winning 25-24. So he's got plenty of bottle, and I know he has. And like just watching his performance in Ultimate Pool and stuff like that, and the shootout, and so obviously I'm going to go Simon. I think Simon 25-23. Let's hope so. Thanks very much for your time, Ian. Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Both players are back, and the referee's back as well. We are ready for the conclusion of this match. And although you may have missed the first 9, you are not going to miss the end, and certainly do have your value for money, because the clock has ticked on to nearly midnight. We are in for a late one. I'm very pleased to announce that the owner of this magnificent club will be joining me for the conclusion. Ian Martin, thank you very much for joining me.
Very welcome, mate. Thank you for inviting me.
We've got to get you on. You know what you're talking about as well.
Well, some might say.
So your job is basically just to tell us player's perspective, reds or yellows, every frame, every shot you have to get perfectly right. You've got 5 lives.
Yeah.
So good luck. See how long you last.
Right, let's see how that goes. No, it's. I think it's been a bit of a uncomfortable game for both players, to be honest. So far, I don't think they've had many easy takeouts. Literally, they've all been falling awkward. Like I've had quite a few players come over to me, like players in the club, just saying, "Wow, I can't believe how many balls are missing." But it's not that simple. It really isn't that simple. It's been falling awkward for every player, for both players every time.
Yeah, there's always seems to be 1 or 2 problem balls. A lot of games have been decided upon one mistake late on in the finish. We've seen an awful lot. Well, recently in the last 3 or 4, maybe 6 to 7 frames that Simon's gone deep into the finish, and then failed to get position. Yeah. You know, you're going to be punished at this level, even level below this.
Absolutely.
And Shane has missed probably more balls than I've seen him miss in the last 18 months on streams.
Definitely.
Both of them. There's no way getting around it. It's not been the best of standards. I think we've only had probably I can think of maybe 2 or 3 break finishes. Yes, reverse finishes, but
there
no more than
appears to
that.
be a massive shot every
Initial
time.
shot. Yeah,
Like,
there is.
You know what I mean? Like if they make
timing.
that shot, then you know they're going to finish the frame.
Yeah.
But it just like every time, it's just not like easy run outs.
It's not landing. Perfect example there.
Exactly.
Played
Yeah.
the positive shot, wasn't rewarded.
Yeah. This is the thing. But yeah, I've had a few players come over to us and go like, "What's going on?"
Well, it's difficult. You've played a couple of money matches yourself, have you not?
Yeah,
and it's
I have,
difficult
yeah.
It's difficult to bring your A game, even when you've got world-class players like these two. Sometimes the match goes scrappy early doors, and it just continues and continues on, and that's exactly what's happened with this game. It has been loaded with errors, and the scoreline's been dictated by errors. That's it, unforced errors.
Absolutely.
Some of them have been quite bad. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
But it's taken nothing away from the entertainment.
No. Well, the crowd are getting louder.
Well,
so
that's your fault. The bar's still open.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not going to be at fault for that.
You're not going to be shutting the bar anytime soon, are
No
you?
chance. Absolutely no chance.
Yet again, we're not home and dry here. It's going to boil down to a double. He was in this position a little bit earlier on with the cutback double. This time it'll be an easier double, and he can put the cue ball exactly where he wants. I've said it before, he loves a double, but nothing's a certainty at the moment for Simon Fitzsimmons.
They'll go bonkers if this goes in.
Oh, absolutely.
They've been really loud tonight.
Yeah,
really
but
loud.
there's been no trouble.
No, not at all. No, they were never going to be. Like it's.
He's got it.
He has got it. No, they're a good crowd.
Yeah, applause for Shane's clearances as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
That's it, yeah.
Respect both ways. Doesn't look comfortable.
No, what's the...
Plenty of bottle though. Expecting to get this. And does.
Yeah. That's the thing with Si. Like I said in my interview earlier, he's got plenty of bottle.
He really has.
He really has. That shootout clearance he did. When was it? Like 2019 or something like that.
Jordan Shepherd.
Unbelievable. Like it's on a reel on Facebook, and you watch it over and over again. And that's genuinely. I'm a snooker player, me, but that is genuinely what got me into pool. Like the OMG originally, and then it went to Ultimate Pool, and that was like I remember the first time I got excited about pool was when I watched that clearance, and it really did. I thought I couldn't believe it, and I messaged Simon and I went, "Wow, mate, that was unreal." Like I don't genuinely get excited about pool, really.
What the shot clock does is it just adds that extra element into the game that brings an audience that wouldn't usually watch it.
Yeah.
And that's the whole idea of it, you feel?
Yeah.
Personally, I like all aspects of pool. I really do. I love the team shootout. I think that's probably the most entertaining. I love a cash game because it's pure pool, if you're a pool fan. So I love doing this because the audience that are listening, they're all pool fans. They're all knowledgeable.
I've appreciate it a little bit more than I used to. I'm not going to lie. I definitely appreciate it more than I used to, because obviously, like from a snooker player's background, like I always feel like snooker is like more skillful. But then, when you watch it like these guys, the concentration they've got to keep throughout this. Like I've played money matches and stuff like that. And it's difficult. It's difficult to like keep that concentration like for this amount of time throughout any cue sport. I struggle in the best of 7 at snooker. I genuinely do. Like, but these guys race to 25. it's unbelievable that they can carry on maintaining a high level of skill. You get what I'm saying? Like, you know,
absolutely. We were 4.5 hours in, the best part of 4.5 hours in.
Yeah.
We could have another 2 quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's impressive stuff.
I thought it was going to go the full length. I really did, and I still think it will.
You can't pick a winner here.
No. 50-50 the whole way. I did say Fitz 25-23.
Yeah, that was your prediction.
It was.
I mistakenly said, I hope so. Yeah. And I've had messages already.
I know you.
I have, and I knew I was going to get them.
You instantly regret it.
I did, because what I meant by that was, let's just have a close game. After listening to your little video, I thought,
he didn't, viewers.
No,
he didn't at all.
Right. Let's go back to his comment about snooker and pool, and I've got your back here because it's just a completely different skill. No, we won't go there.
He told me off comms that he didn't mean to say it the way it came.
I know, I didn't.
No, I know what you meant there.
You're a semi-professional snooker player. I'm a semi-professional commentator.
Listen, I'm full amateur commentator, so I'll mess up before you do. Don't worry about that. No, it's great to watch either way. You know, even if you watching the scrappy frames or break and dish every frame, you know, like that's what you hear when, you know what I mean, like, you know, the scrappy frames, you hear the crowd get excited, and you know, it's like saying the snooker. I'm sorry to keep going back to snooker,
that's right, that's your sport.
What I'm saying is, like, you know, even when you like playing a scrappy frame at snooker, the crowd get excited because you see like a miss or like a good bit of tactical play, or
you're absolutely right. What you get with snooker is very similar to the audience listening to a game like this.
Yeah.
Because they're pool fans.
Yeah.
Like hardcore pool fans.
Yes.
And they'll enjoy it whatever the standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not been the best, but it's taken nothing away from the actual match.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Because you see one player get his opportunity, and then he misses, and then the next player gets his opportunity, and then, you know, it's to and fro-ing, and it makes for good viewing. In my opinion, it does anyway. You know, whether it's like break dishing or whatever, this has been, it's been long, but
definitely long.
It still makes for good viewing. So.
Speaking of mistakes, Simon is looking to pounce upon an earlier one from Shane and draw level once again. Amazing to think that could be 32 frames in and Simon's not been ahead once.
I know.
Is that an omen for the match?
I don't think so.
You could see it going 24-24, and the only time he's ahead in the match is when he gets over the line. Could
honestly,
we be looking at that?
Like I said, last time we went over to Blackpool and he was miles behind the whole way through the match, and he ended up winning. And I have no idea how he managed to do it, because he didn't look in the game. He genuinely didn't. And he ended up winning, and like we all went bonkers, you know.
I think what Simon's got is, and not many players have it, is when he's under extreme pressure, it brings out the best in him. Yeah. And like you said before about his most famous highlight reel, that's a great example.
Yeah.
Back against the wall, what was it, 44 seconds to clear the table twice or something like that?
He looked like he was strolling around the table
ridiculous.
At that point. Like it was madness. But like I said, that's what got me into watching this. It was it was class. Like I say, I messaged him. I said that has like proper got me buzzing. I don't often get excited about pool, but he really did. I thought it was unreal. That it's good to watch. They both are. They're both nice to watch when they're in full flow.
Absolutely.
It's not quite been that way tonight, but look at it now, 16-0. Well, so it looks.
It's been waiting a long time to just go up a level, this game. And let's hope the conclusion of it will be played at a level above.
Yeah.
But unbelievably, after 32, we are level.
Great atmosphere.
They're getting at him a bit now.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if that's coming across.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to disagree with the crowd, but if we can take a look at Shane in a second, you can use a few adjectives to describe how he might be feeling, but terrified is definitely not one of them.
Not at all, no. They're both machines in the pool world. It's that simple. They're not going to back down, none of them.
There you go. Gru looks absolutely terrified.
Gru.
He's got to have a little bit. The next game he's going to be sat next to me, so
Wow, what an opportunity here to go 17-16 from ahead for the first time. This is a fantastic chance, this.
Yeah, so far just been a match that can be described as only a war of attrition, really.
Yeah.
But we're moving up now. The opportunities are coming.
Yeah.
And they will come for Shane as well. It's just how he copes with being behind for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. It's like literally, psychology plays a massive part in these, like, first to 25. Like, it's just, he's literally led the way the whole time, and now he's potentially going to fall 17-16 behind. And he can't, he probably don't really understand why.
Well, it's going to feel
you know what I'm
different.
saying?
It's definitely going to feel different for him.
They've both been very much off form. In my opinion, I think they've been very much off form. Pressure might have played a part in it.
I'm not so sure. I mean, when I was, asked my opinion on the two players beforehand, the question of bottle didn't really come into play for either of these.
Yeah.
They're both too experienced.
No, I mean,
I just think
when I
say
might have played a part in it, I genuinely think a lot of the frames have just gone really awkward.
Yeah, they've all gone awkward, but I don't think it's been down. I mean, the misses that I've seen, I wouldn't have put down to twitches. Not one of them. I don't think I've said that word once.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
That along with the break
Yeah.
has played a massive part in the match. We've seen Simon take over breaking, and I don't think that has anything to do with the referee. I think he started to win a few and he's just stuck with it. But the break hasn't made a massive difference. It's been, and it has to be said, we've spoke very highly of your club, but it's been amazingly humid at one point in here.
Yeah.
It's one problem that you do have, just because you're high up, metal ceilings, and it's been very hot today. And because of the glass front, it acts like a conservatory.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. We are in all glass front.
I didn't realise the strippers for the end of the door came in a bit early.
I mean, if you had a body like that, how would you do it?
That's your mate, that.
Yeah, I know it is. He works here. Sorry about him, guys. And girls.
That's what an afternoon with Ian Martin does to you, everyone.
He left his bra at home.
Well, you got to celebrate being ahead in the match for the first time, or at least let your fans do it for you.
Oh man, I don't think he's even got any money on this game.
Every fiver matters.
I told him I'd buy him a pint. I think that's what it came down to.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Well, worse sins have been done for a pint, Ian.
Quality. No, it's great to see it in the club. Like, first time we've had anything like this, you know. Obviously we've had big events, but nothing that like this. It's just two giants of the ultimate pool world just going at it. Always going to be close. and the local guys love it. They really do. Like, it's really drawn a massive crowd.
Smart rack. back out and back in action. Referee clearly struggling a little bit as the night's gone on. They look good to me. He has suffered in the last hour or two with his break, Shane, massively. Can't remember the last time he actually potted one off the break.
There it goes.
Good split.
There we go.
And at last, he's found the ball off the break. And just look at the separation between the colour sets.
Yeah, it's a tough one though. Again, he's got like either a tough drop in the middle or a fine cut either into the corner or into the middle. It's not easy again.
It's not. It's all about this first shot.
Like, they're all cueing shots. You know, you've got to cue them like a dream. Get your first shot right here and you're winning. But it's not nice. It's not nice at all.
Yeah, but his alternative on reds isn't too appetising either. It is going to be the yellow into the centre. Well, he's got back up again. It's caught in two minds.
This
certainly.
is not nice, this.
Yeah, I think
going across the nap.
The deciding factor here, Ian, is how straight is he going to be on the yellow into the bottom left corner when he drops this in the middle. If he's going to be straight, then you may as well take a red, because your next shot's not going to be too comfortable either.
He's got a choice of two if this goes in.
Yeah, he'd like the one in the breaking area though.
There you go, beautiful that.
Silky smooth.
Nice shot. He's got a choice of two here, and he's away he goes now. For me, you're taking the one past the black, in my opinion, because then you like opening all the yellows up. There you go.
That's why you're here, Ian. There you go. 5 lives still intact.
Yeah. That little cluster could have created a problem later on in the game, but
still thinking clearly out there, the safe cracker. And when are we going up top of the table? Are we going up now?
You go on now. You screw up centre of the table, take the yellow into top left, and then you're down the rail, and then jobs are good. And I don't need to tell Shane how to play this game.
No, certainly not. But he will watch it back, Shane, pretty sure. Not like Simon won't. So you're all right there. You say what you want about Simon, he won't watch it back. Definitely not. No,
well, you're assuming he's going to lose.
No, watch it back, I said, whether he wins or loses.
You don't think so?
No.
All right,
no,
okay.
Definitely not, no.
Then this depends whether yellow passes the black here as to what shot he plays after this. It looks like the yellow does pass the black. Oh,
needs to hold up, needs to pull up.
Shot. Oh.
Well, he's still got a shot here.
It is, but it's over the top of the red, is it not? And then he doesn't really have much control of the cue ball, so he could potentially end up. Well,
at first glance, I thought he may have a big pocket, but I don't think that yellow's helping him whatsoever here. I think he's just going to have to.
Either way, by Shane's standards, that's a pretty bad shot. That it just adds a little bit of added pressure, just to trail it down the rail and get position.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a nice shot.
It's beautiful. Bit unfortunate to land on the side cushion.
Is it though? Like, I mean, the bad shot's the shot prior, isn't it? You know, and then I mean, he's only got to drop it and then play it into the middle again. But really, it should have been dot to dot.
Yeah, and I think that is the right option.
He's just asking the question every time now. So,
just
he could potentially leave himself on the rail like he has done, and then he's going to leave himself a little bit of an angle here, and then he's got to drop it into the middle. But it should have been very easy.
Yeah, it should have been a certainty. You're absolutely right, Ian. So big shot coming up. Has no other option than to dig down into the cue ball.
Isn't it? They're all twitchy little shots after you played that bad one. You overhit like the fourth shot.
Yeah, he just after that one bad shot, things just started to unravel a little bit.
Yeah, this is it. He's digging down now.
I think he gets it though.
No! I hate to say it.
The match has seesawed
I hate to say
one
it.
way and then the other.
There's no need for any of that, would there? That shot he played 3 shots ago was just like, where did that come from?
Here we go then. One long red up into the top left. It's not a guarantee.
There's no pressure on it though, and it is there, because if he plays it for the red back into this middle, he can snooker him as well. So he just like plays it with a bit of top. There's no pressure on this shot, so it's like a shot to nothing, if you like.
He has missed it. Has he left the gap? Well, you said it was a shot to nothing, Ian.
He's not quite.
You've just lost a life.
I don't think. Well, it should have been.
Should have been.
It should have been, really. If he'd have played it the right way, then. But he's digging into this, isn't he? He's going to have to dig into it. Otherwise, he's going off.
Absolutely. Just making it a little bit more difficult to concentrate. Hearing your opposition name being chanted.
I think he bags this.
Well, he's having a good look. He's done this time and time again during the match at key moments.
Yeah, I fancy him for this.
Well, if nothing else,
it's a big frame.
He's a
I don't lie, I just fancy him to nail this. Oh.
That was a long, long way away.
That's 2 of my lives gone. That was sorry. That was a big way off. But it's a really good sign for the Simon Fitzsimmons fans.
Yeah, absolutely. He's getting plenty of opportunities here, Simon.
Yeah.
And hard to see where he's going to go wrong.
He's got a couple of. He's got a cannon to play here.
Guaranteed on a ball
here,
though.
To the side cushion.
I mean,
this is the only one that could go wrong, really. You know, it's a bit of a cue shot here. He's got to cue this. You know, if this doesn't go right, then
he's not missing this. Straight red down into the corner.
It's twitchy, mate. I'm telling you now. This is twitchy. This is like punching it in straight through the cue ball. If it doesn't go in, he loses the frame. It's that simple.
Shot built for Simon, though. This.
Yeah.
Oh, he is taking his time.
He is a cueist.
Hand on the table is a certainty.
He's not hand on the table though. Yeah.
I know. Hand on the table. Never mind. Never mind. Hand off the table just adds that extra degree of difficulty. Yeah. But certain players like certain shots, and Simon likes these sort of shots. And punch it in. Well, he's playing the outside one.
There you go.
Degree of safety in the shot.
Yeah.
Good to see though. Thinking clearly. I do like that.
Yeah.
And I have to say, it went straight in the heart of the pocket.
It did. Yeah.
I think we will see more and more nerves.
I'm not sure I'd have played that one if I'm honest, though. I've got to go like bull by the horns, because now he's got like bouncing on and off the cushion. You know what I mean? Like
you'd have gone full blooded for the middle one, yeah.
Yeah, like it really tells your opponent. It's not only just like about winning this frame. It tells your opponent, I'm game. I'm up for this.
He's not going
to. Now look at this.
He's not.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. He's not got any opportunity here. This has to be full-blooded.
He's now he's got to play another balls out shot, and I don't think it was the right shot to take the outside red. If anything, it was the negative shot, because you're snookering your opponent. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Like, here we go then. Used all the pocket, but it scrapes home.
And then look at this. He can't get past the yellow.
Has to play this very slowly
He can't
and
get
just
past
let
it.
the cue ball come down the table. Does he think he can get by the other side of the yellow? No. Takes his medicine, ups with a thin 8. Well, I think it's far enough away from the bottom cushion to make it comfortable.
Yeah, it's not too bad, this.
He's going to be 2 ahead. And he is 2 ahead.
Fair play. I just think it could have gone wrong the way he played it.
We've said a couple of times during the match, and I certainly have questioned his shot selection on more than one occasion, and I do expect an earful if he does watch it back. But we have to say things as we see them.
Yeah.
But I think with Simon, more than most other players, he likes to play shots that he's comfortable with.
Yeah.
And that will outweigh what is the right shot and the wrong shot.
Yeah.
If he feels more comfortable with it, that's the one he's playing. And you can't really argue with that. You can argue to the cows come home whether what's the right shot.
I'll argue with those last 2 frames.
Yeah,
I'm telling you now, because he's a confident player, Simon, right? And when he gets on the floor with things like, obviously he's based here, and we play together, and we have done down the line. That taking the outside red for me, they're wrong. It's the wrong shot. It could have quite easily gone wrong. You stick to your guns. You're a confident player. You're attacking. Just go for it. Do what you're good at. So
at the moment, he's not good at breaking.
No.
Simon. It wasn't a good split either. Just look at the balls that have failed to get up the table. They've all just stayed round. That is the sign of a slack rack, as you'd say. Simon is racking. I know, that's why I said it.
He can't really complain.
No, absolutely not. Will he put faith back in the referee like Shane has all evening? The only good news is, when you don't get a good split, you don't leave them there for your opponent.
Yeah, there's a bit of work to do.
Every yellow does have a home. Telling us where he wants this cue ball next shot. It's a good thing about when you're commentating on top of Shane, he doesn't leave anything to your imagination. He'll let you know what he's doing. Down we come, and this isn't good. Well, he's had a touch there. That was not the line he picked for the cue ball. Certainly not. Look at that. There we go, though.
It'll do, won't it? For him.
We're nearly in Yorkshire. That'll do.
Yeah. So he's well, I mean, for me now, he's got to play for the 2 yellows into the middle, right, and then.
Well,
now he's.
I'm not sure if
I don't think he did play for him, but I think he's got to now. The yellow next to the black. I personally would have played for them more or less straight away, but. Now he's going to play for that. Little stun into the red, maybe.
No, he plays this thin and comes across the table for the one down the cushion. What's the left-hand side?
There's so much can go wrong with that, though. So much can go wrong with that. Whereas if he'd have played the yellow into the middle there, and either bounced on and off the cushion or a little stun into the red, he'd have been on to he'd have been on 2 shots.
I thought he was going up the table personally. Either way, he's left himself no shot here.
That's why, you've got to run away white. So that's why it was the wrong shot for me.
He did play with. I did say he was going to play with lots of side. I didn't think he was going to play with quite that amount. I thought he was going to play through the gap of the reds and come across the table. Not in a good way at the minute. It's been a long old night for both players.
Yeah, absolutely. It has.
Already. We had a little bit of a delay at the start, so we didn't start at 6. It was probably around the players kicked off probably around the half past, maybe 6:45 mark, and it's now 12:15, so we are 4.5 hours in.
Getting kicked out in half an hour,
Is it closing, is it?
I'm only joking.
I'd like to see you carry Shane Thompson out down them stairs.
I'm only joking.
Or Simon, for that matter. Or myself.
No, we're open till 1:30.
1:30?
Yeah.
Oh, we might be touching upon 1:30.
No, it's fine, don't worry.
Then the doors have to shut. Right.
We'll just have to kick all you guys out and Shane.
It's got to be a tradesman entrance in this building, surely.
All of a sudden, things are looking up for Simon here.
They really are. He's getting the opportunities, he's getting the
is.
chances, and his opponent doesn't look as sharp as he did earlier on in this match.
No.
Maybe fatigue is coming into play, like you say.
Yeah.
I don't think you would have.
He's getting the better chances, Simon, every time now.
I don't think you will have found many people that would say after 4.5 hours play we'd be at this scoreline.
No, I know. Yeah.
Doesn't want that in, and it has stayed on the table, so everything going his way at the minute. Just giving him more
Options.
more options.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Tough word to remember that.
I'm sorry, mate. I'm not trying to. It's like we finish each other's sentences.
I know. I'll be moving in here soon. I think. Red in the braking area, just to the right of the yellow and the 8 is the only issue.
Oh,
well, it was.
A cheeky little shot.
Yeah, good vision that.
Yeah.
And as Shane may be fading ever so slightly, Simon just looks sharper and sharper.
He does.
I mean, it does help that he's winning.
Yeah.
And he's getting the chances. But I'm a big believer in these long matches at watching body language.
Yeah.
Gives you an awful lot of information.
Yeah, like the psychology in these things, in these long races, are massive. Like they really are. I'm going to refer back to snooker again, mate. I'm sorry.
Dear. Shocking.
Better
than golf.
I recently played in World Championship. I don't like to talk about it, but I won my first match and I was like 7-2 up, and literally the guy came back at me like I didn't deserve to be 7-2 up. I really didn't. We were both rubbish, right? And then he started flying back at me, and you could see him swagging about the table, and I was just like, I was rubbish throughout the whole match, and I thought, my God, I'm gonna lose here, you know. Like, and I ended up winning the game 10-8. And I was just like, I don't know how I managed to finish him off, because I was awful.
You felt like momentum was against you.
Yeah.
And
he started picking up momentum, and he started playing better, and he could see him building confidence and stuff like that. I was just like, I can't win this game.
Just got to grind out a result, but you should be don't want to snivel here, but you should be quite proud of that in a way, because you've been playing snooker a long time. You know what it's like to fly and destroy opponents.
Yeah.
But when you have a result like that, where you've not been at your best and you still managed to win,
I was quite proud, to be honest, like, because I didn't deserve to win the game, and I made like a 40-odd break to finish it off.
I mean, whoever wins this tonight, whoever I speak to at the end, is going to be more relieved than proud.
That's what I'm saying.
Happy.
You literally, in those long races, and that is a long race in terms of snooker, but obviously this is a long race in terms of pool. You go through like patches of like flying, and then you'll be crap. and then
think of a better word.
No, you will, and then in your head you're like, oh my God, what's going on here? I was amazing half an hour ago, and then, you know what I mean?
It just turns on and off. Everybody that's played a cue sport knows what that's like.
Yeah, and then you'll have a little break again, and you'll start flying again. It's madness, like the mentality and the psychology of it all. And obviously Simon was disappointed after, like, when it went into break one, and he was sat outside on the bench, and I spoke to him, and he went, it's just not falling for me, mate. I went, yeah, but it might do next time, you know what I mean? And it did do, you know what I mean? So
The decision to make a couple of breaks in this match has really helped Simon.
Yeah.
I spoke to both players before, and I think it was Simon's idea. I'm not sure. It certainly wasn't done purposefully, but because of the way, the manner of this match has been played and the quality of the pool, it really has been a 3-session match.
Yeah.
Sometimes things just carry on as they were, but we've seen swings, as you do in any game, but after the break, especially in the second part of the match, Simon got back to level.
Yeah.
And then Shane just inched ahead, and there was a big game at 16-13, and the one before that, the last two before the break, where Shane could have won them both, and it was a bit scrappy. Simon managed to get back to 16-14 at the break, and just look what's happened since then.
Massive.
It's not won one as yet.
Yeah. Crazy game that is pool.
It really is, and Shane sat in his chair now. It's time to dig deep. You're going to see what you're made of here, because things are not going his way.
Yeah.
At all. There's no more breaks. You've just got to try and find what have you got left.
Yeah, absolutely. I should imagine Shane, the majority of the time, gets it his own way.
Well, he's used to playing a bit like Simon.
Yeah.
Exactly like Simon. You play Simon, he wants to just beat you off the table.
Yeah.
Like with aggression and never missing. Shane's very similar, but different in the way they go about the game.
Yeah.
But still with the same attacking nature. And unfortunately, it's just not happening at the moment. But for the second time, he has made a ball off the break. How is the split? Looked okay at first glance, Ian.
Yellows look good, mate. I don't think reds are the balls here, because there's a couple covering each other. So yellows, look pretty good.
It's just what he needs here, Shane. Behind, it's a good opportunity.
Yeah.
There's nothing blocking anything else. Just needs to...
This one here, just needs to hold it for the yellow below the black.
Take his time, show a little bit of care.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he screwing past it? Yeah, there we go, he's screwing past it. It's lovely now.
Can do either. I like getting the one near the 8 ball out of the way here, personally.
I think screw back past the 8 ball here for the yellow that's near the red, and then there's
as long as you don't land straight on this yellow, you're absolutely fine. Well, he's going forwards, I think.
Yeah. Well, he looked like he had the perfect angle to just like get rid of his bad ball there, really.
Down to 2 lives. You've managed about 40 minutes. You've done okay.
It's only 2 lives if it doesn't mess up.
Well, he's played a risk there.
For me, you didn't need to do that.
The ball went. Could have come back.
And now he's got the wrong angle, so it's not down to 2 lives yet, mate.
All right, okay. You were right. Okay. Are we playing if you're right, or whether they play it or not? I'm not
sure. Whether I'm right or not.
Right, okay. And who decides that? You?
Yeah.
Oh dear. So we're back to 5 lives again.
Listen.
I'm not sure about this game.
They call me the cat.
I'm not playing you at snooker, that's for sure. Well, here we go. So we've ended up taking it into this pocket.
Did that yellow not pass the red? Or
it passed, didn't it?
Yeah,
it passed, yeah.
Why do you not play on that?
There's a lot of coming down.
There's a lot of shushing.
There is, isn't there?
It's a big shot, this, to be fair. It is a big shot.
There we go. Pile it on him.
Can you hear us?
No.
Absolutely not. Right, so I'm back to 5 minutes.
I think you're on 6, aren't
you? I'm doing all right at this comms, mate.
You certainly have no problem talking.
I'm not sure everyone who's listening thinks the same, but
sorry, it's not that broad, the accent. We don't need subtitles with you. Better to talk too much than too little.
See, I mean, this isn't a finish, like a given finish, is it? Really?
No, but
this for me, I'm playing to go cushion first, not the red over the hole, and snooker him.
Oh no, definitely not.
Are you
No,
not?
definitely not. We've got to attack here. You're not letting your opponent at the table when the yellow's
but
hanging over the pocket. Even if you leave them 2 cushions, they're odds on forgetting
So
it.
cut into the top left-hand pocket and open the 2 reds
No,
up. Is that what you're thinking?
if he had a better angle on this one, he'd be taking the one towards the bottom right. He may now take your shot up to the top left and play a disturbing shot, but it'd be highly unlikely he plays a snooker unless he's guaranteed to leave it very, very difficult. It's just
you
too
are.
high.
You are more or less guaranteed, but and I get what you're saying. Again, I've gone from bull by the horns to neggy.
There you go.
There you go.
Oh, didn't want that in.
No, not
It doesn't
really.
make too much difference, but it does put a little bit more pressure on this next pot because
See now, he's going red down the rail and then red into the middle, and then he has to play the one that's closest to the corner, so he's got to go twice across. You know, this is not easy.
yeah, it was the shot before where he landed too low on the one to the bottom right.
Yeah.
Needed to be on that to get it out of the way.
That was where my issue were. You see, like I thought, like it was going to be a very tough finish from where he were.
And it still is a tough finish now. Oh, he didn't think that was in.
No,
he was
didn't.
up off the
He was
shot.
up. You're right.
Now then,
He needs to be straight on this one into the corner to screw past again. Otherwise, it's twice across.
he definitely can't get. So can we just see the overhead? I certainly don't think he's straight. I think he's. Well, he might be. No, he's just off. I think the other way. So may have to take a risk with his penultimate red and possibly play a cannon into it. It's not
like
ideal,
I don't like
but I
it.
don't think he's got any other shot. There you go.
So
Couldn't
he's-
do anything else. So he's just got to try and flick this.
Yeah,
cushion
over the
first,
middle.
and just flick it up the table. He'll be happy if he's on this to the corner. Doesn't want to play it with two. In fact, he might just take his medicine and play on it to the corner by playing it like a soft screw, just nudging it a couple of inches.
Maybe.
Give yourself a shot on the red here.
I'm screwing into it, trying to knock it over the middle, if not into the corner. Oh,
Just like
that's
that.
beautiful, mate.
Naughty.
Naughty little man.
Beautiful.
It's lovely, that. It really is lovely.
We started this last section of the match 16-14 to Shane Thompson. He has not won a game since the second break.
That was class.
How this
that
match
was
has
very,
turned
very
around.
classy. He couldn't have played that shot any better if he tried. Very nice. I mean, the beauty about all these finishes, well, I say all these finishes, these last few finishes is they all could have gone wrong, really. Like, you know, and like.
Well, like you
Shane.
said before, you said you spoke to Simon outside and he said they're just not falling for me.
Yeah,
Key shots like that, we have seen Simon hand
yeah,
games over to Shane throughout this match. Probably 4, 5, 6, maybe even a few more, where he has had a key shot, failed to play it perfectly or lost position and just handed the frame to Shane. That's not happening all of a sudden.
no, exactly. It's still not like
It's far from done and
ideal
dusted.
pool, you know.
Absolutely
it's
not,
It's
but
not. Like,
That is an ideal break. That is absolutely
it's not
perfect.
again, though, mate. Look,
You know,
look, like
He's got a ball, but what I mean is he's connected with the pack perfectly.
Yeah.
The cue balls come straight back up the centre of the table.
no, it is. It's like it's the perfect break in terms of cue ball control. But once again,
This isn't too bad though. It really isn't. I mean,
Where's
he wants yellows, but he might feel that if he plays the red off the side cushion off the yellow, it may open reds up a little bit more. But he's still got problems on reds around the breaking line. But I can't see how he's going to deal with that yellow any other way.
what about the red, either off the black
There
or
we
off
go.
the yellow?
No, it's off the yellow, cushion yellow.
Well, you're playing off. There you
Oh,
go,
he's played
off
it
the black.
Well, he's tied the black up.
Yeah.
But it's a plant, and he's got a ball to the bottom right that connects well. Does he want to leave it till the end of the visit, though? Still the red on the breaking
This one
lines.
now, drop it in, and then get it open now. in my opinion.
Come across these.
This shot.
The furthest of these two reds.
You need to get a little bit further over into the middle, I think, here off this one. So if you can pop this one and get a little bit further over into the middle of the table, and then he can stun over into the red and into the black and the yellow.
I think what he's going to do, Ian. If he's
Go on, let's hear it.
If he's not, he's not playing the other red. So
this is it. You see,
ideally he could have done with playing one of these reds up the table off the yellow and the 8, but that's not going to be his plan now.
For me, this is the one now, because then you've got your chance of landing on the red into the middle, red into the corner. I would be stunning into that now, personally. Because you don't want to be leaving it too late, because you're not going to be, got any insurance balls.
Well, what he wants to do if he does play that shot, he's got to make contact with the top cushion. He doesn't want to go directly into it because the cue ball will stick. It doesn't matter where he hits it, he's going to end up down there. So he's got to hit the top cushion. I'm not sure he's going to play that shot.
This is the one for me. Loads of bottom left. You're fizzing into the black. Plenty of side to get back down the table.
Well, he's definitely looked at.
That's Keir Monaghan. He's had a few beers.
I remember my first one.
Beer's strong here, guys.
It is.
Not watered down.
Well, you can see he's just caught. What shot do you play and when do you play it?
That's the one for me now.
This, and then he's coming across for the one in the middle.
It's
so he's going to play into the 8 off this one.
Not a fan. I've got to be honest. I'm not a fan.
Brings the in off into play.
If you'd have left the red where it were, then there's plenty of chance of being on that red. All the reds into the middle, or even the semi-plant that's going into the corner pocket. Whereas doing it this way, you've only got chance of playing leaving yourself on 2 reds. There are 4 reds open. I'm not a fan of this one.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean that's great. And that was always going to be. But now what?
Yeah, he's landed about as badly as possible though here.
That's what I'm saying. You know, if he'd have left that other red where it was, you got a chance of the plant down into the corner pocket.
True.
Or where the other red were, the cut into the right hand corner pocket. I just feel nah. It wasn't right for me, that.
Well, he's got a big shot coming up here. He's got to take this red up into the corner. And will he chance trying to screw back at all because it's very close to the bottom cushion.
And then you've got to run away white on the next shot, even if you do drop this in. So, again, it comes down to shot selection. For me, personally, I just feel like it was too late to play that shot.
Off the yellow? Well, he didn't play it off the yellow. You could tell by his reaction, he got straight back up off the shot. So, the best opportunity that Shane's had since the break to get his first frame on the board since the break.
And Simon might well regret that shot choice for me. If this goes wrong now from here on, he might regret that. I just don't feel like it was the right shot selection.
Nice and easy. Everything for too short, nothing for too long here.
Momentum may well leave Simon here now, you know.
Only time will tell. He's perfect on the last yellow though. We're going to be back to within a 3 frame gap. Yeah, a little bit naughty. First time the referees had to warn anybody that. Just calling out on his backswing.
Who's that?
I don't know who did it. I just heard it. To be honest, he probably had his back to the table when he shouted anyway.
Right.
You don't know, do you? It is very, very late. Or quite early, depending on which way you want to look at it.
Get us a drink, mate.
Have we seen yet another turning point after an epic 37 frames?
Well,
he's found a ball.
Last roll. This is quite possibly a big turning point for me. Like I say, I just feel as though the wrong route were taken.
Well, he plays the way he plays, and who could fault him up to now? We've disagreed with him on a couple of occasions, but he does what he does, and he is leading. Although Shane will feel he's just been kept off the table a little bit following the break. I mean,
this looks like a...
We've said it before, but for a player of his calibre, this is a golden opportunity.
Absolutely. Looks dot to dot, this one.
Only shot that can go wrong. Well, he doesn't actually have to move a ball here. He can just drop this in, play the one nearest the corner, and come back up.
Yeah, he just needs to land straight on this one into the corner after this, so they can play the black into either middle, is it?
Yeah, left centre.
Yeah,
it's going to be. Unless he lands perfect straight, he can push through. But it'd be left centre, you feel. There is enough room there. There you go, plenty of room, and he's perfectly straight on this red. So just bring back that cue ball just an inch.
There we go.
There we go, unmissable.
Not been
for the Bristolian.
Not been many of these tonight. Great finishes.
No, we've only had a handful, to be fair, but that's come at a key moment because, you know, 2016. Things were all going Simon Fitzsimmons' way, but like you said, you argued one wrong shot selection and it's been punished doubly.
Yeah,
and that's what you've got to do. And usually, when the match is a higher quality, that's what you're looking for: a mistake and then a break finish, not just a mistake. You're looking to double down on your opponent.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not like an ultimate pool player, but. And that sometimes I struggle on my routes. For me, 2 frames ago, that route was the wrong one. And it could well be a changing point.
What a break that was. That's the signature Simon break, that.
It is. He's got a massive break, Simon. It really is massive. One of his strong points of the game.
Yeah, very good. Plenty of power through the pack. Who would have considered himself very unlucky to go into the bottom left with the cue ball.
If he can, again, it's not easy. This, like, he's got a couple of tough balls here. The yellow next to the black doesn't go in past the red, so again, it's not easy. It only goes into the middle, so he's got to clear routes to get to where he needs to be.
Well, I think the yellow that is closest to the 8 may just go in the corner. Doesn't have a full pocket, but he may be able to slide it in. I know it's tight, Ian, and I know you like a disagreement. I've picked that up over the last half an hour or so. But I'm telling you, that might sneak in, that.
Well, if he can slide this one into the middle here, like that as his first shot, then he might have half a chance.
Well, his opening pot's going to be the yellow in the centre, just the drop in, you feel?
Yeah. So what are you trying to say? I'm a bit of an awkward guy, mate.
I never said that. Said you like a good disagreement. It's a compliment. Steve Mills just told me I was right all the time. Didn't like that at all. Made me feel very uncomfortable. Let's have an argument.
He has got a bit to think about here. Obviously, yellows are the ball.
Oh, definitely.
It's just whether he takes the one to the middle or gets rid of the one over the corner straight away. What? Going Reds.
There you go.
What do we know?
That
mate?
has happened
What do
time
we know?
and time again with Simon Fitzsimmons tonight. He has gone completely against the way we see the table.
Do not.
And I take no responsibility whatsoever because you're the better player.
I don't get that. What's going on here?
What he has done there, though, is he has created a problem for Shane. He's pushed the yellow over to the right-hand side. And he's still got a shot. It's just how he's going to deal with his problem, which is the red towards the bottom right-hand corner.
Right, okay. Well, let's go again because honestly I'm massively confused.
He's obviously thinking lost a turn here.
Oh, right, okay.
Come across, and that is a very good shot because I don't think Shane's got any pot on a yellow.
That is a good shot. I forget myself sometimes with these international rules. I'm like constantly black ball, so that is, yeah.
I like black ball.
It's just knowledge that.
I like both, to be honest. Both good rule sets, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I've got into these international rules. I just don't think about it.
What I
sometimes.
find is, though, when I do pick up a cue once every few months, these are the only rules I do want to play.
Yeah.
I think it's just very simple.
Yeah.
They're very simple. You can teach them to anybody in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
But I've commentated on Black Ball, commentated on international. I refuse to commentate on world rules. I'm glad we have seen the death of them.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Pain and misery.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a good shot. That is a good shot. But he's just going to bounce it off again. Drop the red over the hole and put him back in the same place he was.
Just leave the red even further into the cushion.
Keane's making rude gestures. He's just a horrible little man sometimes.
Got a reputation.
No, he's saying, don't say that, Ian, don't say that.
Will Shane
just behave yourself, mate.
Has he got a plant up into the top left? I can't see a safety shot for him, so he is lining it up. Very limited in his options here.
Yeah,
Sometimes
he's not got a right lot to go at, has he?
Well, if your back's against it, you've just got to push the proverbial boat out, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, does he think he's going to get this finish? No, but what are his alternatives?
Yeah, because I mean, if he goes for this, the yellow's going to push out into the middle of the table. He might get half a shot at it, and then take it from there. But he hasn't got anything else to go at unless he goes for the double near the black. I don't know. It's not a safety shot.
Oh, in a perfect world, he'd be able to play his problem yellow off the red to the bottom right, but we're getting way ahead of ourselves with that. Getting his cue ball up there.
Lovely.
He's got the first
That's
shot,
a great
though.
First shot, that.
Now he can
Great
play
shot.
this yellow off the red.
Yeah. And
then open things up.
Absolutely, and then the yellow near the black goes into that pocket then as well.
Excellent shot from Shane Thompson.
Very good.
Very good indeed. Oh, is he contemplating the double into the top left corner? He's come round to have a look at it. Maybe a little bit risky because the pot down into the bottom right as we look down on the table is pretty much guaranteed.
If this one goes in, I think he goes favourite really, but no. I tell a lie. I take that back. Sorry.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to be favourite.
Yeah.
Until he's on a straight 8 ball.
I just seen the yellow doesn't go past the red for the
Needs
double.
us to pull up, and it has just about. I think he's okay here. I think he might be able to use the red as a buffer. Can pot this, use the red as a buffer. Going to have a shot on the yellow to the centre. Ideally, will land with an angle to come up into the problem yellow.
Either shift the yellow or cannon the red and then play the yellow back into the corner. One of the two.
Absolutely. I mean, he's just a little bit unfortunate that he's got no double available because the red's in the way. But he's okay here. Plays the bottom yellow, uses the red as a buffer.
He's definitely created a good chance for himself, considering where he was.
Wants to see this red go down the pocket. Wow, he's purposefully kept it on the table.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure because now he's queuing over.
Unless he's trying to leave the big pocket and cannon the red here. If he cannons the red,
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's got the big pocket with the yellow.
I knew you knew what you were talking about. The last 45 minutes I've been. What the F? He's a snooker player,
You've not been questioning him.
No, I wouldn't do that in public, but just once. I'll give it a go. That's very good. But he's got to be very precise here.
But that's a great brain from Shane, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a poet, not as a knowing.
Yeah. Oh dear.
No,
dear. Well,
if he'd have slid past that, it would have been fantastic thinking from him. It really would. But he's not managed to do that. But
so
he's still got a. This is still.
He's got a 1 in 20 double up into the corner.
Yeah.
These are very difficult.
Yeah. And also he's got a runaway white as well. So
well, his white's coming down to where he wants it. He should have a shot on the 8 ball into a pocket. How easy it's going to be, I don't know. I think when you're on this sort of shot, you've just got to concentrate on the pot. May even be tempted by the treble here.
Yeah. His white is running away. To control this white, because he's only got the black into the middle where he's near to. This is going to be a real struggle, this.
Well, hard to see if it's treble or double.
No.
Well, it was closer to treble.
Yeah.
But it wasn't played with the conviction of a treble.
That was never easy. Never easy, that.
Absolutely not. So Simon, chance to further his lead and get within 4. Got to get rid of the one over the top left sooner rather than later. Clears the path
First shot for me,
his awkward red.
First shot, and then he clears the.
I'm not sure whether he's on that. You should be able to see from where you sat.
Oh no, you're right, mate. No, he can't. He can't get through.
There you go.
No.
So got to take another one first.
Yeah.
This is his
one
choice.
In the middle, and then the one over the corner, and then.
Yeah, definitely that one now. Got to cue this though. Doesn't have to play on the one near the break line.
Ooh, I'll tell you what,
feels it's a big pocket. Using that big pocket.
Would you play this one?
I don't mind this if he feels it's a big pocket. And I think it is. You can see better than me. Yes, it is, yeah.
I know, but still.
Oh.
Fair play, fair play.
He's going to be 3 ahead here.
I'd have probably just gone corner, but...
That's because you're a snooker player, Ian.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, he's too good to be kind of leaving it to chance, you know what I mean? Like, the red could have quite easily covered the other red or something like, I just think he's too good to be kind of leaving that little cannon to chance.
I know what you're saying, but he won't mind one bit.
No.
This crowd are getting rowdier and rowdier. He's 3 ahead. He needs 4 more.
Still a decent crowd here, considering the time.
It's very funny. Well,
I wouldn't admit to being a red, would you? Right now.
not into football. Pool.
I assume that's what they mean.
Yeah. Just trying to get the last word.
Yeah, I don't know. I deny that at all costs right now.
Critical for Shane Thompson here to just got to keep your head. He's under maximum pressure now. Never thought from being 10-5 up the way in which the manner of the game was played, the amount of mistakes. He's probably sat there thinking, how is it 21-18? That's what he will be thinking.
But then on the other side of the coin, anybody who stepped up their game.
Oh, Simon's gone up a level, 100%.
We were saying during the interval, any one of them steps up their game and they'll fly ahead because the standard hadn't been great up until that point.
Match was there to be grasped.
Yeah.
And Simon has taken the opportunity. Loses the cue ball once again. Well, it is going to stay on the table, but that's where the good news ends. And you've got to say, look at the split again. 5 in the bottom half, 10 in the top half of the table.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with the split. They're just not popping.
Fine cut from the pocket here though is not an easy first shot, and then obviously running into the red.
Oh, horrible!
It's a horrible, tricky little number this, but if he gets it right, then they're all sat there.
Only shot he feels that is available to him though. Oh, it's a nice kiss.
Yeah.
Things are running for Simon Fitzsimmons in the latter stages of this game. Closing in on a victory, gets this one. He is within 3 of taking home £27,000.
He's definitely stepped up, Simon. He looks more confident now than what he did before. He's got a bit more flow about his game. He looked like he was getting. No disrespect to Shane. He looked like he was getting bogged down a little bit. The game went slow. It went a little bit methodical. Simon doesn't play like that. He is quite a quick player.
Oh, he's rapid.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. The pace of the match was dictated by Shane Thompson for an awful lot of this game.
Yeah.
Purposefully or not, that's how it was going.
Yeah.
Now it's a lot more even.
Yeah.
Simon's staying in his rhythm when he's at the table, but he's also letting Shane just do his thing when he's there. And he's not making as many rash decisions. He's cut out as many unforced errors. Yes, we disagree with his shot selection, but when he is going for them, he's getting them more often. And that's why he's 3 in front.
Yeah, and that's what can happen, the game can be dictated by your opponent. You don't tend to play the way you would normally play. If you're playing somebody who's changing the game, they literally can tell you how quick you're going to play the game, sort of thing. They do dictate the game.
The slower player will dictate the pace of the game. Unfortunately,
you can get bored. You can get fed up. You can you can start playing to their pace rather than your own. You lose your fluency.
That said, Shane's a very fluid player as well, and he's been slower than I've seen him play, certainly in tournaments. It was a risky way of playing the way he just played the last shot, Simon, but I think he's okay here because I think his natural angle is coming back up between the yellows, so he could be okay.
Because the red was lower than the other red, I thought he could bounce on and off.
I thought he was going to go forwards, to be honest, and just feather it and then come off the top cushion and come back up. But this is a key shot here. He can't get close to his next putt unless he comes right down the table.
Wow. He's threaded it. It's lovely that.
That was threaded the needle in Bury talk. That.
Thread the needle. It's thread the needle there.
Wow. He might have threaded it, but he's still got another shot to play.
He has, yeah.
It's a comfortable shot for Simon,
he's
though.
Got this, yeah.
On and off the side cushion.
Yeah, you just got to get into it here.
Yeah, certain shots suit certain players. We've said it a few times, and that one suited Simon.
He looks comfortable again now. He does. He just like...
He looks focused.
Yeah. He looks like he knows he's got it. You know, I'm not saying he has already, but he feels comfortable. He didn't earlier on.
It's been good stuff from Simon Fitzsimmons in the last third of this match. Definitely deserves his 4-frame advantage. He still needs 3 more though.
And that's what's so crazy about pool. Anything can change from this point onwards.
What we won't see though is any problems getting over the line. We won't see the twitchiness from Simon.
No.
Not at all.
He's got balls of steel. He really has. Both class acts.
It's not over yet.
No, exactly.
It's a long way. I mean, once Simon's on 23, if it's 23-18, he's still in the match.
Yeah.
24, pretty much done, in my opinion. Yes, we've spoken about comebacks, but they're very unlikely when your opponent's on the hill. Keep him on 23 and below. That's what Shane will be thinking.
Yeah, but Shane's been champion of a couple of ultimate pool competitions.
A couple?
How many?
5, I think.
Is it 5?
Four.
Well,
has he won 4? I think he's won 4. Yeah, he's won 4.
Is it 4?
Yeah, he's won 4. Yeah.
Well, you don't get to that point from not being like having the mindset,
having a bit about you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean? He's obviously still got it.
Look at this. He's gone dry, but he's left nothing.
Oh, I think he's all right. I think he's all right on these. I think he might be able to still chip this yellow in, is he not?
Well, if he can chip the yellow in fair enough, but I don't think he can. It's coming round
bit
now.
Of a swerve shot, but I think he can dab that in. Can he not? No.
Difficult to see.
Yeah, he's been lucky if he can't. If he can't, like, do a little swerve on that, then he's been very lucky there. If he can, then it's over.
Just checking with the referee that this red isn't touching the cushion, and
he's been very lucky there.
Turn the table back over to his opponent. Will Simon be tempted? Can play the same shot again, turn the table over, or can attempt a long yellow. Very difficult. But the rewards are a good opportunity to go within 3.
Long yellow, where are you looking here?
Top left, one he's closest to.
Oh, right, I see, past the red, right. Yeah,
as I say, it's high tariff, it's high reward.
It is,
high reward
sorry,
as well.
I didn't even see it. But, yeah, just turn it over again.
It's going to be neither.
Oh, that's a cheeky little shot, isn't it?
Well,
I don't think he played it.
No,
I think he was trying to put the yellow, did he?
Yeah, I think he meant to come over and pop the yellow, definitely. That said, it's not all bad news, because whatever
it's not bad at all,
yellow Shane attempts, it's not easy. Probably the cut back is the easiest. I think we just saw a camera angle there where he can play that one.
The top.
But you know, it looks simple there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But we both know that's not that easy. Especially given the situation of the match right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Cue it in and then... I don't know, mate. What are you doing here?
I think he's got to take something on. I really do. And it probably will be that shot we've seen, because he can control the cue ball nicely. If he plays the cut back, it's clattering into other balls, and there's no guarantee, and Shane won't like that. He wants to be in full control of the table.
I think I'm just going neggy me and just like sitting on top of the yellow near the pocket, and then just like going, what you doing? And then but then I think you're going to find yourself just kind of going, yeah, doing the same. Do you know what I mean? Until someone takes the risk.
Well, it is a safety. You are right there.
I'd have probably sat on top of the yellow there and gone, you take the risk, mate, I'm not doing it.
This has been Shane's game plan from the offset, was never to really push the boat out too much. I think he feels that his opponent will do that for him.
Yeah.
Whether that's the case here, I'm not sure. Simon looking to protect his lead, I'm almost certain. Nothing really to go at.
No.
Just back in the position where we were 2 shots ago.
Yeah.
This time, however, yellow over the pocket.
So take the yellow into the top.
Apart from nudging into the red, he doesn't really have another safety shot here. Well, he turned down that long straight yellow up into the right corner last visit, so I'd
now
be surprised.
Things are different though.
But I'd still be surprised to see him take this on. This is very difficult.
But it is, you're right. But if it goes in, I think you win the frame. Depends whether the yellow, past the yellow, below the black, goes into the corner pocket or not. Because if it does, and you can land high on it, then it's frame over. If not,
Yellows are still pretty convoluted around the breaking area. So it's not like he plays one good shot and he's got the frame at his mercy. Don't know, unusual situation to be in, really. You don't see much of this, especially at this rule set. No colour has been decided and we're 6 visits in. Decision time, Ian. Looks like a decision has been made. And I believe that was an attempt at the pot because he caught his tip on the way through on the edge of the table. These Supreme winners do have that silver lip around the outside. So the mistake from Shane, is he going to be punished? Good opening double from Simon Fitzsimmons as Ian Martin just takes a little break, only for 10 minutes. His seat has been pounced upon by the very merry Cian Monaghan. Thanks for joining me, Cian, filling in for a few minutes.
How's it going,
Definitely
mate?
enjoying this match, aren't you?
How's it going, mate?
Oh, absolutely. Brilliant,
It's been
mate.
a brilliant match, mate. Early
Really
doors,
is.
I think, for players of this standard, they wouldn't have been too happy.
Yeah, definitely been below par most of the match, Cian, but it's not taking anything away from the entertainment.
No, at the break it was 10-5 to Shane.
It really was, and at the end of the second break it was 16-14 to Shane, and he didn't win a game for the first 5.
And I thought if Simon comes good, he could win. But then you said the same about Shane. If Shane come good, it'd soon be game over. But it seems to be Simon that's kicked on.
It's far from over, but
It's far from over. I've seen Shane come back.
absolutely.
And I've said to these, they're all celebrating. It's still anyone's game. It's obviously Simon a fair favourite in running.
Oh,
but
absolutely. Given the
at
score
this level, the balls go his way.
I mean, even if
But Shane's a world-class player, obviously, and tonight he's been well below par. It's fair to say, isn't it?
that hasn't gone well. Yeah, but things have just been going right for him since the break, Simon. And if you look at the table now, and he's looking like that's end of break, I mean, look at the Reds.
I know you say end of break, but if he pots the yellow to the top left, he's pretty much won the frame. Almost.
True.
Because he's going to have the angle on the ball in the middle to land on the one down here.
Is he? How far across the table is this cue ball coming?
He's just got to pop this ball.
He's missed it.
However,
look at these Reds.
Yeah, if you're a Shane supporter now and you see him on Reds there, you just think, what is he? He's just in trouble, isn't he?
It's horrendous. But he needs something, Shane, to start the comeback. And does he have a safety? Can you find a place on the table to put that cue ball?
Yeah, I'm trying to look. These rules are sort of confusing, aren't they?
There's just no place on the table.
He's playing back double. So he's pushing the ball out. He's trying to go into the Reds on the cushion. You've got to avoid the in-off in the same pocket.
Oh, that was so close. Now Simon can definitely leave the right angle on the one to the middle to come down. This is a great opportunity to get to 23.
The more the crowds got behind Simon, the more you felt the danger of the game getting away from Shane.
The middle section, he just dragging you all up.
We spoke before the game and we said on paper Shane, probably with what he's done on Ultimate Pool, he's probably slight favourite, but you said yourself, didn't you?
It's very close.
Game. Yeah.
Very close. The factors in the game were too close. You can understand how a neutral would say Shane's a heavy favourite.
That's not the greatest shot, I don't think, from Simon. I think if he's still on the yellow down there, he's got to pot this very thin. He might be fine, but I can't tell.
I think he is okay. You can see the table, and I think he can just split this in thin. Maybe going towards the yellow at the bottom of the table.
He's got to pot this thin.
Doesn't necessarily want to play a cannon, but is sort of forced into it if he can't get the right side. Well, he's looking at coming across. Really, I've got to thread a needle if you're playing this. He is. He's coming across the table. Gap between the red and the 8 ball,
so
and then back out again.
He's going towards the yellow, maybe the wrong way.
Sort of a delayed screw back. What's he playing? He's playing. He's going to pop this in the middle and come between the gap of the 8 ball and the red, off the side cushion, and come back across.
I don't like this shot. I'd rather cannon the yellow if I can.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays at the right place, it's hard. At the right pace, it's hard to see how he won't be on that yellow, but. He certainly looks.
He's at the table, of course.
Yeah, and if he plays the screw, it's sort of a delayed screw back because he needs to go forward.
The side cushion, as you say.
Yeah, it's difficult. This needs to delay the screw back, and he just.
Yeah,
that was the problem. You see, the screw back came in too early, and he was coming too far at the table straight away.
Yeah, I think I'd have rather just ran into the yellow and nudged it. Maybe I'd left some sort of shot. Whereas if he's got pretty much nothing here, maybe 2 cushions.
Yeah, I think you were right the first time. I mean, he can hit this. Can he get it moving towards the pocket?
That's his plan.
Yeah, left centre.
Yeah.
Possibly even right centre, believe it or not.
I think that's what he's looking at. We can see enough of it. That's the
right
shot.
Corner. It's not there, but it is going to cause Shane a little bit of a headache, is it? No, it's not.
The table's pulled up.
So in a must-win frame, Shane Thompson has an opportunity to take control of the table.
That was a big moment in the match, that, to be honest. 23-18 to 22-19.
Oh, he would have heard that hit the pocket and thought exactly what we thought. It was coming back out.
Simon's still going to be in big trouble, but he shouldn't have had another shot in this frame. I'm being totally honest.
No, but unlike before, where he couldn't play a safety shot, he now can play a safety shot with a degree. Yeah, don't mind this from Shane one bit. Very difficult to hit, let alone get safe. Jaws. Oh, it is a foul, unfortunately. It's going to be ball in hand.
And I think Shane's going to put himself on the red straight next to the yellow. The only bad ball on the table.
Yeah, but should I get cue ball out?
Should be fine.
Still not playing sailing. Lost a turn again.
I'm
not
surprised
surprised
at this. I really am.
I'm not, because if he puts the cue ball to play it into this bottom left-hand pocket, he's very close to his work. Why take the chance?
Yeah.
When this is just guaranteed. Well,
is it guaranteed?
He want.
It should be okay, guaranteed. But Simon can see a thin edge on the black.
Can he?
He can only send it into the red, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him just hit this as hard as he can and hope for something. That's all he can do, innit?
And anything can happen.
But I think if Shane put himself on his bad ball there, I think he's going to clear him 10 times out of 10. Is Simon looking at coming off 2 cushions there in the back and trying to knock it in the middle? I think he might be.
Well, he
could hit the red, he could go in. There's a lot of good things that can happen. I think he is looking at that. There's a lot of good things that can happen with this shot.
But he's got to go so close to this red, I feel.
There's good things that can happen.
What a shot to take on. Yeah. He's made contact.
You see, anything could have happened there. I'm surprised Shane left him. Shane's... He's still a good favourite for the frame, but he should have won the frame in his last visit, to be honest. Just getting a bit nervy out there, isn't it?
It's going to get nervy.
Obviously, 2 world-class players.
You're not a neutral in this, Key, and obviously you've won Simon's fence, but we want to see it.
I put Facebook before. I really like. He's a very good guy. So is Simon.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course I want Simon.
We spoke outside, and I told you I'd known both of them quite a while.
But I said to you, didn't I? I said I think Simon's slight second favourite, but I will not be surprised if he wins. I've been playing him a lot into this. His breaks.
We know what he's capable.
Yeah, you know that yourself, don't you, Dave? You've seen a lot of his money games.
Yeah.
I think, did you put his money match record on the stream before?
Yeah.
And I thought, wow. He's beat a lot of players
he's 50k
up. He's beat a lot of players that he was second favourite against, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Or what you'd put him as probably slight second.
The key one was when he played John.
He played John McAllister.
He was given no hope from anybody outside this area.
So who else did he play? Maybe Carl Donahue.
Yeah, he played Donahue.
Good player. Yeah. He's beat Shane as well, obviously.
Yeah, you've got to remember it's no, because they weren't. I wasn't there, and they weren't streamed the first 2 games. Right. Such a shame.
I think they both beat each other convincingly, and Shane's in.
Well, this match was originally meant to be played on a neutral venue down in Crewe around the lockdown, lockdown time, or just before, and then we were all shut down and lost 2 years of our lives.
Yeah.
You grew about 18 inches.
and 4 stone. But I won't like these Reds 22-18 down. I really wouldn't. I might be wrong. But yeah, he's...
Big shot coming up.
He's either going to maybe screw straight into it or leave a double. I would like double.
Well, Simon
22-18
had a very similar shot a couple of frames ago, and he managed to nudge it over the middle perfectly.
Oh, yeah.
Shane looks like he's going to be playing for the double.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It could be double
finish here. I'm just saying, as a Shane supporter, you wouldn't like these 22-18
Absolutely not.
Although he has landed perfect.
That is perfect.
And he's got to stun 2 doubles in, which he should get, but anything can happen with the double, can't it, into the middle pocket.
Certainly can. Don't expect him to miss the red. Depends where he is with the cue ball for the black. Should be able to get good position.
Perfect.
Oh,
wow.
I think we have just seen the biggest moment of the match so far.
Do you see what I mean though, Dave? A couple of balls out. I said, how much do you really like these 22-18 down, away from home?
You don't like them.
They look simple, and even from when Shane was in front, he's not himself tonight, has he?
And Fitzy is not missing this
shot.
double. Is he? Is he? Wow. I just can't believe it.
Commentator's curse, Dave.
He'll thank me for that.
He put the kiss of death on him.
If he goes
watches
to
this
lose,
back.
yeah. Well, that's one thing he definitely won't do. We both know that.
Yeah.
That said, What do you do here?
I genuinely don't think there's another shot than just playing the up and down double. Putting all your eggs in one basket, if you get it, you get a buzz on your crowd, get behind you. If you miss it, you're in the same situation than Simon potting that.
There's no reward for the safety, is there? He's been a little bit fortunate there.
I'm watching the table, I'll tell you if it's in. I'm right behind this.
Right behind.
No, he's not close.
Is he going to get fortunate? Is he going to get fortunate? Oh my days.
Wow.
That is outrageous.
I suppose it depends how you look at it. Does Simon deserve to get punished for missing the easy double? Well, he doesn't deserve that.
Is that where you turn around and just look at your opponent and say, I didn't fancy the double?
You can look at Shane's face there, he knows.
Oh, he knows. And we won't be having...
He's puffing his cheeks.
We won't be having any moaning about no luck.
That
Shane
could be a
Thompson.
massive moment, that.
It really could.
Look at his face. Wow.
He knows it.
That is unbelievable. And now we've got the business end of the match on our hands. That could change everything. Wow.
Definitely into the business end. It was looking like a comprehensive, nailed-on Fitzsimmons victory. But it didn't turn out that way. And Simon Fitzsimmons has been kept on 22. Hope still alive in the Thompson count. He's 3 behind. Well, we are going to say goodbye to Keane. Fancy a little short stint in the commentary box, pal.
I'll let the gaffer back in here, Martin. He's had a few desperados, but I'm sure we can talk pool. So I'm going to put him back on here.
Cheers, Keane. See you next time. Well, we had to get you back in for the conclusion, but what a massive frame that was.
I know. Yeah.
That was outrageous.
Madness. Karma, that. Like, honestly, the balls don't pay you back. I'm still telling you now. The route.
9 frames ago.
I'm telling you, they don't pay you back. The balls don't pay you back. I'm telling you now.
To miss a full length double by that much, and it was tracking. It was always tracking.
Yeah.
And it's just outrageous.
You know when you've honestly when I miss a ball to kind of complete the match, almost complete the match. You kind of go and then that happens. I just kind of think, you know what? I deserve it to some degree. I deserve it. And I said it was a changing point. Did I? I did not.
You did say that.
I did say it, did I? And I'm not. Well, yeah.
Here we go.
You know what? I am a.
Oh my! The misery has continued for the Shane Thompson and his break.
Well,
you just. I have no idea who's going to win this game.
If he can literally stun down into the corner pocket here and get on that bad ball, done. It's done. He needs to just take the one into the nearest the corner here, stun straight down, try and get his white into the jaws of the corner pocket, or that's what you're aiming for, roughly, and then you're laughing. Unless he's trying to get closer to his work. That is not a good shot, though, lad.
Another rotation of the cue ball, and he may have had no shot.
I'd have just gone straight down for it there. I'd have just gone straight down for it there. We had the perfect angle. Because you can't fail to be on the ball. If you don't land in the jaws of the corner, jaws of the far right corner pocket, you're still on the ones into the middle. Again, Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you know,
Absolutely,
you leave as many insurance balls as you possibly can.
I think what may be stopping him is the red that's closest to the breaking area, whether that passes cleanly into the centre. If it doesn't, then he'd quite like to get it out the way, or the one over the middle out the way before he attacks the obvious problem at the bottom of the table. That's what he might be thinking. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do, but that was the perfect. Yeah, you had the perfect angle to just stun past the middle, land on that ball.
And there you see, it doesn't pass clearly.
Yeah.
So if he lands slightly straight or a little bit awkward on that red, then he's not going to have a shot.
Yeah.
An easy shot. The way this match has played out, whoever gets the chances towards the end of the match, and we are getting that way now, they're never going to be easy. Because nothing's been easy all game. Yes, we've had the odd frame, but in general, I think both players, win or lose, will know they've been in a battle of a match.
Absolutely. But, and it's easy satire. You know, it genuinely is easy satire. And your mind plays tricks on you.
Oh,
but,
absolutely.
Like, I have been through this and been through the motions. Like, I played John Sullivan in a money match in Baptor, and and I played what's it called, Matt Schofield, a few times. You know, and you just kind of you start playing tricks on your own mind. You just kind of like start doubting yourself. If me and Fitz were playing here for 20 quid, he'd have played those shots that I was talking about. Do you know what I mean? But
I think that's the difference between playing 20 quid and 27 grand.
That's what I'm saying. You start doubting yourself. You don't play in the same flow as you normally would. Do you know what I mean? Like the pressure that it's on your head is like nobody understands it unless they've actually done it.
Absolutely.
And everyone's mint when they're behind a monitor. I mean you, right now. You know,
that's why we stay here, Ian.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But it's true though. And, like nobody actually gets why is he doing that? Or he's crap. This guy, I don't know what he's doing.
I mean, in a perfect world here, Ian, he wants to take the one to the centre and leave himself bang straight on the one near the breaking area into the bottom right, and then top through. But it's just so difficult, and he doesn't want to be hampered by the other red. So you may see him play both to the centre pocket.
But that first shot, right? That first shot that I spoke about, where he had the angle to
he did have the angle to come down,
to stun straight down the table. He had options. Now he's got there's plenty of room for error here.
Well, all eggs are in one basket
exactly.
Here. He's got to get this follow through absolutely spot on.
If he didn't get that first shot right, he had options. This one, if he don't get it right, it's done.
Yeah, it's done. So hopefully he's shooting slightly to the right here.
Yeah.
So he's got a little bit more margin for error, and he is. It's too hard though, and like we said, nothing is going to come easy for this amount of money this late on.
He looks
and he's
like
down. There's no excuse for that.
This is this kind of stuff that makes you lose your head.
Well,
and it's not like, you know what I mean. Like he's played the wrong route again.
As much as he played a bad shot in the shot before, he still had a good chance to knock that red over towards the corner, and he showed a little bit of frustration there by getting down quickly and just snapping at the shot. Not good to see for Fitz fans, because you've got to be keeping your head. It's difficult. It's early hours of the morning. We've been at it for the best part of 6 hours, and easier said than done. But
yeah,
it might come down to that.
No, absolutely. And you know what? Sometimes he's 22-19 in front. Sometimes you feel like you're losing when you're winning. You can play a few bad shots and you can kind of like get yourself bogged down, and that's what he's just done there, because he's played, for me, the wrong routes, and then he's like, really annoyed with himself, and he's just flown at it there. I've been there, done that, and you can literally, like, even when you're like in front, you can still feel like you're not performing the way you should be performing, and it feels like you're almost embarrassed. You're almost embarrassed because you've got a big crowd. You've got, like, I don't know, hundreds of people watching you on stream, and you start thinking, wow, these people don't think I can play the game. Honestly, that's what you start thinking. It's crazy. It's crazy. He just took a couple of wrong routes there. That's all.
Nice confident shot by Shane, though. Again, body language has completely changed between the two players.
It has.
It is all going Simon's way, but just the last couple of visits to the table, and Shane has got more than a glimmer of hope. Probably going to take the left-hand side, Yella, as we look. Be surprised to see him take the right-hand side one.
Yeah, just
just run it in. Keep things nice and simple.
Yeah.
As he's done so all match, to be fair to Shane.
Yeah, he has. For both players, it's just like run awkward on several occasions.
Couldn't get as close to this 8 ball as he would have liked, but never expect him to miss it, even
he'll cue this in,
given the scoreline. He's back within 2.
He does. He cues the ball lovely, Shane.
Crowd doing the best to turn the fortunes round for their man, as they have done all match. But will you just look at that? 42 games played.
Madness. And I said it'd be very, very close tonight, and I still think my prediction will be far off here, because he's just got to tweak a couple of frames.
Every frame carrying more and more weight.
Oh,
not a good split.
Not
this
at all.
Rackingham yourself. Really hasn't worked out well for Simon. The last couple that he's hit, they haven't been tight, the balls.
He's been very, very lucky there. Very lucky indeed. Because the reds below the black aren't far off a plant, I don't think.
At 1:30 in the morning, racking your own balls when you've been at it for 6 hours is not a preferred plan, in my opinion.
I mean, he's not going yellows. I mean, if he does, he's a braver man than me. But sneak past this red. There we go. And then,
well,
even that is it's a tired shot for me. But if you can get over this side of the table and play that plant below the black, he's not far off the finish here. He's looking at it now. Oh, wow. Honestly not sure what that was. Was it a miscue?
I'm not sure. He didn't point towards his tip or anything like that afterwards, so
Was it a miscue?
Well, I've just been told definitely a miscue. Usually you see the player sort of look at the tip afterwards, and we saw Shane get the sandpaper out on a couple of occasions, but I think we're fighting another battle out there now, because you know the crowd, they've been drinking all evening and all afternoon, but these players have been at it for an awful long time, and fatigue has got to come into play.
Oh, that's not nice for Shane. That he's got a dolly into the middle over the top of a red, and then he's like I mean, fair play to him. If he takes these out from here, it's a great finish.
I think what we've seen throughout this match is neither player has managed to get a foothold, a firm grasp upon the match. We've seen it swing both ways permanently, but nobody's been able to raise the game to a level that it could just get rid of their opponent.
Yeah.
They've never gone above sort of 80%, either player. And because of that, we're at 22-20 at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, that was a great shot from Shane, to be fair, there, to thump that in over the top of the ball and develop his bad yellow. The black, where does the black go?
Oh, we'll find a pocket for that, Ian. Don't worry. That's a long way ahead, that.
Which pocket is it going in, mate?
Oh, we're no way near there.
No, you tell me now.
It will really depend on who gets there, I think.
I want you to nominate a pocket right now.
Not a chance. Do it.
Don't
you start. I told you were an argumentative sod, didn't I? Hey?
No, I want you to tell me which pocket that's
you're in Com2 seat. You're the professional player. I'm just here to tell people what score it is, even though they can see it on the screen.
Right, I'm going to go black. Fitzsimmons, right middle.
Okie dokie. It's hard to see which one's right middle, to be honest. You mean top or bottom?
Whatever.
Oh, well, I'm glad you cleared things up.
My right, their right, whatever.
You're right, Ian. You're right.
I'm always right.
I know.
I'm glad you're learning.
Is the bar still open?
It is actually, yeah. If licensing asked, then no.
An awful lot of time was taken over that shot, but it's not paid dividends. Now then, what is the layout looking like for the bouncer?
I tell you what,
he must be feeling it out there.
Just land low on that one below the black. Little flick, and jobs are good in here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's got to be the shot.
Don't get into this too much. That's lovely.
That is perfect.
That is perfect.
Looks like a natural angle just to flick this 8.
Yeah, and just a gentle flick here.
Guaranteed to be on one of these reds, you feel. Looks like he's going to hit it quite thick. From the other camera, it looked like he was going to flick off it. But
I mean, in all fairness, it looks like it just goes into the pocket anyway. But he can either stump past it or.
This could go wrong. This.
It can.
Depends what pace he plays.
It's the only shot that can go wrong, really.
Ah, he's chosen to avoid it, and that's
fine. That's fine. Because it can, it goes past the black anyway. So, what's Kean? What are you doing, you absolute clown?
Kean's joining imaginary lines on the TV for us all, unaware that nobody at home can see him.
He's doing a bit of shadow boxing, Kean.
Although it has to be said, he was right.
Oh, it's a bit too much angle. Too much angle.
Forced into playing a kiss now.
Or you play a cannon. Or you play the red below the black now.
Could play the one below the 8 ball.
And then it's a natural angle. But it's as bad as it could have landed, that. No, even the red below the black, it's going into it. Don't like it. I don't like it. Literally, how many frames have been this way? Look, there's so much as possible to go wrong. you know what I mean? Like
Forced to miss.
when it always looks dot to dot.
You feel that was the right shot though for Simon?
No, because it was going into the red. I mean, look out.
Well, no, he potted it thick. So if he'd have potted it,
I still think
he missed it thick. So if he'd have
Yeah.
potted it, he would have missed the red.
It's just
Come on, pay attention, Ian.
No, I know that, mate. But like, it's just madness how many times this is going wrong for every player. You know what I mean? All these dot to dot.
I think given the circumstances, the amount of time we've been playing, the amount of money in the middle, the way the match has gone all night, it's not a surprise. I think both players will be, running on fumes right about now. It's all about holding yourself together in situations like this.
Going the whole hog, this, isn't it?
You wouldn't bet against a 24-all. This is definitely going. Well, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it because last time I said it, I really did jinx Simon. But we should be back within one, Shane. He's going to be back within one. Things are going to get very nervy from here on in. 22-21. Pick a winner. We're just going to take a little bit of break because Simon has left the arena. We've had awful news this week that we lost one of English 8 Ball's greatest ever players. A man that was as loved off the table as he was admired on it. So just enjoy the next couple of minutes. Lovely couple of minutes video that. Very well done to everyone at Beard.
Yeah, great tribute that.
We we have the small matter of now deciding who takes home 27k. And will you look at that for a break by Shane? He will be mortified.
Wow. Yeah, he's not happy. He's not happy with that at all.
Look at the separation between the colour sets.
I mean, it don't get any more dot to dot than that.
I mean,
he's absolutely fuming with that.
Well, he'd be cursing his luck there, and so he should be, because he split them beautifully and been punished to the max.
It's not nice. It's not nice. Like, the break is massive in pool. Absolutely massive.
A point personified by that break, certainly.
It's one of the things that always frustrated me in this game.
Well, it's I've got
bags of cue power in the world of snooker, but I cannot break for anything in pool.
Nothing to do with cue power, the break. It's just technique.
Yeah.
You want to watch a player called Liam White? He's probably one of the best.
Is he?
Well, just for timing.
These guys aren't far off though. I mean, you know, like.
Oh no, he's got great breaks.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Simon's a power breaker.
Yeah.
Shane's more technique. Liam's just timing. Really is just times the break. Brilliant. Yeah, just timing. Brilliant. I mean, there's a lot more other players. He's just the one that came to my mind at the time.
Yeah.
And he's a good example because he's such a slight guy.
There's people like renowned for like having massive breaks, and I don't really understand where
that's when
it comes from.
The big break comes in when you get timing and a lot of power.
Yeah.
Tom, for example.
Yeah.
Tom times the ball great, and he's got a load of power.
Yeah.
Well, he has wasted no time, as expected, in taking this opportunity. A little bit thin on the 8, but shouldn't be an issue. And we've said it once, we've said it twice.
Yeah,
Shane really does have to dig deep here.
It is.
It's not the end of the match.
It's a shame for Shane that, because like he's literally hit them sweet as a nut.
At least it didn't happen at 24 all.
Yeah.
The noise in this place is incredible.
No, they've been a good crowd, to be fair. Like. Potty mouth. Oh, you potty mouth.
Well, it's to be expected at this time of the morning.
Yeah. A few drinks have been had.
Can he climb his way up to the top of the hill off this break? What a break that is.
That's a beast, that.
And a great view of the table.
That's a beast.
It is, but he's forced into reds, you feel?
Yeah,
well,
reds again.
He's only got one yellow available, and they're the favoured colour set at first glance. Just have another look at the table. Yeah, you're probably not taking that yellow on at 23-21 up, so it's going to have to be reds.
Red, yellow next to the black go, because I don't. It's crazy how awkward these balls keep falling. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, he can nudge into one red straight away, but he's got two more on near cushions.
It's got to be reds.
And the red near the breaking area, that doesn't pass into the bottom left. He can't position the cue ball. So this, despite a good split, is not a good opportunity, you would say.
So it's red into the middle for me. Chip the red into the middle, red up the rail, red up the top rail, and then you're trying to get boys.
No, I'm not surprised to see him take this. Well, little bit pacey. Everything but just becoming very difficult out there.
I think it's been difficult all night.
Yeah, even more so
really
when we get to the end.
There's not been many times where I've gone like, oh, it's easy this.
These are gone.
Yeah,
usually we hear that quite
honestly,
a lot. I do.
I've not seen it all night really.
It's
for either player.
It's been a difficult match for both players.
It has. It's been pretty ruthless.
I'm not surprised to see him turn the table back over to Shane.
Yeah.
Yellows are in better positions. Well, are they, actually? Is it about even? How much of the yellow next to the 8 ball can he see? Well, there you go. He can pot that. Not now, but he can pot it if he takes away the one over the pocket. So his only real problem is the one at the bottom of the breaking line.
I'm not going the one over the pocket. I'm dead waiting, one into the left-hand pocket here. Hopefully cannoning the one that's near the pocket, and then you've got a shot to the. That's the way I'd play it personally.
I think if he plays your shot, it's probably half a mind on not going game.
I'm going game. So I'm dead waiting the one into this bottom left and playing the cannon. And then you've got the one into the top left and then you're coming across. That's the way I'm going. I'm more like attack though.
You're a snooker player. They're giving up with you.
I don't like this fudging.
There's been very little fudging by either player. I'm sure there's a lot of neutrals watching this game as well as people with money on the match, but I've got to be honest, I'm going to feel quite sorry for whoever loses this.
Yeah.
They are going to feel so drained.
But he's left a shot here. He's left a shot here because red into the middle, red top right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Red into the middle, red top right, or you know what I mean?
Could do, but still got the 8 ball to deal with.
No, the 8 ball goes in off the yellow.
I'm not sure about that. We'd have to see a different camera angle.
This yellow, once it gets rid of that red.
No, I'm not sure about that, Ian.
No, I'm all at attack though. He's lost it.
I think Shane can pot this yellow next to the 8. He can. How's he going to deal with the yellow in the centre of at the bottom of the breaking line? And the problem is, once he moves it, it opens up the table for his opponent as well.
Yeah.
So big moments coming up in this match.
Massive frame this as well.
Yeah, it wants to keep Simon off the hill for as long as possible. Preferably 4 frames, I should imagine.
He looks like he can pot it direct, but he looks
can
like
pot it.
He's trying to go in off the red.
What has he left?
He's left the
red, but can he? Well, you can't get on that red. You just can't. The one closest to the yellow.
No.
You can't get on it from there. Unless
loads of right.
Yeah, but I don't think you can get enough
loads
time.
of right.
Yeah, it's almost you have to play to miss the red.
Yeah, he's swerving into it.
Yeah, this would be an incredible shot if he gets this.
Can he?
This is a lot of side, and you can't play it hard because the cue ball will push wider the more pace he injects into the shot.
Yeah, he's going to go safety again in here, I think.
Well, it looks like he's going to attempt. He's got to play this quite slowly, though, you feel. Yeah. He's not. Surely not.
No, there's no way.
No, he can't be on that red, surely.
He isn't.
For me, he played that shot just too hard. He was asking too much. The pace he played it, he was always going to cannon into the other yellow.
I think he was trying to come off the yellow into him.
Yeah, into him. Just try his luck a little bit.
Yeah.
And you can't blame him for that. Don't blame anyone that tries to grab the proverbial bull by the horns and just, go for it at this stage of the match.
He's my guy.
Unbiased till the end.
No. I mean, anyone who goes for bull by the horns, that's how we need to go about it.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
He's
that
called
is.
a foul. The referee called a foul.
Oh, did he?
And to be fair to Simon, he didn't put up a fight. He knows he's made contact with the yellow with his cue. There you go.
Wow.
You couldn't argue against that. I think I just feathered it. What a moment in the match.
I don't think it was a foul.
Sure. No, only just. We are going 23-22 without anything spectacular happening.
This ref's a Shane fan.
Can't go wrong here.
Wow.
These are what you want.
Tell you what.
He's still shaking his head, Shane, though.
Unfortunately, guys, we're going to have to close Martini's. See you all in the morning, okay?
Very brave, man, even as the owner.
I'm only joking. Joking. Don't worry. Don't worry.
I say that, and he's just landed a little bit short. He's going to have to leave some distance between the cue ball and the 8, which in normal circumstances shouldn't be an issue. But anything's missable at this stage.
Twitch.
Listen to the deathly silence that has just come over the whole club. This is so quiet all of a sudden.
Whoa!
My.
What? No way. I can't believe that. A curious like Shane. It's insane. It's insane what people can miss under pressure.
That was nothing but pressure.
That is like the first problem, like this first twitch we've seen tonight.
I don't like using that word.
No, that was definitely a twitch, mate. Wow.
Cue actions to stand up under pressure. This man at the table certainly has one because there's less to go wrong. He doesn't bring the cue back as far.
Crazy game
More
at times.
More of a jabby action, which when you're under maximum pressure will stand up better. Unusual from Shane though, he's not one that struggles under pressure usually. This cue ball needs to pull up, and it has done. Little bit of a gap between the side cushion just makes this a little. Well, will you look at that? What do you do here? Do you just bob this in and take your medicine, thin cut to the centre? Do you stun it in and play for the double?
You're rolling it in. You've got to just leave yourself straight on the black into the middle.
This 8 ball is not a certainty.
It's not, to be fair, at that angle.
Cheated the pocket a little bit. And the deathly silence you feel is about to return.
Nerves are jangling though on this one. And I know it looks like a real easy shot, but you can catch it in the edge.
But he hasn't, and just listen to the raw, incredible scenes.
You see in the background there, we've got Cowboys. One of the biggest twitches I've ever seen in my life when he missed that ball in the 9 ball. What tournament was that?
It's in the Moscone, wasn't it?
With Moscone.
Yeah.
And he was giving it the big one.
Yeah, he missed the 8, didn't he?
Sorry to mention that, Boise.
Not forget mine too much.
Sure, he loved me for that. Go Boise.
Have we just witnessed the deciding moment in this match for all the money?
I think so, personally. That was huge, that.
One thing you can be assured of now is Simon will get chances to close out this match.
Yeah.
He'll definitely get one.
And, you know, he'll be on the up and up now, Simon. And Shane will be thinking, wow, I should have gone 23-22 there. You know, psychologically, plays massive game. he can't believe that he's just done that.
Oh, I'd hate a penny for his thoughts right now. He has got to be feeling as bad as any pool player can feel.
If he comes back from that, he's a bigger man than me, I think. Seriously, because it was a great opportunity to kind of like put your stamp on this match. What he must be thinking, he's sat in his chair now while the guy's reffing, like setting up the balls. Whose break is it?
Simon, isn't it?
Is it?
I think. I got half a chance of getting it right. Which is unusual though, because maybe it is Shane, because Simon's been racking his own.
Ah, yeah.
Should know really after so many frames. To be Shane with the referee racking them up, and it's got to be said the break hasn't been his friend throughout the majority of this match.
No,
he needs it now more than ever.
To be fair,
cued very well.
Once again, it hasn't again,
but not a clear road to the finish line here for Simon.
No, make a yellow, and I think.
Reds are the balls here.
Whoa. No, you're right. Second glance. Reds are the balls.
But he's got to deal with just the one on the left-hand side, just sandwiched between them two yellows. Could choose to land on it to the centre.
Straight in, he's got his route.
Beautiful. Doesn't falter under pressure, Simon Fitzsimmons. He just thrives upon it.
This could be the one.
It could be, but there's work to do. It's all about that red on the left-hand side. If he can land on it and just
stun into the middle here now, and then he's golden really, because he can bring it into play.
He doesn't want to move it if he doesn't have to.
I think he has to, mate. You stun this one into the middle, and you've got to bring it into play off the yellow, and then if it goes right, everyone's a winner, baby. That's no lie. Whoa.
Here you go. I don't believe he has to move this red. I think he can just bob this in and leave it to the centre. But there you go. He's just checking the angle. Will need to punch through though to guarantee a shot on his next ball. Big moment this. Well.
Why is it screwing?
There you go. He's chosen to break it out.
I do not understand that. And he's played it
too hard. Well, I can see why he didn't play the shot I recommended, because he had to put movement on the cue ball, which would have been difficult not to cannon one of the yellows.
You go yellow and then bring the red into the middle of the table. I just don't get what is going on here. Am I no good at this game or what? Like, because that's.
I don't know. You sound brilliant.
Don't I just? That's about 4 or 5 times I've made this call now. Right. What is going on?
Crack me up, you do here.
I'm no good at this game.
Your next cash game's 100% getting streamed. And me and Simon are commentating on it.
I don't get it.
Well, I might get Keane in if you really annoy me.
Oh my God. I'm on like plus 10 lives here.
I do what I want when I want, you Ian. But on the back, look at this. Things going from bad to worse. Shane's going to get an opportunity in this frame.
You get me? Like,
the match is not
you know
dead.
what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, though?
It must be 2 a.m. Honestly, just somebody send help.
Honestly, what is going on? Like, every time I say it's going to go wrong, like, unless you play the yellow. You have to play cushion, yellow, red.
It's going to be ball in hand for Shane.
Oh
However,
my goodness, I don't get it.
Lots of work to be done. I think we'll see him place this cue ball over on the left-hand side. Play possibly one into the middle, maybe one into the corner, and disturb the one glued to the red. There you go. Little nudge. Doesn't need to play this with too much pace. 8 ball passes into the top centre pocket, I believe. Doesn't go anywhere else though. Maybe the top left as we look down. Ian just taking a short comfort break. Along with my ears. Is he going to risk a nudge on the 8 ball? I doubt it. No need to move it then. He just want to leave this one that's just to the right of the cue ball as his last ball. But nothing coming easy. Certainly not at this stage. Back well and truly against the wall for Shane. Got to be so strong mentally, especially after the miss in the previous. Just not something we're used to seeing. Up and out, the order of the day. He's overcooked this, I think. Oh, wow. That'll do very nicely indeed. Now he's just off straight the wrong way. Is he able to push through? Do either of these yellows pot into the centre? I can't imagine how he's feeling out there right now. Oh. Wipe your feet before you come in. More importantly though, it has dropped. Wow, just looking at that camera angle. Does this 8 go in the corner? It definitely goes in the centre. Little bit short again. Expected more of a bounce off the side cushion. Now has got to come right across to the side of the table. Just don't leave the cue ball on the side cushion. Just off the cushion. Off the cushion. Oh no. This is awkward. playing on this to the top centre pocket. He's going to need good cueing. There we go, you can see him digging down. And it hasn't bounced out. The cue ball stayed on the table. He'll be, despite being on the bottom cushion, he'll be over the moon with that. Massive shot coming up to stay in the match. He's missed it. Well, you can't say you're too surprised given what happened in the previous frame. You can't blame for someone's mentality being a bit fragile. So, an opportunity for all the money. You know what he's thinking? What am I going to do with the red on the cushion? Am I going to land on it? Am I going to try and kiss it out? If he's got an angle to play this to the bottom right and attempt to get into it, and you can see no reason why he wouldn't play that shot. It's going to have to be forced, though, it looks like. Well, he didn't have the angle. Well, again, he's got choices. The one on the side cushion looks very, very close to the cushion. Now, if it's touching, it does make the double just a little bit more difficult. It's almost forced. In fact, I can look right behind the shot and the red is touching the cushion, so cut back double, or is he going to stun over in behind it? He has played in behind it. He's on it. This is so tense. I mean, he's on it in a fashion, but this looks remarkably easy on the screen, but he's so close to his work, and it is quite thin. He's odds against for this, definitely. So much so, I think he's considering just leaving the cue ball on the top cushion. He is. Yeah. Well, you can't blame him for that, and he's played the safety very well. We've seen Shane miss two 8-balls already that were of similar difficulty. A betting man would definitely bet against in potting this 8. This really is for all the money. No. But yet again, it's not a clear-cut opportunity because it's not an easy shot to get close to this 8. Choices once again. I mean, you certainly feel that you don't want to be digging down here. Maybe just pot this and take your medicine. Give yourself a chance. Give yourself a shot. He's got it. Oh, he didn't have quite as much angle as I thought he did. So for a victory that never looked likely until the last third of this match. He's got it. No opens gave him no chance in this match. Simon Fitzsimmons took 32 frames before he went ahead, but he's come out victor, 25-21. Thank you very much for sticking with us till the early hours. I will try and go and get a word with him after he's been hounded by this very loud crowd. But thank you once again, and do stay with us just for a couple more minutes. Firstly, congratulations. That was one hell of a battle.
Yeah, it was. I don't really know where to start. I think it's the longest, worst, best, all in one.
Well, there was moments of brilliance, but you didn't go ahead in the match for 33 frames.
Yeah, 17, 16,
17,
I think,
16,
something like that.
yeah, just incredible.
Every time I got within one or two, or I'd get one behind, I'd make a ridiculous error. Or it was just an absolute slog.
I felt like that in the first 2/3 of the match. Every time you went for a finish, you either landed on a tricky ball or just didn't manage to get position. And you let Shay, you sort of gifted frames, you got gifted frames above, and then things started to turn later
Definitely in the first session. I was quite happy to be 10-5 because I'd missed. I couldn't play any worse. But the finishes I was having to go for, they were tricky. I'd have one or two really tricky balls, and I kept tripping up, and he had tap-ins, but he was still missing. So that gave me confidence, thinking, well, if he's missing tap-ins, I'm missing the difficult ones, and I'm only 5 behind.
Well, we said exactly the same thing on comments, and we thought that neither of you were at your best.
No.
Both were missing balls. So
even
though you were 10-5 behind at the first break, you were by far not out of the match.
Yeah.
I mean, you made us wait.
Yeah, I know. I mean, obviously, it's gone on forever. I always felt that I could put some kind of a run together. Obviously, I did a bit of one in the second session, but I did like 5 or 6 frames. But the frame at 22-18, where I've missed the easy double on the 8, and then he's gone for the full length double and snookered me.
Oh no, you bet.
I'm 5 clear. I go 5 clear. I'm thinking.
Must have thought it was sort of like.
Yeah, I thought it's not going to happen.
But things changed.
Yeah, I know swings and roundabouts in money games. That's what happens.
Couple of missed 8 balls, and then that was it.
Yeah.
Trying to put the seal on the match.
It was just a crazy game, I think, from start to finish.
Little bit of a break now, do you think?
Yeah, I'm straight to bed, mate.
Yeah,
I'm absolutely rolled.
You were going out 4 or 5 hours ago.
Yeah, no chance. I've got my jeans in my bag and everything.
I know he plans to go out. Look, congratulations. More of a war of attrition than your best pool, but still got the job done.
I suppose it's all about having a W in it when it's like that.
Absolutely.
It's only positive, I think.
Well done, pal.
Cheers, pal. Thank you, mate. Nice one.
Nice.
Cheers, Dave.
See you soon. That's it from Beard Productions. Our next game is June the 24th. It's the big one, Story versus Ian Alley. £100,000 in the pot and still counting. We'll see you then.